is game 14 and the last classical game of the FIDE World Championship in Astana, Kazakhstan. There were many predictions of what Ding would play on move 1. So far, he's had success with the Collie, the London system, and the English. The ceremonial move for white was made by Alana Biriksi, the FIDE World School Chess Champion. The move for black was made by Molen Sagathanuli Ashiembayev, chairperson of the Senate of the Parliament of Kazakhstan. Ding played d4. Jan responded with the Nimzo Indian. Once the tension in the center was broken, Ding brought his knight to g5, which made it quite clear that he wanted to follow this idea with h4.
Well, first of all, Jan actually got his chance. The engine seems to think black is a bit better. Like, it's not much, but it's like just like in Vish's case, right? I mean, playing the most solid way actually sometimes creates some chances for you that you did not even, see coming, sort of. So yeah, the line I kind of liked was.
I gotta say that Jan also just a couple of moments ago he again started smiling. I mean, he seems to be smiling a lot during this game.
Yeah. No, well, I kind of get it, right? I mean, they're both exhausted, and you're like, okay, so like
he just looked up at Ding. He was like looking at him. It's also something you don't do. He's like, all right, I mean, you're going to be that aggressive against me, huh?
No, I think Jan goes like, okay, I mean, they're both exhausted. They played this like a difficult match, and Jan came up there like very well prepared with the solid openings. And I mean, he runs into knight g5, h6, h4, and he's like, all right, this nonsense again, like of some kind. And Jan is, I mean, clearly he is good, like a very good player. He actually understands that, like, it should not be too good for white. For white, I said the same, right? No, I mean, it's fancy, like it's cool. It could be that white is actually like okay, but his smile is actually like a sign of him thinking, well. Like, I see what you're doing, sort of. It's kind of funny that you have the guts to do it, like, in the crucial game. But, in some way, I guess it releases the pressure, too.
I was very, very optimistic after knight g5. Also, a little bit excited when playing this move. But then I realized after queen c7, it's suddenly I have to go to a defense mode. Yeah, that's a turning point of the game, I guess.
Ding plays knight takes e4 to trade queens. But was bishop b4 by Ding a bit over-optimistic?
Actually, I just didn't buy it, yeah. So it didn't seem like it's gonna work because I never played any like suspicious moves. Yeah, like I'm well developed, and yeah, like if knight g5 and h4 would win every game, then it would be like chess would be much easier for white.
But obviously with this move I'm playing for a win. Yeah, at that point I thought it might be the decisive game.
So Rob is saying, I feel like having a deja vu with Topol of Anand and Sofia 2010. Playing for a win, ending with losing the title at the last game of the World Chess Championship match. Well, I can see why he sees that parallel. Yeah. I mean, basically it's the scenario where the player playing white just pushes too hard, goes too aggressively, and it backfires, and they lose the game at the last minute, right? And Nepo has actually played the maneuver that Vishy was suggesting a little while back. He played rook d8 and knight f8. He put that knight on the back rank, slightly passive. And Ding is now initiating a series of trades in the center.
Yeah, Ding played knight e4, which is I think a bit of a concession, but at the same time I would, like, as white I would be feeling some kind of relief already. So once again, as we said before, knight f8 kind of justifies everything white was doing. Knight f8 is solid, but at least as white we know that we are not going to be punished, it seems. So after knight e4, Jan took on e4 instantly, and now Ding has to choose between playing knight takes e4 trading the queens.
Which actually seems fairly likely, no? Positionally, I do like this move, and I don't think he did that. What did he play? He played bishop b4.
Okay. Very
interesting.
Yeah, very straightforward way of doing this.
So he's basically saying, like, I want to trade your bishop that's attacking my pawn. I also want to get these dark squares, and I don't really care about these double pawns. Like, somehow they're not going to be a problem.
Okay, but what's wrong with bishop c6?
Okay. Let's see, by the way, Jan's reactions. Does he have any reaction to this move? Okay, so far he's looking like, okay, again, you see, he never fails to make some sort of facial expression.
Yeah.
And so he again shows like, he's like, what is that?
Well, it was slightly unpleasant for white, but after bishop b4, it seems like if things don't work out too well for white probably just lost after this move. I mean, it's looked very, very suspicious. But yeah, I guess thanks to this move rook c4, white is not losing by force. And then I guess knight c5 was an inaccuracy, so maybe knight e5 was the move. But yeah, surprisingly, the position is still quite solid. Yeah, but bishop b4 is such a decision, probably indicated that my opponent thinks he's in trouble.
And he plays knight c5. Okay.
Knight c5.
Which is, like, according to the engine, just bad.
Okay, Vishy says, Ding goes for 21, knight c5, but there is a flaw in his line. He seems to have relaxed a bit early. The line bishop take g2, rook g1, bishop c6. Yes, bishop c6. Let's see, that one was what Nepo did not do. b5. Now let's just go back for a second. So it's this bishop c6, first provoking that. Bishop d5, e4. b6 isn't trivial, but not impossible to find. If Nepo finds it, then Ding is in serious trouble. But Nepo did not find it.
But you did.
Yeah, that's
so people, feel free to use this.
No.
Praise Irina hashtag,
Ding attempts to gain space on the queen side by capturing on b7 and getting his pawn to b5 and b4. He later tries to capitalize on the open g file.
This knight on f8 was not doing much.
Okay, so Ding played b4.
Okay.
And the move knight d7 is the one that we're kind of worried about here for white.
He played rook c2 g3, which we actually wanted at first.
Yes.
And which is, I think, bad, yeah?
Oh, wow. It's kind of sad. And Jan, again, is like, whoa. He's like, what a gift. I mean, do you see his expression?
Yeah.
He just can't believe what he's seeing in this game.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, I got to say, the thing is, like, again, this move is, it is findable. It's possible to, think of it, give up the pawn.
No, but it's not about Ding missing king d2. It's about him missing something after rook c2 g3.
Well, what is he missing, right? Are we playing g6 or are we just taking on c5?
Even though Ding had full control of the g file, Jan made a convincing effort to strike back in the center with rook d8.
Well, I think black had many options, and rook d8 is one of the most decent ones. It basically forces the rook ending with an extra pawn for black. So after, let's say, king d2, which Ding, by the way, I think has just... Oh, he went to e2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's probably allows rook c3. And this is exactly what Jan plays.
Yeah, he played that quite quickly, and in fact, it's kind of tricky with his bishop.
Yeah, king e2 was just probably a blunder. He basically, he started smiling now, which is a bad sign.
Jan started smiling? Or
no, I think Ding started smiling.
Wow, he hasn't really been smiling too much in this match. I mean, so king e2 is just a quite poor move that allows black this additional option of rook c3.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, at least over here, black wouldn't have had that square.
Well, it's clear that, objectively, with the best play, it has to be a draw, probably. But in a practical game, it's tough to be stuff to be white. But it doesn't matter anymore. I have a feeling we'll have like the new world champion within the next 30 minutes.
Jan builds his considerable advantage, and by move 35, it was almost certain he'd find a way to convert it. All until move 36.
And actually, he played the move e5 quite quickly upon returning to the board.
Okay.
So he just went with pawn e5, not a rook move, as we were considering.
Kind of makes sense too. Well, I don't think white has like really the way to like avoid this rook ending pawn down eventually. So it's kind of hard to figure out the difference.
I mean, the point of why this doesn't work here is that when you take and you try the same trick, right, is that this rook can take and the king doesn't have to get into a check, so this rook is safe.
Yeah, we were just told e5 was kind of a mistake, which I, for the moment, don't quite get. So what's wrong with it? Rook h8, I guess?
Okay,
It is b6 again. This is actually nice.
Wow.
So the point is that after rook h8, rook d6, black has this like, white has this brilliant resource of playing b6.
And so if the rook takes,
Yeah, then we just take on a8 and
then this endgame, we're still down a pawn, but this one is somehow better than the other ones used to be.
yeah, but of course it is. This is kind of easy to explain. First
Because
of all,
this pawn is bad here, or what?
well, first of all, the f7 pawn is kind of weaker. Rook f3 is there, but secondly, yeah, exactly, as you're showing,
Maybe like more chances for this king to come in.
exactly. I mean, his chances are
Wow.
pretty good.
Wow,
I
that's
suspect.
crazy that this one innocuous-looking pawn move is actually possibly going to decide whether or not black wins this game or not.
Probably I should have spent some more time, but at the moment it seems like normally it seems that I knew what's the correct move, but not every time it was correct.
And Ding played it.
It was like 30 seconds left.
Yeah, but you don't want to leave it to that. Yeah,
And
he
he,
played
I
it.
think, played it, yeah, okay.
Yep. So he found the key resource that Nepo's move e5 gave him.
I guess e5 is the move which spoils the advantage, because I missed the idea that after rook h8 he can double actually on the back rank, yeah, like play rook g to g8. This was quite a shocking moment, and yeah, I guess some move like rook b3 instead of e5 and white is just paralyzed. So it would be basically a matter of like quite a simple technique.
It was a rook and pawn endgame, with an extra a pawn for Jan. It had its notable moments, even though players took their time finding ways to create chances. The evaluation wouldn't budge one bit. Soon enough, players agreed to a draw, ensuring another full day of chess tomorrow.
This is not so clear for me.
King b3, I'm checking the rook b5. I'm not sure.
B5, B1.
Rook e5? King b3 or the rook b5?
Oh.
Oh, then okay, you have some counterplay. Oh, maybe. Or maybe a draw. But maybe I could like not let.
Yeah, on F3 it's a
Okay,
better
game.
version.
What?
On F3 it's a better version.
No, I mean okay. I just missed you can
F4.
go to rook and game, like. So because the idea rook g to g8, yeah, like
Yeah,
the
rook g8.
yeah, maybe I should start with rook d6 instead of. No, I mean start with rook d6 instead of e5.
Fine.
Yeah, e5 maybe e5 in percent. Okay.
The chief arbiter joined the press conference as it was concluding to discuss the format for the tiebreaks.
The final result is equal 7-7. According to the regulation, tiebreak shall be played tomorrow at 3 p.m. 4 rapid games shall be played with time control of
25 minutes plus 10 seconds increment per move, starting from move 1. In case of time, after 4 rapid games, 2 blitz games shall be played with time control of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment per move, starting from move 1. If after 2 blitz games the results tied, additional 2 blitz games shall be played with the same time control, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds per increment per move, starting from move 1. It means 4 rapid games first and 2 plus 2 blitz games. In case that result is tie, we will play 1 blitz games with time control 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment per move, starting from move 1. After the first game is tie, we will play another blitz game with the same time control with opposite colors. In case of tie, we will repeat last 2 games, again 1 per 1 until the one player win.
Now it's time to organizing drawing of colors for the rapid games. Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Ding Liren to choose one box because the Mr. Jan Nepomniachtchi did it during the opening ceremony from the standard games. Mr. Ding?
Yeah, I can. Yes, please take it. It's white pieces.
It's white. I will check the second one. Mr. Ding Liren tomorrow first game will play with white pieces and Mr. Jan Nepomniachtchi with black pieces.
14 grueling games, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren are tied with 7 points each. All will be decided tomorrow. In a matter of hours and a minimum of 3 games, one player will walk out the playing hall a world champion. Irina and Daniil will have a lot to cover in tomorrow's broadcast beginning at 3 p.m. local time.
As the world holds its breath, 2 unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These 2 titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head to head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Okay, guys, well, this is finally it. Today we're going to crown a new world chess champion. Is it going to be Ding or Nepo? So 14 games of classical chess has come down to today. Today we're going to see 4 games of rapid chess, 25 plus 10, and if that is going to be tied, we're going to the blitz time control. The last time we saw a tiebreak in the World Chess Championship was November 28th of 2018, Daniil.
Yeah, and 4 games never happened, by the way.
3 games happened that
3
day.
games happened, exactly. Yeah, given the fact Ding has fucked in game 1, Ding has white in game 1, yeah, I think it's kind of, you know, kind of likely that we could have 3 games again, not 4. I honestly think so. I played these matches a lot with, yeah, this best of 4 system. I guess it's quite often the case that, like, if you win with white in the first game, then it's like more than 50% that you win in 3 games, and it doesn't even matter whom you are playing. It's like either you don't win at all and the guy strikes back, or actually, yeah, he tries to strike back and loses, and then you win the whole thing quickly. So yeah, given that, I kind of made some math. I thought, like, if they play 4 games and continue, they will play for like at least 5 hours, probably 5.5. But we could have 3 only, yeah, so it's okay.
All right, let's read this tweet from chess journalist Peter Doggers. We will see the 5th tiebreak in World Chess Championship history after 2006, Kramnik Topolov, 2012, Anand Gelfand, 2016, Carlsen Karyakin, and 2018, Carlsen Caruana. I used to be strongly against rapid and blitz to decide a classical title, but now only mildly. Yeah, so actually in the last tiebreak, Carlsen Caruana, Carlsen managed to win 3 games in a row and end the day with just 3 games. And in 2016, it was actually a day that I was able to go to the match. It's a lot of fun to be a spectator on the day of tiebreaks. And Carlsen won that tiebreak in 4 games. And I think they drew the first 2, and then he won the second 2, and he ended with like this beautiful queen sacrifice in game 4.
Yeah, this queen h6 or something.
Yeah, it was so
exactly.
exciting to see that, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, to get your world championship title was such a stylish move.
Yeah. Yeah, but I must say I'm kind of excited, actually. I mean, the new era will start today. It will actually start in, you know, a few hours, maybe a bit more. It's kind of, yeah, I mean, it will take time for the people to adjust the new reality with someone else being the world champion. Yeah, but the time goes on. Magnus actually came up with an interview, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, where he shared his thoughts on the match. And he was actually, it was nice to see that, well, he was pretty polite and, you know, mild. He said that well,
whoever wins will be the world champion, but like not more than that, right? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that, yeah, which is already something.
Yeah.
But it's kind of reasonable. I think, like, if you ask like any professional sportsman, people will normally say that, well, the world champion is the person who actually won the world championship. He does not necessarily need to be like the
highest rated player.
The highest rated player, like the very best in his kind of sport or something. So, yeah, given that, we'll like certainly have a well-deserved world champion by the end of the day.
Yeah, well, we can talk a little bit about the other tiebreak games in the World Championship matches. So in Anand Gelfand in 2012, Anand won, I think, game 2, and then he drew the next 2 games to keep his title. Does that sound familiar? I mean, that was in Moscow. You were keeping track.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I remember Boris not promoting the pawn, basically.
That was in game 3, I think.
Yeah. And then game 4, bishop was white. They played this bishop b5 check Sicilian, and basically nothing happened, right? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and in 2006, that was a long time ago. That was a very spectacular day of tiebreaks as well. Topolov Kramnik. It started with a draw, then Kramnik won, then Kramnik lost, and then Kramnik won that final game. I remember this like move rook b7. We were waiting for him to find that at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's impressive. Yeah, it was such a different time back then. like they would normally play the line that is now considered to be just very bad. And back then it was like, you know, a dead end. Basically, White was struggling to find a single idea in this Elista ending, as they call it. Yeah, now I mean it's just considered to be pretty bad.
The Elista ending, what's that?
Well, the Elista ending is basically the position arising after d4, d5. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the board to appear.
Ah, yes.
Like if it won't appear, then yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know.
Well, just rub your magic lamp.
I don't think it's going to.
Do you have a magic lamp that you can use for the moments like this?
Not really, no. I have a producer normally.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, producer, come out from the lamp.
Yeah.
And give us a chessboard.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Elista ending is bad for black.
Got it.
That's my.
That's the conclusion.
That's my point. Yeah. Exactly.
All right. What are we expecting to see today? I mean, the players did not have a day off before this. Actually, I saw online that the French Grandmaster Romain Edouard was saying, like, it's kind of strange that even though they've throughout the whole match they've had a rest day after 2 games of play, before the most important day of the whole match, they actually didn't have a single rest day to kind of plan their strategies, and their game last night was incredibly long. What do you think about that, Daniil? I mean, and from the other side, the reason we're having the tiebreak on this particular day is because it's Sunday, because it's good for viewership, people are more free to stay and watch, so that's basically for the spectators. But from the player's point of view, of course, it's maybe not ideal.
Yeah, I'm not sure. First of all, it cannot be like listen there to people, right? I mean, once again, I keep saying this, it cannot be like win-win to have a free day, as like there are no win-wins in general in the match between 2 people. Yeah, these exact circumstances I think favor Ding a little. I think he's kind of better at recovering. And well, for Jan, I guess, I mean, even his match against Magnus, let's say, right? I mean, the thing started to fall apart exactly after this game 6, after which he actually didn't really get to rest. He had to play the very next game, I think, less than I don't know, maybe like 10 hours, 12 hours after he resigned. So this was not ideal. In Ding's case, I think Ding is capable of recovering pretty quickly. This is my impression, and yeah, we'll see.
You had this kind of thought, like, you know, that Ding has gotten used to not playing so well. Can you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah.
I mean, that like, you know, psychologically you think he's like in a little bit of a better state than Jan, because he's just kind of accepted that he's not playing well, and that's what he's gotten used to over the last few days.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. I mean, what can I add? But yeah, I mean, it may sound funny, but I think it has an impact on you when you understand that, like, basically you have not been playing your best chess, and well, throughout the match, not just 1 game, 2 games, but in general, you're not at your best, and then okay, you have to adjust, and it's part of the job. Like, you don't need it all to, you know, like, lose all the games and all the matches where you're not playing your best chess. And in Ding's case, I think he kind of managed to adjust, and he had this well, pretty philosophical approach towards these games where he was completely lost. He was like, all right, I had to strike back, right? I mean, I cannot play like really well for some reason, so I mean, at least I try to fight, I create some mess. If I lose, I lose, but you know, I think he kind of adjusted to it, and he seems to. I mean, it feels weird to be saying this, but it feels to me that he started to like feel actually comfortable playing pretty badly. He doesn't get upset anymore, like, about the quality of the games, which is actually good. Like, I'm not trolling. I'm saying, okay, like, if you're playing badly for some reason, okay, I mean, so you don't have time to, you know, to regret it, to try to like think why and all that stuff. There is basically only 1 day left. It's a bit too late to, you know, try to get your play back. So, I mean, he has to go there.
But what do you think about Jan? I mean, you don't think he feels that way? He kind of is like on the other end of that, where I don't know, like he's getting a lot of opportunities, like overall, I mean, do you think he's like in a position where he has like more to regret in a way?
Yeah, I think so. I think Jan is, well, he's in general more upset as, well, first of all, I think...
Yeah, I heard that he was quite upset about yesterday's game.
Yeah, but it's not only about yesterday. I think in general, like inside of him, like he's not ready to say, all right, I cannot play these, you know, matches. And he had some very good periods. I think overall, if we count like the number of chances missed, I think he missed more. And yeah, I mean, he was like winning in game, what was it, 12, I guess. And yeah, the last game was also very promising. And basically, yeah, he had the reasons to be upset, I think, way more often than Ding, at least in the second part of the match.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
Ding had his moments, he had game 8, right? But yeah, I mean, also speaking of Jan, I don't think he's good at like adjusting to like feeling badly or anything like that. I think he normally keeps playing quickly. He keeps playing like he's playing his best chess. And yeah, it could backfire. Who knows?
All right, well, Jan is at the board. He's wearing the same shirt, or at least the same color shirt as yesterday.
Yeah.
What do you think? How do you think he looks today? Is he looking, okay, look at that. He's looking like ready, bouncing his head around. And Ding is also arriving to the board. So we're going to start the game, guys, in just a few minutes. What are we expecting from Ding? Is it going to be more of this like little, you know, maybe Nimzos, little ideas in rare lines?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it really matters. I think the only important question is if Ding is actually, well, if both of them are actually going to play the same lines, or they will deviate even here.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, what's the most important thing before a tiebreak like this? I mean, should the players have just been recovering and like not doing any opening prep at all, or something very, very minimal, just like throw out a few ideas? You know, Kramnik was saying you got to have a scenario planned out for all the circumstances, like whether you win or you lose, and you got to know what you're going to do, because it's really hard to adjust on the fly. But I just wonder, you know, if the players, I mean, had the energy, the time to do something like that, and maybe if it's not just better to just come fresh to the board and play.
Yeah, I think the tiebreak, like in general, it normally does not require the same amounts of prep. So I mean, they both have teams, and well, being prepared a little bit does not necessarily mean spending like all night looking at the lines. No, I think well, it's kind of okay to look at chess for an hour, let's say 3 hours before the game.
Yeah, well, hopefully they both got a lot of sleep and are coming to the board with their full energy today.
Yeah.
Okay, Ding also looks kind of similar to how he looked yesterday. A little tense. He's like an immovable statue right now. And
yeah.
Jan, okay, look at Jan. He still finds this funny. I do really like those smiles, you know?
Yeah, but this time I actually, like, I read it as a sign of some, you know, nerves being there. Being there very much, actually. Well, now it's not yet funny, right? I mean...
Right, well, I mean, but he already was smiling as if something, like, I mean, there's something, you know, I mean, I guess just the situation, okay, they're about to decide their whole world championship in one day, you know, so everything coming down to this, and Ding is going for something unusual yet again. All right, Jan is trying to remember this.
Okay.
Yeah.
C3, C5 for tempo. Well, C5 does exist.
Okay, and so white plays bishop e3 to protect the pawn. Yeah, I gotta admit, I don't really know anything about this position. I guess you're gonna go b4 to guard the c5 pawn.
I guess they normally, well, if you play something simple, I guess they actually want to get some weird kind of Catalan. I think someone played like this against me.
Really?
Like they go, I don't know, g3 or something, then when you take, they somehow take, they go bishop g2.
That's what Ding is going for g3.
And yeah, and later on, basically, whatever you play as black, they want to play c4, I guess, as white. Okay, it's not exactly killing, but for a rapid game, I think it's okay.
So we're on 6g3.
Yeah.
Okay, so how is black supposed to get that pawn back on c5? What's the plan for that?
Well, I think you attack it one more time and then you take it.
Okay, so like, do you go knight g4, knight e4, knight, pawn a5? Like, what exactly do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you can get it the way you want. And I also, yeah, exactly. Knight c6. I was about to say, I also don't think you really need it back yet. And, well, you're
just going to go for pawn e5 or something.
Yeah, exactly. You can play it in this gambit manner, which also makes sense. Once again, a bit surprising from Jan, I mean, to play knight c6 quickly. I mean, it could be that it's still his book, but I somehow still, I don't know, I find it hard to believe it.
Okay, we're actually following the game Report versus Shankland. So his second retreat, Report, was playing this as white.
Yeah.
In the 2019's Champion Showdown in St. Louis.
Okay. I'm not actually sure Richie is aware of that. And I'm pretty sure Jan is not. And Ding, yeah, I don't know, Ding would be aware. Given how many games people started to play, like last 4 or 5 years, I think it's kind of hard to keep the track of your own games even. And yeah, we're not even talking the other games.
So is white going to be castling here or playing, you know, well, what else can he do? Yeah, I was going to say b4, and he put that pawn move on the board.
Okay, this does not look too logical to me.
Why not?
Oh, but then it's kind of strange, like why would we go bishop e3 if we're planning before? Why would we go g3, bishop g2?
Knight g4, and this bishop has got to move.
Yeah.
Is he going to go back to c1?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I think
there's a problem with that, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, the plan is to play bishop f6. Before kind of looked a little strange to me, but it could be just a very good move. Aha, so now the engine wants bishop d4.
And yeah, that's where he goes. And what happens on e5? Is there like h3 or?
It has to be h3, right? Yeah. Okay.
So he's basically inviting black to go into this forcing line.
Well, and the forcing line looks, yeah, if you look at it deeper, it looks actually very good for white, as I guess we'll have some queen b1 nonsense, right? Attacking both the knight on b4 and queen takes h7 mate is also a very important threat. Okay.
Jan looks like he's still trying to remember something, actually.
Yeah, but this time I don't really buy it, I must say. Could be, but you know.
So, I mean, this is the main idea, right? There's not much. Okay, actually, he goes for queen c7.
Okay,
and
makes sense.
Are we going to play h3?
Yeah, then he probably wants to play knight h6 to bring the knight to f5. But it does look a little artificial.
Yeah, I mean, this move kind of feels like it should be played, right? Because you want to get some squares back for your bishop, but he didn't do that.
He castles, okay.
All right.
Yeah, they're probably both in the book, actually. I mean, otherwise I don't really get how you can play it that quickly.
Right, like how you
in
can
such
play
a
castles.
random, in such a random position, you're like allowing everything. So
yeah. I mean, because you got to calculate e5, right? I mean, it's like, yeah. I mean, the first move that comes to mind really was like h3, kick the knight away. But yes, castles is a bit of a clue, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
The players still know what they're doing. Okay, so let's say black plays e5 here. So we're still going to go h3.
I'm not sure. It could be that we go bishop e3, but I find it hard to...
Really? Yeah, it's not the pawn structure we usually aim for.
No.
In chess, yeah, these two double pawns.
Yes, and black will play e5, e4 at some point, and the bishop and g2 will be restricted forever, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it feels like h3 should be the answer, and it's kind of funny that he took his rook off this file. And if black takes, white takes. And what do we have here?
Yeah, so the difference is that the queen on d8 would normally be protecting the d5 pawn.
So here it's like a little bit problematic, like in terms of taking.
Yeah, let's say we take on c3, knight takes b4, and then we try to do something smart. e5 played, h3 a tempo, okay.
All right, they're going into this line.
Yeah. Okay.
So, because Jan has his queen on c7, it's actually possible for him to go now back to f6 instead of taking this bishop.
Yeah, it certainly is. You could even make an argument for going to h6 actually. But yeah, I think if you're out of the book as black, you kind of want to figure out what's wrong with it takes d4. It takes d4 looks pretty. Well, not pretty like decent, but you're actually trying to bail out here, sort of.
Because you're taking this pawn in the end.
Yeah, and then you want to take on c5, and then if you're in time, I mean, you probably lose your d5 pawn.
Yeah, actually, this doesn't look too bad, right? Because this is hanging for white, and this is hanging for white.
Yeah, I think it has to be very concrete, like a3, let's say, yeah, and then there is no queen takes c5, as we have knight a4.
Okay, that's tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take the pawn because white saves their knight and then takes the knight on b4.
Yeah.
Okay, so a3 does seem a bit problematic.
Yeah, well, some bishop f6 kind of exists. Yeah, I guess rook c1. No, but it does look unpleasant, right? If white will win the d5 pawn, like even if it's not much, it's a pawn, and you know, much easier to play. For white, the bishop on g2 will be strong. Okay,
so he actually is going for this. He took the bishop.
Okay.
And we're heading into this line. He takes on c3.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, knight c3 looks pretty forced here.
Well, a3, but a3 is a bit too much, right? a3.
Yeah, it's hard to, I think, leave this pawn here.
Yeah, a3, bishop f6 or something. Yeah. So what is the plan after knight takes c3, though?
Okay, so
yeah, somehow
captured, and Jan is reaching for knight takes b4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I was about to say I don't see black keeping those b4 and c5 pawns alive. So yeah, you got to take. But what's wrong with a3?
Yeah, a3. Okay. Seems like a very problematic move, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we don't yet have to resign, right? I mean, you can't play, I don't know, knight a6, let's say.
Yes.
Knight takes d5, I don't know, queen takes c5. Like, maybe it's not yet lost, like, completely lost. But, yeah, it certainly looks very suspicious.
Okay, well, how does white go about in a position like this? I mean, the queen can always go back to d6, right, to keep the bishop protected.
Yeah, but yeah, black does not even have extra material, so I think we're free to do more or less.
What about this pawn that's hanging?
Well, it's hanging.
How are we going to guard it? Do we go like g5 or?
I don't know.
Knight
like
e5?
I have a feeling knight d4 could, you know, make sense, but then I don't know what's wrong with bishop takes g4.
Yeah, you got these nice knights, but.
Yeah, I mean, rook c1, no, it keeps going. Like, it's not that it's pointless. So rook c1, queen, I guess d6, knight b5, maybe. Actually, maybe that's the point. I don't know.
All right, let's see. Jan's about to make his move.
And it is bishop f6.
Yeah, bishop f6. And so looks like one possible line here is rook c1.
Yeah, he probably just wants to take on c3 and
go knight c6.
Go back, yeah.
And if white takes this pawn, black takes this pawn.
Yeah. But white can play g5, for instance. White is...
You think white, white's just positionally better here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it should not be much. Like, normally black will get to play b6 at some point, and he will start trading the queenside pawns, but yeah, it's not equal either.
Yeah, it looks like Ding's opening has worked out pretty well. This concept of just playing tricky little lines as white I mean, it's still giving him pretty good positions out of the opening, no?
Yeah.
Rook c1, so we're waiting for Ding to play this move. Does he have any other choices? No, he's going to do it. It's the most natural.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jan's got to get rid of this knight, because otherwise this knight's coming here.
Yeah, he basically has to take, otherwise bishop f6 will be, quite a bad move because of knight takes d5 coming.
Okay, so he'll take, move the knight, and this is the position that we're talking about. So
yeah, knight a6, does it make sense? Probably not, right? Some queen d4, even queen d4.
Yeah. This is actually a really beautiful square for the queen.
Yeah, so knight c6 is probably the move.
And now white wants to save this pawn.
Yeah, or he takes on d5, and after bishop takes g4, he actually has some.
Okay, we're heading right for this position, so actually here we are, it's a live position.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, what, g5?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, queen takes d5, bishop takes g4. Like here exactly, it kind of looks a little tempting for white.
Yeah,
some
really?
queen e4 maybe. No, I just wanted something based on tactics. Some queen e4, knight g5 kind of thing. Yeah.
The problem is if your tactics don't work here, then black is going to be completely fine, right?
Yeah. And actually, moreover, even if you take on f3, I don't think it's too bad actually. Which you don't have to do.
No, I think we got to keep this pawn and keep this pawn, right? We want to keep this g pawn, so.
Okay.
And so I guess I like g5.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that black is not exactly forced to defend the d5 pawn. Something like bishop g4 or queen a5 maybe.
Queen a5.
Well, maybe, why not?
Sure. Queen a5, yeah.
We would have to play something slow, I guess, like.
How do we consolidate all of this stuff?
I don't know. No, I mean, maybe we just go queen, maybe queen d2. Yeah.
Nothing is going to happen to us here. They're never like, we always have to watch out for this move, but I guess it doesn't work just yet. So then you would develop, right? Where do you want to see this bishop? How about here?
Yeah.
Maybe try to get the bishop there?
Yeah, maybe. Then the b7 pawn is a bit weak, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to, get there. Maybe knight d4.
You want to get your queen to d4.
Yeah.
And also, you possibly want to capture this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the bishop is hanging, so you probably go bishop e4, right? But then let's say I can take. I start to like this white actually. Let's say I can take on e4, and even take on c6 exactly, and something like queen e3, followed by rook d1, followed by rook c4.
Kind of white could be better in this heavy piece endgame. This is a really nice pawn to have for the long run, isn't it? It's interesting that Ding is thinking here. Let's see what else he could be thinking about. I mean, it's like what he's facing is quite obvious, right? So he needs to figure out what to do with this pawn. It's not like he has a lot of options to guard it.
Maybe not. Well, queen takes d5 is legal, right?
Yes.
Maybe queen takes d5, bishop takes g4. I don't know, queen g5. But it all looks strange to me. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, basically this pawn should be left as a weakness, I think, on the board.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see here. Okay, there's another option of queen a4. Okay, that's another way to guard the pawn.
Yeah, queen a4 is this kind of a move that, well, you start to like instantly after you see it. Right?
After you see it, because it stops queen a5 kind of from being as effective. You're still holding on to the control of d4, and then you protect the pawn as well. Okay, yeah, actually I like it. Yeah, because better develop a piece, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, you're preparing rook b1 to kind of makes
sense. Yeah, so like basically in the comparison of these two moves, if we just go back, so let's see how this is evaluated. And so it's actually very similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like g5 is also quite a good move. So he basically has to decide between these two moves. And the line that we looked at was queen a5. So it's actually quite a nice advantage for white.
Yeah, the position after bishop e4, the engine seems to like quite a lot for white,
Okay, so that's what Ding is thinking about. He's got these two main options of how to defend this pawn.
Yeah.
And he has been spending a couple of minutes on this. Now he went down a little bit below Nepo on the clock.
Yeah, but now given the fact they have increment, I'm like generally less worried about his time management.
Yeah, and they're getting 10-second increment per move in this game.
And I think Ding is actually pretty decent with seconds left, as long as he has this increment. Actually, yesterday I think at some point he gained like 3 minutes or something like that in this rook ending. So no, he knows how to manage the time
if he's getting a little bit extra every move.
Yeah.
So what would you do? Which one of these two moves do you like more? You like Queen A4?
I don't know. I think I would just miss Queen A4 normally. And also, I mean, I would be satisfied with G5.
Yeah.
Like if there is something wrong with G5, then Queen A4 kind of comes to mind just by the like elimination process. But okay, G5, it looks like.
So like Queen A4, let's just talk about how this game could develop, right? This bishop has some issues.
Well, like Bishop D7.
Yes, let's say Bishop D7. So then he's going to line up the bishop with the queen.
Yeah.
Is the knight threatening a discovery? Is there?
Not much,
I mean, maybe this one.
Yeah, but let's say Rook D1.
Even then, you can pin them or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to do.
Yes.
Rook D1, Rook B1. Rook D1, I guess.
Yeah, Rook D1 looks nice. And if you try opening up an attack on my queen, no. Wow, he's surprising us.
Okay.
Aren't you surprised by that move? Queen
Well,
takes
I am,
D5?
but you know.
Yeah. All
so
right.
he probably wants this Queen E4 thing. What is the point exactly?
Queen
so
E4.
Queen E4.
So basically, okay, yeah, he can take the knight, or what is wrong with this move? Interesting. The computer evaluates this position as quite a bit better for white.
Yeah, I think it's because, like in general, your bishop as black, your bishop is a bit too far from the B7 pawn. So maybe you'll not get to play B6, and white will just play Queen F4, and then he'll increase the pressure on the B7
Interesting.
pawn.
So you're kind of saying like this bishop is actually not really capable of helping us out on the queen side.
Yeah, it's supposed to be on
Interesting.
C8.
Yeah, you know, I have to say, like, that surprises me, but I kind of see the point. I mean, white still has, I mean, especially when you see this move, I feel like this move is like an important little move, you know? Kind of controlling D4 and making sure this pawn's not going to be a problem after Rook E8. Yeah, it's not, this one is not really not obvious to me, but in terms of the evaluation. But I kind of see, like, we still have an E pawn versus an H pawn, right?
Yeah.
We still have that extra bit of central control. And then basically, I mean, yeah, the bishop, I guess, on this diagonal has more power than this one does.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I think E3 you kind of got to play, right? I mean, you basically realize Rook 8 is coming. You actually realize at some point that there is no future without E3, but yeah.
Yeah, still just, you know, Queen D5, like, to me was a bit surprising, but okay. Queen E4 is still not on the board, he's thinking.
Yeah, Queen E4 is not the most obvious move in the world, I must say.
What else? What's the most obvious move in the world here?
Yeah, I don't know, something like Rook B1. No, I just thought if we take on D5 for some reason, then well, the reason has to be concrete. This is why I wanted Queen E4 myself.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I don't know. I feel like he probably will do it, or nope, he didn't.
Knight G5.
Knight G5. Okay.
So Knight G5 is basically the same idea that I had, but it probably doesn't work.
Yeah, and it's funny, Knight G5, the way he played in yesterday's game, he's shown a real affinity for this move.
Yeah, and he tried Bishop G5, H6, H4 before that, right?
Okay, so let's see, how are we going to defend against this idea?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's lucky for him that after H6 he cannot play H4. Yeah.
Lucky for him, because it didn't work out very well yesterday.
No.
That's what you mean, yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this is the key square, and I guess there's a lot of moves here, right, for black?
Yeah,
I mean, even like Rook E8 comes to mind.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, black has to kind of calculate a little. Which, once again, like against Jan is probably like a quiet idea by this point. to
Okay.
actually like let him play quickly in some sharper position where he could blunder.
So basically, the point is that on h6, you're going queen e4.
Yeah, I guess so.
And when they take, I guess, well, you're just better in this particular position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Oh,
see
here white
that.
has to be much better actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we can't go for that obvious move. And
Yeah,
one
but-
other thing, there's like f5, right? But it's important that there's like this check. And actually, it's this check.
Yeah, and then there's knight e6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So getting rid of the knight is not so simple.
Yeah, but what's wrong with rook f to e8?
Rook f to e8, yeah.
Yeah. This would be my kind of biggest concern.
Yeah, I mean, basically you're saying like on this move, you'll just go g6. And I'll go knight e4.
Ah, you actually have this move.
Yes,
Okay.
that's.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's have a look. And g6. I guess I have to play. Knight
And then it's
e4.
probably time for this knight to go.
Okay, but what's your next move? So let's say I go queen e5.
I know my next move.
It is e3. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but then I have bishop f5 here, not in time.
I'm gonna get my d6 knight in time. That's unfortunate. Okay.
Okay. And otherwise,
Can I go f4 and then you go queen d4? It becomes a little messy.
yeah, but even
I kind of
if,
like the idea of like
even-
making your queen go somewhere back.
Yeah, but
or-
even I think if I go
Yeah.
back, I go to e7.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess, and-
e7, sure. Yes, you can do that.
Yeah, actually, in terms of positional ideas, white could be just worse.
All right,
some
let's
point,
see. Let's see
so-
what else black can do here.
Okay.
Okay, so rook a e8. Is the computer's choice instead of rook f e8. So he wants to keep this rook. Was that probably not like a huge difference, is it?
Well, we can check.
Yeah, let's check what's going on
Yeah,
here.
so here g6, knight e4, queen e5. The evil is actually jumping, and yeah, it wants queen d6 here. Okay.
Going for the queen trade. Yeah, interesting. And after if the queen takes the queen, we're just taking with the knight, aren't we? No?
I'm sure.
I don't know. Okay. Both moves possible.
Yeah, but cd is so tempting actually.
Yeah.
Preparing knight c5 too, and yeah, knight f6 check is a strength still. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at rook f to 8 then, just to figure out what's the difference.
Wow. Queen d6, yeah, is an idea as well. Okay. Here.
Well, we can do pretty much the same, right?
Yeah.
Knight e4, yeah. And queen d6
Queen
here
d6.
is even better.
Yeah.
Jan goes h6. Okay.
So that's a move that we thought was a bit problematic.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to be concrete then. So after queen e4, h takes, queen takes g4. Yeah, he probably has something very concrete in mind, like, I don't know, queen e5. Although, yeah, this one, what's concrete about it? I don't know. Like, even if we play rook f to c1, yeah, rook d3 I also kind of like.
I had this little idea, but yeah, you're going to go rook d8. Oh, okay, rook f c1. And then you're going to be playing this very soon, or
maybe rook
rook
e3,
e3, yeah.
Who knows. The pawn on g5 is not placed very well either.
Yeah, I mean, here it's quite obvious that the bishop is better than the knight, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, unless you get to, unless black gets to, like, bring all the pieces to king side, like playing rook a to d8, rook f to 8, and some jumping somewhere with the knight, and then, well, attacking b7 is good, but we actually want to attack the king normally.
All right, so rook f c1, and what is black going to do here? Knight d4, we'll just go e3.
No, I guess just
Or rook e3 even.
like
yeah.
rook a d8 or something.
Rook a d8. Okay, wow,
Knight
he didn't,
e4
do, he didn't do
okay.
that. Interesting.
Okay.
We really thought that, this is kind of like a safe move to play for some kind of advantage, but he goes knight e4. Okay, so he's going for the d6 square.
Okay, so bishop takes e2 was an option.
Oh, Jan played rook a8 quickly.
Yeah, quickly. Okay.
So the idea is that on knight d6, he's going to take that pawn.
Or even start with rook e5. I have a feeling rook e5 first is his point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he will start with this intermediate move.
Yeah.
Just to knock this queen out of the position.
Yeah, the queen will probably have to go to d2 and then eventually to f4. But yeah, it's basically the same position. But
all right. So did he? I think he finally made that e3 move.
Yeah, rook e5. Jan keeps blitzing.
Okay. Jan has a little bit more time.
Yeah.
So rook e5. Okay. So what can we just say about like what this looks like? Of course, it's nice. The pawn structure is kind of nice for white. I think this extra e pawn compared to the h pawn is a pleasant thing for white. The knight here is quite nice. I mean, actually, you know, I do feel like you know, the white's position should be somehow quite nice here, no? King?
Yeah, like white is planning some knight d6 attacking b7.
Yes.
But black could actually, I don't know. So he played queen d2. I mean, let's say I go, like it's a weird move to play, but let's say I go rook h5. Some knight d6, knight e5. You know.
Oh, really? Just like that?
I mean, it could be, right? Like at the end of the day, the knight on d6 is nice. But yeah, it's kind
I
of.
would still find it hard to believe, but yeah, I mean.
No, I agree. I'm just saying black has a lot of counterplay. Yeah.
What other options does black have here? I mean, rook d8.
Well, trying to get b6 would be reasonable, but after rook d8, knight d6, b6, I guess we're not in time.
Yeah,
right?
this is going to hang, yes. That's the problem. Okay,
Yeah.
bishop h3. Oh, what
yeah, bishop h3 kind of makes sense, but then it's then it's a concession, and you also need to evaluate knight f6 check.
Oh, so that's actually a very hard move to play.
Yeah.
I have to say, yeah, no, I mean, for a human to even play this move and like looking at that, yeah, I don't see anybody doing that.
Well, okay, you have rook d8, like it's not that clear who is matching whom, but like, but all the things together, I agree, are, you know.
Yeah, it's a little too far-fetched. Okay, I don't think we'll see that. Okay, so.
Also, by playing bishop h3, you kind of say, yes, I'm certainly worse. Like even bishop takes h3 followed by bishop g2 back.
Yes.
Okay, then there is no way for white to be checkmated anymore. And then he will just play, I don't know, like rook b1.
Okay, let's think of some practical options here for black. So basically, okay, this rook's not playing, so rook d8 runs into knight d6. That's white's whole plan. He actually does do that.
Yeah.
Rook d8, knight d6, and now we need to find a move for black.
Let's actually check b6.
Okay.
One time.
So yeah, undermining the pawn is very desirable, but trying to get what you want.
Okay, so queen takes d6, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I understand how this looks, but what is the problem exactly? Is it b7 here? Probably b7, actually.
And you threaten the knight, and you want to also promote that pawn.
Yeah. And it's also important that you're threatening bishop takes c6, which...
Yeah. And it's funny, you can't you can't go back, obviously, because of that.
Wow, actually, yeah, found a fun line. So let's say here we go rook to b5. Okay. Now it's a bit unfortunate that rook takes c6 probably works.
Yeah, I was going to say that. So it just works, right?
Yeah, but I wanted you to take with the bishop.
Okay, okay, I think I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will work for black at the end of the day, but it's funny. So takes, bishop f3.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, b8 queen is a safe option, clearly. But let's say you're greedy and you go rook c8, king h7, b8 queen, rook h5. Are we actually in time to survive this?
Okay, this is very cool. We just sacrificed the whole board to make this checkmate threat. I mean, it actually, well, I don't know. You're going to give me a bunch of checks.
Rook h8, queen d6. Yeah, white is probably winning.
Probably not, yeah, but okay. Jan does go for rook h5. Yeah, look at that. You guys, you often say that you have a similar style to Jan, right? Or similar understanding of chess.
Yeah, rook h5 is not the...
Is this a sign of that?
It's not the proudest moment, let's say. Yeah, given the, the styles similarity, but yeah.
Okay, well, So he goes here, yeah, he wants to go knight e5. So why doesn't this look super convincing? I mean, okay, it's hard to get a big attack when there's like this big knight sitting on d6, right?
Well, it's very much move by move. Let's say if it's black to move, let's say he's allowed to play queen d7. Then bishop h3 is coming next move. No, it just has to be that white is just first. I don't know, some rook b1 or whatever, like white will basically collect everything with the best play.
So just very simple like that.
Maybe.
Going after that pawn.
Maybe, yeah.
You're not quite threatening it just yet.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter really. I'm threatening rook d3. The problem with this pawn though is that, yeah, knight e5 is there, yeah?
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
knight e5 is there.
And then he gets his attack in.
Well, I thought e4. My plan was to go e4, and then I thought if I will get to play more moves, I'll play f4 and d5. Actually, b6 is good, yeah. Okay.
And if I take, you do what? You take on like d6 or something, or?
I go a b casually.
Yeah. Okay. Look at that. Okay. I can see Jan like doing stuff like this. Here we got this idea to work.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So what's the move after rook h5 then? It has to be something you know quiet normally.
Okay. So basically, your next move is knight e5. I actually like Jan's idea to try this move. At least it like makes things a little complicated for white.
Yeah. Well, we can consider f3.
Yes.
Like f3 is not something you like really want to play, given how good the bishop is. But it kind of makes sense to look at it as well, g4 is coming. It could be that white is just winning material.
He actually goes for rook b1.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. And Jan looks surprised.
Yeah.
He looks surprised.
Yeah, I think knight e5 will
He took a deep breath here.
Will be blitzed out.
Yeah, look at that. Knight is going to come in with some big threats.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sees
Yeah,
that
he
for
wants to
sure.
play. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I had to say, I mean, besides the fact that we know the evaluation, like it's not bad for, I mean, you know, we're going straight into this dramatic line.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I have to say that, like, if Jan plays b6, we might actually see this queen hang in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ding
well,
is clear.
at the same time, yeah, sorry for interrupting. At the same time, it's not even clear. So even if it's white to move, so what's the problem? Like after f4, we actually have knight f3 check, like anyway, and then yeah, let's say I go a6 as black, which is actually worse than doing nothing, but just to show that we have knight f3 check. And then if you take twice, there will be queen takes c5.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So you basically here.
Yeah.
This hangs in the end, and then you lose the knight, and black has a great game.
Yeah.
So, okay, but Jan, I really feel like he's capable of finding that. I really think so. He just did it.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I can't believe it. I mean, I can't believe we're going to see that crazy line.
Well, now Ding will probably realize, right? I mean, after c takes b6, you kind of, like, it's either you're missing something or, you know.
But actually, what is white supposed to do here?
F4 would be my guess. F4, knight f3 check anyway. And then...
Let's just show the viewers one more time what is the point of this move. So the point is that when we take...
Yeah.
Well, the idea is not like somehow taking the knight, because, yeah, this pawn is going to probably do some damage. The idea is just to take back and leave the queen hanging. And I have to say that's like a very, you know, it's a very unusual kind of tactical idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you leave leave your queen hanging for free, with the idea that if the rook takes it, the square is not controlled, and then you go knight f3, and you set up like the most beautiful checkmate with the rook and the bishop.
Right.
And that white is completely helpless to stop because white's got no checks. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So there is like a lot of hidden beauty in this position already.
Yeah.
And Ding is probably, you know, coming to terms with that line right now.
Yeah, Ding kind of realized what's going on, and he's now upset, clearly.
I mean, because the thing of the power of this move is that you're basically undermining this knight. This knight is the best piece in white's position, so if you get to take on c5, and then this knight loses support, you know, that's how black starts to take over the game.
Yeah.
All right, now let's try to find some moves for Ding. How does he deal with this?
No, it really depends on how bad we think it is. Like at very least we can play, I don't know, queen e3 or queen f4. Well, queen f4 runs into rook takes d6 maybe. So let's say go queen e3.
Let's just show people the tactics, right? You were saying that this move, but you can't do it because there's a pin, and actually already you would wind up losing your knight like that. Right?
Yeah, and despite the rook on h5 being a little misplaced, I don't see.
Yeah, we're holding that pawn pretty well.
Yeah, I don't see a single idea for white, honestly. Yeah.
So you have to be a little careful. So like you go here.
Yeah, then
But why can't I just take it?
No, you can. I'm just saying, okay, I mean, I'm worse. What can I do?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll check knight b7. If it doesn't work, I'll go knight f5 maybe.
Knight f5, yeah.
Yeah. Knight f5 is actually a very human reaction, kind of.
It is, because you really want to get rid of this like clump of pieces around your king.
Yeah, and you are also saying, you know what, with this rook on h5, I'm not going to be like dead lost. At least in terms of practical game. But actually, maybe white is dead lost. Like even maybe even c5, c4. Like we don't even have threats.
So basically, we're just down a pawn.
Yeah, and I don't see where our compensation is exactly. Well, the rook on h5 does look funny, but yeah, somehow like exploiting it is quite a task to say the least.
I mean, at some point, I mean, I guess we have these ideas, but it's not so easy. Yeah, you just go like knight d3 or something.
Yeah, I mean, also even bishop takes f5. Next move now that the c5 pawn isn't hanging.
All right, what else can Ding do?
Well, f4, should we actually examine f4?
All right. Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah,
and Nepo has sacrificed the queen.
Now he will resign. Okay.
Wow.
Great match.
Wow.
It continues to be like the greatest match ever, I think. Okay.
That's incredible. That's incredible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but hold on. So basically, okay, you guys already know why the white rook cannot take that queen. We've gone over that. Oh, Jan is looking happy, and he's looking at his opponent. He's like, oh, and yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
yeah, I must say, even the tie breaks in the Magnus matches were a bit different. People were not blundering pieces exactly in game one, but okay.
Oh, man. I mean, it is strange, because he was thinking for a couple of minutes. So now is there any defense here?
Yeah, but actually, like, what did he think? I honestly don't get the logic. So
maybe this move, knight b5.
Yeah, you have to play knight b5. But what is the logic? Like, what do you think the idea is?
Right.
So I mean, what's the alternative for black after c takes b6?
Yeah, I agree.
He's clearly now like going through some shock, and then he will find this knight b5, and the game will continue where black will be better. But just like, what did you expect?
Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe he expected that.
Well, maybe he thought rook takes d6 actually. Then after bc, rook takes d2. Okay, I mean the c8 square is under control. And yeah, and after rook takes c7. Yeah, instead rook takes d2, b7, there was probably some perpetual, I don't know.
So this knight is hanging right now. You got to do something about it. That's why knight b5 is the only move, right?
Yeah.
And how bad is this for white? Maybe it's not so bad, right?
Well, rook takes d2, simply, I don't know, it looks really unpleasant actually.
Really? Why?
Well, because the king side...
But without the queens on the board, are we going to get mated? Because I
could.
feel like I'm going to put my knight here nicely, and then I can always attack your rook. Even this rook is a little weird. Maybe you're going to have to move your knight just to get the rook out of there and get her to the other side of the board. Also,
but against Jan, you can be mated with like 2 pieces even.
All right, Ding did find it, yeah.
So let's say knight d3 here. So I take on d2. Knight takes c7. Knight d3. So speaking of checkmates, so after knight d3, what is your plan exactly?
Yeah, so you want to take that pawn, where you want to take it with a knight. Okay, what is my plan? Don't feel like I have an amazing plan yet.
Exactly.
Well, I do have f3 as a move.
Yeah, but then after bishop h3, you have to play bishop h1. I don't know. Like even bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, rook h3 looks dangerous, and this one looks just, you know, bad. I don't know, knight f2.
What are you threatening though? You're threatening this?
I don't know. Bishop f1 maybe.
My trapped bishop on h1.
Yeah, bishop f1 is my threat.
That feels rather stylish.
Yeah, but it also feels like black is completely dominating the board, right? It's even for free, like it's not even an extra pawn for
All right, let's try to figure this out. So knight b5. So Jan is thinking right now. He's actually got twice the time that Ding has, even more. So that's a pretty sizable time advantage, right?
Yes, it is.
Ding must be feeling under some pressure. But okay, Jan is not going to have like a forced win here.
No.
Despite this beautiful queen sacrifice.
Yeah.
And I think, Ding is quite lucky, to have this move where he can save
Yeah,
the
I mean,
knight.
exactly.
Yes.
Like a takes b6 was blundered completely.
You're quite sure that it was a blunder.
I think so.
Yeah, because then he was, he was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
That's the clue,
yeah.
right?
I mean, exactly. If you just think, like, okay, I'm worse. I take on b6. I go knight b5.
Yes.
I mean, you're not staring at this
Yes,
for like 4 minutes after I takes b6, right?
Yeah,
So,
he thought for at least a couple of minutes after AB. So I agree. That's not what you do when you have seen all of that in advance. And otherwise, it just means that this is like a lucky save, yeah.
Well, save is a bit too strong, but yeah, that's
for the moment.
It's only move to continue the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least. Okay.
All right. So Jan, let's say he takes the queen, he loses his queen, and then this is quite a nice move, knight d3. So I have to find some better defense.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. Let's see. I mean, okay, this is just so ugly. I don't really want to play like that.
No.
And then there's like bishop e2 ideas.
Yeah. No, what you want to play is something like knight d5.
You want me to just give away the pawn and play knight f4 or what?
Yeah, I don't know. Like by hand, it just feels like.
I kind of thought about that, but the thing is, like, the rook just kind of escapes somewhere. And
yeah, but maybe here you go knight f4.
Yeah. Rook a5.
Yeah, like rook takes b6. I don't know. Equal number of pawns.
Yeah. Should I?
Rook e5 maybe after knight f4.
Exactly.
Yeah, but even here, okay, maybe I take on b6. Knight takes e4, I go rook e3. I don't think I'm like forced to resign, sort of. I don't think you're actually closer to winning than white to draw.
So you got me in a pin here.
Yeah, I mean I have the a pawn, right? Like I'll normally trade the a pawn for one of your pawns. We'll have some 2 against 1, maybe, if I'll be lucky enough.
Okay, so he's going for this.
Yeah.
Rook takes d2. Knight takes c7.
Yeah.
Knight d3 really seems like the most obvious move. I mean, is there anything else black can do? I don't see it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Probably not. You could make an argument for playing something slow. Well, rook takes b6 is not a threat, exactly. So white basically wants to play knight d5. He wants to consolidate back and, you know, he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Like given that, yes, it feels like black has to do something very concrete in order to prove his advantage. Maybe bishop h3 is the option.
I was thinking though that here, so like if we take and play king g2.
Yeah, I guess we go rook h5 back and then we're threatening knight g4. Maybe knight g4 is not like killing. I mean, I agree it doesn't look exactly crushing. Some rook b5, it's not even clear who's better.
Oh yeah, that's a nice pin.
Yeah.
But hold on, yes, and it's really important that this is protecting the rook.
In case of rook takes f2, right?
Yeah, because this reminds me of the tactics from yesterday's game.
Yeah.
You know, the discoveries. But unfortunately, black cannot go for this one because this rook is being protected.
Yeah.
Okay, amongst other problems. Okay, so bishop h3 also possible. Trying to get rid of this big defender around the king.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't like, Doesn't like intuitively feel like a scary move to me because this bishop wasn't like that amazing. So basically, you just want to kind of take, and go like knight g4, right?
Yeah.
Actually, he goes for that.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, that's why I guess it's good to look at candidate moves.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's good to look at the candidate moves, though. I mean, our line with rook b5 was pretty convincing, so what's wrong about it then?
Okay, so we said
takes, king g2.
King g2.
Is
Here,
there some
and rook
tactics
b5.
here?
Ah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Well, some knight g4 was there, maybe, yeah? Ah, that's what he wants. Typical young, king g2, knight g4.
Ah.
Maybe.
Like here?
Yeah. I think it works.
Okay.
So knight
Hold
g4,
on.
knight g4, you take the rook, knight takes f2 check.
Yeah.
Now if you go back to second rank, then knight take e4 takes e3.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go there, I guess I don't know, I guess he blundered that maybe, honestly. No, I mean it does look scary, but maybe some g5 followed by knight takes e4. Yeah, I don't know how to make this work yet.
Okay, yeah, you're not exactly threatening mate yet.
Well, I'm pretty close, but yeah, maybe I'm not.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's see what else he can do. So, I mean, Ding, he doesn't have to go king g2, although...
I mean, although, yeah. Ah, knight d5 is actually, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really a threat, so...
So actually the idea of the candidate moves is not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have knight d5 and then knight f4 is a threat.
Mm-hmm. Trapping the rook.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
On the other
Can
hand,
oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, the funny thing is, like, if there was no rook here, we can go rook takes g3 and make a draw.
Yeah.
But you can't, I mean, the idea, okay, there's a rook, so we would take with the rook. It doesn't work.
Well,
okay.
you can also take with the pawn.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
there is no knight
basically
f3.
the rook here is
yeah,
important.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So here, I don't know, is it g5?
G5 looks like a nice move, stopping knight f4.
Yeah, but now after king g2, okay, now it's like really, it's a real commitment to something like knight g4, right? Like there is no rook h5.
Right.
And g4, knight f4 doesn't look good either.
So you're basically saying, like, okay, right now the situation looks pretty sharp, basically. It's not clear whether this rook being stuck on the king side is going to be okay for black or not.
Yeah. No, I think black will just have to give up the b6 pawn, then I guess he's okay. Let's say after knight d5, okay, you don't show off, you just go rook h5.
Yeah, Ding has under 3.5 minutes. So
yeah. Okay.
less than twice the time that Nepo has. And he
King
actually
g2.
went for king g2.
Okay.
Okay, we can actually see which move was the best according to this weak engine. Okay, so he's evaluating this position as equal, and
Which probably means white had many moves, right?
yes, so that they were all possibilities. All right, he goes for king g2 and rook h5. So there was none of this tricky trying to checkmate the white
Yeah.
business. And yeah, and rook b5. So we did look at that position a little while ago.
Yeah, looks very natural from
White's point of view.
yeah.
So black needs to be a little careful
Yeah, sure.
because his rook is awkward. And I mean, I really don't like that pin on the 5th rank.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
right now black is just playing for a draw, right? That's pretty obvious. What do you think?
Well, I think black is okay. I think black is just playing. I mean, you probably go rook g5, you go h5, h4 then. So probably white will never get this f2, f4 thing. And then as black, you are not exactly worried about losing the b6 pawn. You are actually worried about losing some pieces that are stuck a little. But let's say I go rook g5.
Okay.
I'm preparing some knight g4. It's not that I necessarily play for a draw. It's just that, yeah, maybe I'm not better anymore. Okay.
Yeah, rook g5 is a good move. But he went for rook d1.
Trying to checkmate, also good.
Okay, so the threat is...
Rook d to h1.
Yeah.
But then after rook takes e5, it will be a draw. Right, so...
Okay, he plays his move very fast. Knight d5.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. I kind of get it. Like, because there's a check.
Yeah, but let's say rook d to h1 is kind of a draw, right? So let's say knight e7 check. I go whatever to h7, you take. Rook h1, h2 check, and we just repeat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's quite likely the game will end like that. So basically the repetition here, guys, is that the king needs to stay on the rook so that this rook won't be able to take on e5. And then black is going to be committed to this kind of moves because white cannot escape with the king because then he does lose the rook.
Yeah.
And I think
So
they're
rook
heading
d to,
into this line.
Yeah, rook d to h1 played, okay.
Yeah.
What was wrong with f6, by the way? I mean, it didn't feel right, but just...
Okay, let's just finish up this game, and then we'll go back and take a quick look. All right, the players made a draw by repetition, exactly like this. You know, just checks with the rooks. I mean, exciting game, I would say, for a first game to the match. Come on, Daniil. Say something. Just say something. Wow, this was great. Very exciting. Try it.
Wow, this was the most unbelievable game in my life. I'm very happy that I saw it, you know. I'm very impressed by the quality.
Okay, very good, very good.
Also so many tactical sharp ideas
Yes.
that I have never seen before, you know.
Yeah. All right, so...
No, but seriously, what was wrong with f6? I mean,
instead of what?
Instead of rook d to h1. I mean, I understand it doesn't look right. I mean, I get it completely that you don't want to play it. So move 31.
Move 31, yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
So right here, rook d to h1, and you want instead of that, right?
Yeah.
f6.
No, I mean, I kind of get that you don't want to play it. I'm like fine with his choices. I'm just wondering.
Yes, I understand. Okay. Well, I see if I go here, I'm going to land in big trouble.
Yeah, maybe it's not a trouble actually. Maybe you just
knight e2.
Maybe you just cover. Yeah, maybe you just cover the g1 square. But then it's interesting. At least some knight g4 is there.
Yeah, it does look like you're kind of creating something, doesn't it?
Yeah. Also, black is free rolling. I mean, clearly the.
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Are there any chances for black to play this move?
So knight e3. Like this, and after rook d to h1, you want knight f1, so you block the rook. The rook's like this. This is actually wise. Okay. Yeah, but f6 doesn't feel right. I agree. Okay.
All right. So, shall we quickly go over this exciting game? And before we take our break, the players have only 10 minutes between games. So I feel like the key point in this game was somewhere around this moment. Where, yeah, so f4 was possible for white, that whole line. There was this queen sacrifice.
Yeah.
Right,
white was basically
white
was basically quite a lot better before. So if we're showing the key moments, we'll probably.
Yeah. Well, we can do that in the recap that you're not going to do tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do it.
Okay. Let's save it for that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So knight takes c7, and now we were looking at knight d3 for black. Actually, so the computer liked that first instinct that you had, but he went for this one. Yeah, it looked a little bit stranger to us, and basically after that trade of bishops, white was fine.
No, I think he just believed in this king g2, knight g4, and then he realized it doesn't work.
You thought that was really the plan?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. As then, like, based on that, you can actually play it. And then you think, okay, g5, king h5, knight takes c4, knight f6, rook h2, something, but yeah, it just doesn't work.
And here, yeah, white had a lot of moves. We even thought knight d5 was possible. Lots of possible moves, but basically, probably black should have played knight d3 to keep the initiative going, a bit like this. And yeah, it's funny because the computer here is looking at this move, which I was kind of feeling like I had to do, but I really didn't want to do.
Yeah, so let's have a look at knight d5 actually, as well, looking at this knight d3, knight d5, I mean.
Knight d3,
yeah,
knight
that's
d5.
what we...
Oh yeah, we were talking about that. Knight takes f2.
Yeah, knight f4.
Knight f4. Rook c5. You get to keep your pawn.
Yeah, but I have a feeling it's not about like exactly rook c5, it's just about...
Just the position is better.
Yeah, just rook a5 too, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just go king h7.
So knight d3 was, I guess, a better shot for black.
Oh yeah, probably.
I mean, it would have kept the game going, right? Put white under pressure. And actually, what we can say, I think Ding can be quite happy. I mean, he was lower on time, Black had a bit of an initiative there. He sort of blundered this idea of Black's queen sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think this whole idea, I mean, they played this like exhausting match. The classical part was exhausting. I don't like they're really very much into, you know, being happy or unhappy after the games anymore. I mean, Ding was also probably much better in this game, right? So
yeah, out of the opening. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jan was out prepared. And yeah, I mean, I don't know.
All right, but in any case, the game ended in a draw. You said earlier, Daniil, that if someone starts the first game by winning, it basically makes it very likely they're going to win the match.
Yeah, it is actually very interesting that let's say we played the Magnus Tour. It was exactly the same system. We would normally play the best of 4. I think like maybe half of the matches would normally finish within the first 3 games. Anyway, let's take a break that I think we kind of deserved. It will be a short one, like 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll be back for the second game.
At that point was some mixed feelings because it's a big challenge for me. But now I can see I'm ready for this challenge. I'm confident about my preparation. Also, I think I grew up a little bit. I'm more mature, so I can handle the pressure. I didn't feel any nervous right now. As I remember, it was Topalov Anand match, which I was in my teenagers. Topalov's attacking play inspired me a lot. Because he had higher ratings, also my recent play in Waikanze was a disaster, so maybe that's why he's a favorite to this match. But I think we have equal chance. It's not a friend, but a good and friendly chess player. Well, he can play very fast and very strong if he's in very good shape. Also, he has the experience of the World Championship, but as I said, maybe he's a little bit emotional. Sometimes he played too fast, he forgot his preparation. Or yeah, if he made mistakes, I will try to explore it.
Hey guys, we're back, and Ding has just arrived at the table for the second game of their tie-break match. The first playoff game finished in a draw in the end game with a repetition. I feel like it was a pretty decent result, you know, for both sides. You know, Nepo was worse out of the opening, then he outplayed Ding in the middle game, and he didn't really put much pressure on him in the end game, and the game ended in this repetition. What do you think, Daniil?
Yeah, I agree. It was, yeah, both sides had chances, but once again, I think they passed the period when they were like capable of like feeling bad or feeling, you know, good after the games, and it's just I think their emotion now is basically like, all right, 1 down, 3 to go, you know.
So you think the players are kind of like numb emotionally at this point? Like they're not really there. I mean, you said they're past the point of feeling good or bad.
Yeah, I think in general, yeah, from some point you just cannot really be that emotional anymore. And given how much of the roller coaster the match has been.
Do you have a desire to be in their shoes, Daniil? Would you like to be sort of one of the players there?
Yeah, okay.
Going through that?
Yeah, okay. I mean, if someone wants to be substituted, I can go right now. I think it will be okay. But yeah.
We got 40 seconds before it starts. Yeah, I mean, okay, well, I guess when you're beyond the point of feeling, it's just that you're, you know, it's just been such a roller coaster of a match. The players have been through a lot.
Yeah.
Emotionally, you know. So it's good that they're still able to sit and play some chess moves.
Yeah, and Ding actually ran somewhere, and now he's back. Okay, I'm not sure.
Okay, he's smiling.
Okay.
He remembered that he can't just run away from the tiebreak game.
Yeah, he has to play 1 move, and then he can run. Exactly.
All right, the players are shaking hands, and Jan is white in this game. It's another e4.
Okay, there we go again.
Is it going to be a Rai Lopez? I think so. I bet it will
Yeah.
be. Ding is just going to stick with what he's comfortable in and not really go outside that zone.
Same with Jan, actually, right?
Yeah.
This position, for some reason, they both seem to...
Really like.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
Jan
D3.
went for d3, so we've had this plenty of times in the match, d6. And now he has to choose like a3, c3, h3, right? Those are the main moves here?
Well, a4, bishop
A4.
d7 played. Well, a4 is kind of new, right?
Yeah, I don't feel like they were doing that in this match, actually.
Yeah, new speaking of the match, clearly. I mean, otherwise a4 is clearly one of the main moves. Castles and bishop e3. Okay, one more attempt by Jan. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, he did that bishop e3, knight d2 maneuver. Okay, so what is bishop e3 about here? I mean, where's the white knight going? Is it going to d2? Is it going to c3?
Yeah, white will probably act accordingly, sort of.
Or a3, where depends on what black does.
Yeah, I guess the point is that, well, you kind of want to have the option of playing knight c3 after knight a5, bishop a2, c5.
You know what I would play here as black? This move.
Okay.
Just to, you know, really disappoint Jan.
Yeah, but h6, I'm pretty sure the ancient likes h6 quite a lot normally.
Really? I don't know.
No, I mean, I think...
I think I've learned something, though, in this match. These are not the kinds of positions that I've played for either color, but I kind of see the importance now of moves like that. I mean, especially because Jan's favorite plan has been that trade.
Exactly.
And I guess if you're going to be going for this type of thing, right, maybe you don't want bishop g5 to be available.
Yeah.
And what did he do? He goes for knight a5 right away?
Yeah, and this is, I think, where bishop e3 kind of becomes reasonable. And he plays b takes a4. Wow.
Okay, he wins a pawn. You seem surprised by that. Is that like unusual for these types of positions?
Well, it's one of the plans. It's just that I don't think I saw Ding doing it often. Okay, bishop d2. Well, the speed of bishop d2 makes me think white is still in the book.
It's been 12 moves, yeah. So where's this knight going to go?
Well,
maybe c5.
Yeah, you can go c5, but then, I mean, again, we lose this, yeah? But now at least we have an extra pawn.
Maybe.
It's not the healthiest pawn in the world, but we have it. Okay.
Yeah, and you have play on the b file as black.
Yeah. No, I think here bishop takes a5 is more of a joke, actually. which kind of, no, it is actually a decent move, okay.
Yeah, not a complete joke. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
No, c5 makes a lot of sense for black, just from every point of view. Like, it protects the knight, but it also puts the pawn in the center, so I think it's just very natural.
Yeah. I would be tempted to do this, actually.
Really?
Yeah, followed by...
knight c3?
Yeah, knight d4.
Knight d4. Okay.
Yeah, there he
There
goes.
he goes, okay. So maybe it's you and Ding who share a similar understanding of chess.
I don't know. Like, it's not supposed to sound bad.
Yeah.
But somehow...
Okay, yeah, don't continue.
Yeah.
All right. Knight d4. And... No, it's knight c6. You're saying a knight c3, knight d4. We got to make a move for white. We got to get that pawn back. Okay, let's
or
go
not.
bishop
I mean,
c4 maybe.
it could be that you just take and you go knight e2 and then you go f4, knight g3, and you start doing things there. Okay.
So maybe you think like even getting the a4 pawn back is not that critical for white in these lines.
Yeah, I would guess so. But then it's a big game actually.
Okay, and he does go knight c3.
He does. Okay. So knight d4, knight b4. Well, I guess knight d4, right? Knight b4.
Looks a bit weird.
Yeah.
And plus there's like bishop c4, right?
Yeah, there are actually some lines where white is supposed to play bishop b1. But yeah, maybe this is not the case.
The knight is slightly strange there, because we're going to...
Yeah, like it's either we do something
c6 and d5, right? Or
yeah, but does it, I mean...
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I like the logic. I mean, I also feel strongly that black has to do something, but...
You gonna take on e4?
Yeah, but let's say I even take, maybe I take c5.
Knight e5, yeah.
Yeah, also this knight is somewhat misplaced.
Yeah, white has a little bit of, looks like pressure here, actually.
I mean, again, white is certainly never worse, and maybe quite a lot
knight
better.
b4 probably not.
Yeah. Zenjin kind of likes knight a7.
Yeah, I don't see black doing that.
Yeah.
But knight d4 I can kind of understand.
Yeah, and Zenjin actually doesn't take here, but plays bishop c4 immediately, which does make sense, of course.
You just want to take the a4 pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know.
All right, so Ding's got to make up his mind now where that knight from c6 is going, because basically all the main moves in this position are revolving around him moving that c6 knight.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of strange to, once again, to take on a4.
Is this a move? Is this just not played in these positions? Because it seems like it should be at least a move.
Yeah, I agree.
But the computer really likes white after this trade.
Well, white normally has to work hard to like actually open the queen side a little, where he kind of prevails normally. And then like all the plans with knight c3 jumping to d5 and rook b1, all that stuff, like normally white would go b4, then a4, then b5, and it would take him quite some time to do things there. Yeah. Yeah, once again, I don't like this general strategy of Ding, like being true to this quiet Ruy Lopez where he's getting outplayed all the time. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's about me. I mean, also maybe he just feels like, you know, this opening is a bit of his baby.
Right.
And he got to protect it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's certainly very loyal to it in this match.
Yeah.
And Jan has a nice 4-minute advantage on the clock. Hasn't had to really do any thinking at all. He has more time than he started with. It's kind of their usual scenario, yeah, where like Ding, is just facing some pressure out of the opening in these Ruy Lopez's.
Yeah. No, but it's still, I mean, it's so strange, no? I mean, okay, this is rapid. I mean, prepare some whatever nonsense. Prepare the Scandinavian, like whatever. I mean, clearly for one day, like most of the openings will do. You know, why would you play exactly the lines that the guy is expecting?
Let's take a look at this.
Yeah.
And now, as this pawn is under attack, okay, there's a few ideas here. So there is that c6 move.
Yeah.
with the point of going d5 if this pawn gets captured.
Yeah, kind of makes sense to me.
Like, look at like.
Yeah, it's a cool line. D5.
It is a nice line.
Yeah, bishop a2. C5. Well, block.
Whoa,
yeah.
There's an exchange sack for a pawn here. That's really nice. I mean, I don't know if I took the right way.
I think you did.
But it's interesting. So the computer is evaluating this type of position as, I don't know, slightly better for white. It could be nothing, right?
Yeah, I think it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like honestly, normally those are not exactly a problem.
So we are recommending for Ding to play knight d4 here, right?
Yeah. Also, after bishop c4, black probably has a lot of moves. Let's say bishop c4, queen e8 even.
Yeah, just guarding the pawn like that. Seems pretty simple.
Okay, Ding played rook b8 though.
Okay, he likes that rook b8 move. He used that in game 9.
So what is the point? Knight takes a4, knight d4, or what?
And even then it's not so clear, right? Because maybe this knight can get to f5. So if knight takes a4, knight d4,
Okay, I mean,
just like that.
Yeah, in terms of like logic, I can sort of understand why you play this.
By the way, if I take here, try to take on b2.
Yeah, then it's normally
There's
quite
some
bad.
kind of like bishop, like what? I'm just curious what's going to happen to me if I take. Let's just think about that.
No, but
are you going to take on d4, bishop b3 or something? You're going to trap me?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like, even if I play something else here, let's say I go rook takes a6, I think it's very, very bad.
But we like this trapping the rook idea.
Yeah, we don't mind at all.
Okay.
Having an extra rook.
So basically, Jan just needs to take this pawn, which is the most obvious move in the position, right?
Yeah, but he cannot do that as he left the board, so, you know.
Ah, okay. See, that we got to call in a substitute. Just go ahead and play that move for him.
Yeah, it would be cool, no? I mean, some random guy comes in, who plays knight takes a4, and then Jan is back.
Jan is back, and it's like, oh, that was a pretty good move, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll take it from here.
Yeah, yeah, some hand on brain, right? I mean, you're like, okay.
I think that would be great, actually, to finish. You know, I think that's an improvement. I mean, it's nice to play these 4 rapid games, but imagine playing some rapid chess with like hands and brain. Maybe getting like Ding and Richie and like Jan and one of his seconds to play. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Getting the seconds involved a bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of the random person playing the move, yeah, I recall the story. I played some team event where, yeah, I think there were like 6 boards in the match normally, and well, there was a team who was kind of missing their board 1 guy. And the rules were that basically, like, as long as you don't have board 1, you actually cannot start the rest of the games. So it's either you start the match with 0, and then the second board goes to play the first board, and the third goes to the second, and so on, or you actually wait for the guy in order to start any of the games. And the guy was like really late.
So one of you guys made the move for him.
No, I mean, I'm not involved, but yeah, the captain of the team actually at some point just played the move. Some, like 1 e6. And, you know, I mean, okay, the move is there. Yeah, there was quite some argument. But, yeah, the people were actually allowed to start their games, which I found quite funny.
All right, well, we're waiting for Ding to come up with a move on this knight a4 move. What else can he do?
I don't know.
So basically, you're saying that the opening of the queen side in these positions is favorable for white, like this pawn is a bit weaker, right?
Well, not a bit.
Yeah, do we just want to go bishop c4 next? Is that like our next move?
Yeah, I would guess so. No, I mean,
and
again...
then return with this knight at some point?
Yeah. No, I mean, again, the way Ding is playing those structures, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. Like b takes a4, okay, sure.
So it's interesting that you feel like this selection by him of that he keeps going back to these positions, even though he doesn't play them super confidently, is, in your opinion, a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, if you, I think there's such a definition of stupidity actually.
Do the same thing over and over again with the same result.
Like trying to get another result by repeating the same exact thing. Yeah, I mean exactly. It's like you're getting outplayed every single time. What are you expecting? I mean, like it doesn't work for you clearly.
So you feel like, I mean, it's funny because he's played these positions his whole life. I mean, he has a whole lot of experience in it. So isn't that kind of ironic that he's actually just not handling them so well in this match?
I don't know. Well, whole life is a bit too strong. I mean, normally when we say the whole life, it actually means that you started in your childhood, and then you have the. I mean, you kind of learned the patterns being very young, and then it kind of works. But I don't think Ding was playing 1e5 when he was like 16, even 17.
Something he picks up later.
Yeah, I mean, he played some Karakan, I guess.
Yeah.
Something else. And 1e5, I mean, based on this repertoire, I think it's just a solid opening that he kind of learned to play. I mean, but I don't have like a feeling that he is like feeling at home there.
What's an opening that you feel at home in from childhood? Do you have an opening like that?
Well, I kind of switched to 1d4. No, but I'm clearly like I'm feeling at home playing my Catalan. The English is also.
You used to play that as a kid?
No, actually. But at least I started playing it being much younger than Ding when he started playing the Spanish. Yeah, Jan plays bishop c4, which is a good move.
Yeah, I am looking at some games of Ding when he started to play this e5. It seems like basically when he got like over 2700.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
So basically, yeah, that was not one of the things that, like, he, from about like 9 years ago, is when he got kind of heavy into this e4, e5 stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I had pretty the same story, by the way. I mean, I kind of like see why it happened. Like, I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I'm just saying it's much better for kids actually to learn to play 1e5 as early as possible, I guess. I think it's like it's a very, very good lifetime investment in your career.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So do you want to know my like pet childhood opening?
Well, let me guess first.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know, Scandinavian?
No, never. I've never played the Scandinavian.
Okay, it's kind of sad.
Try again.
But it has to be something offbeat, right?
No, it's not too offbeat. It's like basically I would say I feel very at home in this opening. Well, and I've played it since my childhood.
Well, Queen's Gambit accepted, but it doesn't count. No?
Yeah, that one doesn't count. But so it's also for black.
So we're talking white?
No, black.
Black, okay, sure. And it's 1e4, not d4.
Yes.
Well, I saw you playing Alekhine. You were not into details.
Right, so it's not the Alekhine defense, which I basically never played in my life.
Yeah, some weird Sicilian.
Just any Sicilian.
Any Sicilian.
Any Sicilian. I've gone through a lot of Sicilians, but I got to say, yes, it's hard for me to drop the Sicilian as an opening.
Yeah, this was my story too. But then at some point I realized that, yeah, I mean, okay. It's kind of fun, but sometimes you don't want to be checkmated on move 20, so, you know, playing 1e5 kind of makes sense.
And black just played c6. Okay, so first of all, I guess we should ask ourselves why we can't just take the pawn, because there seems to be a hanging pawn in this position.
Okay. My first guess would be that because we don't want to. Like something like d5 will restrict our bishop badly, and we are worried about it. I mean, it could work tactically, but it's just that given how good our position is, we kind of don't want to gamble it all on some tactics.
Let's look at this line, like knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3 is one of the most natural moves, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, knight takes d4, because this is maybe like, here's the thing. Okay, we want to win this. I'm kind of curious, why is our advantage so large here? What is so
Well,
amazing here for white?
well, just like all the things you can compare are actually better for white. This is why. So white has a better pawn structure. White has a brilliant bishop on c4. The d pawns are doubled. White
Yeah.
can actually play c3 any moment, so he's the one kind of defining the pawn structure. There is a clear plan with like f4, knight g3, and some kingside attack. And then black doesn't have counterplay at all. Black basically has to sit and wait. And yes, there is no play the queen side, so yeah, it is problematic. And also knight c3 is, I guess, a very, very human kind of move. The engine likes knight takes d4, e takes d4, bishop f4 just as much.
Don't think that we're going to be seeing that.
Yeah, but then like at least our knight is a bit misplaced. It's like on the side of the board. You don't like it, but knight c3 is a very, very human move. You basically make sure you bring the knight to, you know, it's normal squares, and
I agree.
Yeah, you take the a pawn, and yeah, it just looks so good, and also like you don't have a single problem in your position. Like nothing is hanging. You have like all the good pieces. The queen side is opened for you. I mean, for your rook. I don't know. You can just play. Very, very enjoyable position for Jan. It's once again impressive how can you, I mean, prepare the Spanish for the World Championship match. Then like again you're like much worse. It could be even lost objectively by move like 14.
All right. So Jan took.
Yeah. Okay.
So okay, e takes, and okay, now the knight cannot come back to c3 so easily.
Yeah.
So what could he be planning here? I mean, bishop takes a6. Is that possible here?
But then why would he take?
Yeah, then there's d5, and yeah, I agree that knight trade didn't really help him, and the bishop is kind of.
Yeah.
Oh wow, look at that. He actually went for bishop f4.
Yeah. No, bishop f4 is reasonable. So the point is to play e4, e5 at some point, maybe. And then the knight on e4 will actually get the access to
and you
the
know what
c5
else the
square.
point of this move is to like kind of make it harder for black to go d5.
Yeah.
Right, because now we got like a nice pin going on.
Yeah.
But still, it's kind of, I guess I'm a little surprised, like he left this knight on a4. I mean, is this not maybe a potential problem where you think like, what's the future for this knight?
Well, the future is bright.
That's great.
White will play e5 one day, and the knight will probably eventually
Go
jump
to c5?
Yeah, or some, also given the this match, maybe black will just blunder some knight b6. Yeah,
well, I'm definitely curious to see what's going to happen to this knight in this game because it's still an unresolved question. I mean, I don't really see white winning this game without like answering that question.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's just very difficult for black to play. Like, if you look at it from the black side, so what do you actually play? Like, it's not about e5 coming. White has some easy moves to play, rook e1, queen f3. White will just improve. So what are you doing exactly? The a pawn is weak. Whenever you go d5, okay, I'll play some, like, if I'm not taking b8, I'll just go bishop b3, and then my knight will land on c5 eventually.
So basically, you're saying black's pawn structure is just not very good here in the long run. Lots of issues like these doubled pawns, the isolated pawn.
Yeah, exactly. But black doesn't have like active pieces either.
Yeah.
It's just that like it's not even imbalanced as there is nothing to be really proud of as black, right? Oh, your bishops are as a passive.
Yes.
He goes bishop e6. Okay.
Okay. I would say quite a natural looking move.
Yeah, I mean, given how unpleasant it is, I kind of like it.
Yes.
I mean, at least if we'll get white to take on e6, then potentially.
What exactly are we gonna do even there?
I don't know. Rook a8. We get I don't know. We get our d5. Yeah,
You gotta
rook.
go back, and what? I can't take
No, I
you.
actually blundered. But I have queen c7, yeah, maybe it's not that bad, okay. No, I mean, you're not going to fix like all of your problems within a couple of moves here as black.
Yes.
But bishop e6 is, well, I see that the ancient doesn't like it. But let's say if white takes on e6, which is what the ancient wants, then at least, I mean, I can see a scenario where some of the...
Pawns get better.
Yeah, and I mean, also black will get some active
Yeah.
pieces, like maybe we'll play e5, queen e8, knight h5.
Yeah, I totally
Some-
agree. Like, I don't
yeah.
think the engine evaluation is very important for this type of position in a rapid game. I mean, one question though is like, why this move is not possible? I guess just knight d5 or something like that is
Yeah, probably.
quite annoying. Yeah, like one of these knight jumps.
Yeah.
Because in general, we would probably want to have that move. Yeah, if we could just have this position, right?
Well, you'll have it after knight d5, it's just that white,
Yeah.
the version will be not great for white. But let's say, yeah, rook f5. I mean, with a knight on like, I don't know, e4 or f3,
Yeah.
black would be very happy. With knight on a4, who knows? You,
Yeah, he goes rook e1. Okay, so
Which-
that's normal.
which is good, yeah.
Okay, so he will always have these ideas. I guess that's what he's trying to support. He's also defending the pawn so that this move is not a threat.
Yeah. If we continue the same way, I guess we go knight d7. So we basically gamble taking on a6
Yes.
at any point. We are saying, all right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
At some point, though, white might actually have to take this guy.
Okay, tough luck then.
Yeah, and there's, how about like a5? Maybe we should stop gambling with that pawn.
Yeah, but then we allow the same thing with rook on e1, right?
Yeah, and how big is this difference?
Maybe not much. I don't know. There's bishop h4. Yeah.
Maybe it's playable, and the rook not protecting here is like not necessarily a terrible thing for black.
Yeah.
I kind of like, yeah, I kind of like this a5 now. Maybe that way you can just forget about that pawn.
Well, forget is a bit too strong. Also, whenever you go a5, there is actually, well, if white will like really need to take it, he will play bishop d2 at some point. Like, let's say I take on e6, I go b3, I go bishop d2, then I go knight b2, and I just collect it slowly.
Yeah.
But I will collect it. So
Yeah, but I don't mind if you collect it like in this kind of plan, because at some point I'll give it to you and I'll have maybe my pawn on d5 and your knight's going to be bad on b2.
Yeah, maybe. I think the knight is actually worse on a4. Like b2 is the only route, right? Like on the other hand, it's yeah, but I agree. It really depends on the like version Ding will choose, and he actually played a5.
All right. Well,
Yeah, but
good for him that he won't be losing that pawn so easily.
okay.
I don't know. I'm going to just tell you that like somehow intuitively, or the lines we were looking at, like I'm not so sure about that trade. And I know like the computer likes it, but there was something I really liked about just like moving, you know, the knight back to the center, because I feel like, you know, if things go wrong when you have a bad piece, you know, or at least it's like more easy for things to go wrong when you have a misplaced piece, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like, you know, so far we still have not actually kind of addressed what's happening to this knight.
Well, yeah. Like objectively, it's very, very good for white, maybe. But yeah, I agree. I like this knight c3 way better. Like here, you can actually get this picture of black getting a very decent play.
Yeah.
Like white will take on a6 one day, f takes, and some, you know, kingside attack.
Yep.
The knight on a4 will be a bit too far. Like after knight c3 followed by taking and knight e2.
Yep.
Like I could not even. I mean, I have quite some imagination, but like even for me, it's kind of hard to picture white being checkmated here.
And also, like, this pawn would have been kind of easier to capture. Okay. But here we go. Jan went for this. Let's see how this is going to play out. So we got queen f3 on the board.
Yeah.
And let's see. What is he trying to do with that move?
Well, he's just improving his position. I don't think there is some deep point, sort of. Looks kind of reasonable.
I mean, maybe on knight d7 he wants to go queen g3, right? Or is there bishop h4 there?
Yeah, I think bishop h4 exists.
I think in general, black wants to go knight d7 in these positions, right?
Yeah. No, knight d7 would certainly be like one of the first things you'd normally have to consider. So d5 we cannot yet play. Also, we don't want to actually. He goes rook to b7. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it does make sense. Like anyway, we're now watching some quiet game where white is just a bit better, and they're both trying to play some subtle moves that.
What's the idea of rook b7? Just getting out of that pin? Oops. Getting out of that.
Well, yeah. Basically, first of all, you make sure d6 d5 is now a thing.
Yeah.
Like it's not necessarily a threat, but.
But you're like pretending like it could be.
Yeah. Secondly, in some of the lines, let's say if white will take on a6, f takes, then again you can, exactly, you can picture the black rook coming from b7 to f7.
So we kind of like this move, right? Like it's not a bad practical choice by Ding.
No, I mean they're playing rapid and the position is pretty sharp, and like those moves are subtle. Like it's not that simple. There is no straightforward tactics. Okay. Rook b7 is reasonable.
Yeah.
I get the point. I mean, this is not the move to criticize for sure. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, it's kind of decision time for white. There we go. I was just thinking, like he kind of needs to push. He needs to change something. He can't let this game keep going forever. With no clear improvement.
Yeah. So now Zenzen actually thinks that it's very important for black to play bishop d5.
And make a bishop trade and capture back with the knight. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but bishop d5 is a...
not an easy move.
No. And let's say knight d5, bishop g3 is just close to being lost.
So it's interesting why this position is so bad for black. I mean, I guess the thing is that like I can now finally see how that knight is going to get here one day.
Yeah. Yeah, also, once again, there's basically no counterplay. White will even double on the e-file first, like all of his pieces play, and well, both bishops are good, the queen is good. The knight will eventually come to c5, we'll double rooks on the e-file, then we'll take on d6. Black's pawn structure is ruined.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, white's position basically has no weaknesses. They have some very good pieces, you know?
Yeah.
That's the thing, like you might think, oh, well, black sort of has some developed pieces too. Well, black doesn't really have a piece with the power of like this queen or this rook on the semi-open file or like this bishop or even this rook on the, well, I don't know, I guess this rook is maybe comparable. But overall, like white's pawn structure is so much more solid. There's like no targets and some of their pieces are really quite powerful here.
Yeah.
And he actually did play knight d5.
Yeah, so bishop d5 is actually, no, I mean, it is a hard move to play in rapid.
Yeah.
Like it really requires this like superior understanding that knight d5 is that bad.
Yes.
This is the only reason for black to even like consider bishop d5.
Right. I mean, and I think it's just too hard to evaluate like that. This is like some bad move compared to bishop d5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like really, what is the difference?
Well, the difference is that we managed to trade the bishops, which is already, you know, a help.
Yeah.
You'll have some knight b4s now.
All right, but Jan is actually going for...
E takes d6.
E takes d6, okay.
Okay.
So does that give Ding anything extra in terms of chances? Well, he's going to take with the bishop.
Well, it's just that he is now slightly worse compared to being probably lost after bishop g3. And also, I mean, I don't see a single reason not to play bishop g3.
Right.
Honestly.
Because here, basically, like after these trades, you know, black is actually just getting their pieces out.
Yeah.
So basically, we think that Jan did make a pretty big mistake here in hurrying to capture that pawn instead of pulling the bishop back.
Yeah, we are pretty sure, I guess.
I mean, let me just see one little thing. Like, so basically, what's the key line? Okay, the key line is that you win a pawn. That's why black couldn't get into something similar. Okay.
Yeah, but
got
let's
it.
say even bishop d6, queen g3, just compared to the...
Yeah, I see. Well, let's keep going. Oh,
So they actually traded bishops too.
oh, sorry about that. I have to get into the main position.
Yeah.
Here we go. Is it, where is it?
No, it's
Here.
95.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so Jan takes on d6, queen takes d6, plays queen e4,
Mm-hmm.
which is a very concrete approach. But now it's at least much easier for black to breeze sort of some of the issues were solved by Jan actually.
Knight b4 is an interesting move.
Well, it's the most logical one, frankly.
Yeah.
You're attacking c2, and also I guess bishop takes c4. It's kind of a positional threat after that, right? So basically, it has to be bishop takes c6. Like rook a to c1, let's say bishop takes c4, dc4, and something like, I don't know.
c5
or even d3.
Oh, sorry,
I mean,
c5 hangs the rook, yeah.
yeah, this is why rook d7 is probably okay, but even d3, I mean, I don't see this as a big problem. White is a bit better, but it's not a big deal.
How bad is it? Like, oh no, I get knight b4. I mean, I actually think he probably will find that move because it's just very tempting to get some counterplay against the pawn. So like something like this, just curious like what that looks like. Really not a good idea, yeah, because then we start trading off this queen, which is defending everything, and both of these pieces over here in the center are just going to be weak. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So that would be a huge positional blunder to play c5.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play c5. I think he's choosing between knight b4 and knight f4. Knight f4 is quite a tempting move, to be honest. As after knight f4, yeah, he goes to f4.
He's defending the bishop with a knight.
Yeah, and I get the logic. So he's basically saying, okay, there is no way you're taking on e6 with a knight on f4, which kind of means white cannot prevent bishop takes c4. And he thinks, all right, bishop takes c4 is a good thing for me as black. Makes sense to me. It really does.
All right, so what can Jan do here? Well, yeah, I would say b3 is a pretty natural move, right? Because if they take, you take with the b pawn.
Yeah, b3 is the only move that actually kind of differs from the rest. The idea is to play b takes c4 exactly as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, queen e5 is interesting. I just don't really see him allowing this to get kind of destabilized. Like this feels like a pretty simple move, just based on positional considerations, and I don't even see any downside, and you don't even have to calculate anything, which is nice.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Like to me, it's not obvious that bishop takes c4, b takes c4. Let's say knight e6 is such a great thing for white.
Let's see. All right.
It's probably my lack of understanding, but yeah, he plays queen e5 instead.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so now they trade on c4, and white will be a bit better, but it has to be much closer to a draw. Yeah.
All right, so they trade on c4. Okay, so this pawn is weak. I could actually, yeah, I mean, the knight maybe one day wants to, ideally you would go b3 and knight c5,
No,
right?
but there will be no one days, right? I mean,
you're going to play d3.
It has to be concrete. I think we go rook b4, maybe even. Maybe we start with rook b4 actually to provoke something. Like after b3, d3 will be even
more powerful.
Exactly. And rook takes a5, rook takes c4. No, I mean here we have d takes c2, right? Yeah, so
what are you saying here?
no, I'm thinking instead of b3, rook takes a5 is probably the move, but then, well, rook takes c4. Like here, at least I can see why, like it's white who is technically, you know, trying to, I don't know, press somehow. Actually, is there knight b6? Probably not. Rook takes c2. I wanted knight d7 followed by rook 8, but I guess we'll just have this. And also, like even if it doesn't work, like even something like g6 should be quite a simple draw. Okay, so this doesn't work. No, maybe something like rook c5. But this one, I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that it can be really problematic.
So do we have to trade here?
I don't know. My intention would be to go here, to be honest.
Give up the pawn?
Yeah, and then we just
Maybe rook 8.
like this,
and
yeah.
then d3 or something.
Yeah, then we make a loop and we go d3, and I mean maybe you have some weak b pawn that will actually that will actually remain an extra pawn, but it's kind of unlikely that it can be a problem, I guess.
So Ding's got 8 minutes to Jan's 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And at least he got himself out of that bad situation he had in the middle game, right? I mean, his chances in this endgame to make a draw are really not so bad.
No, it's actually impressive that they keep leaving the board, like all the time, so sort of, which as far as I remember is not quite typical for rapid games in general, but also for the World Championship tiebreaks, right? I don't remember this part of the last days, let's say, of the matches between Magnus and Fabi, and Boris and Vichy, and Magnus and Karakin, but I don't think people were leaving the board that often.
Mostly, I mean, has Ding been leaving the board too, or it's mostly been Nepo?
Yeah, but Ding is doing it quite often too. I mean, also now he's he's under 8 minutes, so it kind of makes sense that he finally decided
What
to
does he
sit
need
still.
to calculate here? So, I mean, there's rook b4, there's also like d3 that you can look at, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the problem though, it seems that here, rook takes a5.
Yeah, but knight takes b2.
Right, and I just was curious, because you have this move.
Yeah, I guess
And
so.
the attack on the rook.
Yeah.
Which is actually very helpful, isn't it? So
Yeah.
you can consider that as well, maybe.
Yeah, maybe g3 is
Right here?
yeah, is a problem.
Wow.
And then, like, I don't see. Yeah, rook b4 played.
Okay.
Rook b4 is okay. Like, I don't think it's like a draw exactly, but yeah, there's a number of chances White is supposed to have here has certainly be pretty limited. Maybe we go g3 here too, actually.
Yeah, using the fact that the knight can never take the pawn because he gets trapped. Okay, so g3, I guess we gotta go knight e6, right?
Yeah. It's very close to a draw, right? We just wait for b3, we
Then go d3.
Yeah. Has to be kind of okay.
Okay, what else can Jan do here? So basically, if he takes, we take, this pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
That's why you were going for this.
Yeah, as black, I would only be worried about my rook on c4 being trapped. But I don't see this happening somehow.
Okay, he's ready to make a move. He played rook to c5.
And Ding plays d3. Instantly.
Right away, okay.
Why would he? Okay. Okay, so these guys are a bit too fast. So rook c5, what was wrong with rook c8?
Rook c8. Well, I mean, it's possible, but what's wrong with, what is wrong with d3? Is there
Well, my question
c3
is,
or
well, I don't know, but
g3?
my, and first of all, c3, c3 kind of exists, but probably rook takes a4 works there, right?
You have some tricky tactics.
Yeah, I mean, probably you're supposed to have one.
because this rook is like trapped, isn't it?
Yeah, so rook a1, but how does it work exactly? We go rook e8.
Knight d3 or
Like,
something?
yeah, so basically after king f1, we can just go rook e1 and we have knight d3 in the end. Yeah, so this works, okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about c takes d3? c3 actually hasn't crossed my mind before you mentioned it.
Okay, so pawn takes.
So knight takes d3. Rook c6, there is knight e5. This is why. I just wasn't sure. Like at first, I just thought he's going to take on b2, which is probably also holding. But I was like, wait, why would we give up a pawn like that? But
He's gonna go knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is
Threatening these two guys.
is okay. Yeah.
And basically black just captures here next move and it's gonna be fine. Okay, so let's see what else. So we just went through pawn takes d3. I guess something bad is gonna happen after g3, right?
Well, at very least, there is d takes c2 followed by rook takes a4, which is already enough not to think about it, actually.
That is. That's a good point. But it's good that we thought about it, just to show it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so basically white doesn't have like a whole lot of choices. I mean, you want to eliminate the dangerous pawn, right?
Yeah, it's also kind of insane, actually. I mean, in the World Championship match, like, you don't want this pawn to be alive.
Yes.
Like, any more second, right?
That's kind of what I'm come to realize. Like, after I've tried all these moves and you've shown why they didn't work,
Yeah.
I think I can see why white wants to get that pawn off the board. Yeah, so let's see. So we're expecting c takes d3, right? So that's the line. All right, c takes d3, knight takes d3.
It is actually funny that c takes d3 is the only move.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I don't see Jan not playing it.
Yeah.
He keeps thinking, though. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I think eventually he will. And so actually, we might get a liquidation quite soon in this game.
Yeah.
And that means 2 games finishing in a draw. It means it will certainly go to a 4-game rapid match.
Yeah, he takes. Oh, it's not yet draw. I mean, the players are tied. I mean, things could happen. Also, let's not forget that this is rapid, right? So here they actually have the right to blunder. I mean, they were blundering in the classical games even from time to time, which was shocking. But here, exactly, no, it's kind of okay. I mean, clearly, it's hard to maintain the same level of concentration all the time. So we could very well see some blunders too. Say, I mean, even Jan's like deep third after d3 kind of reveals that well, he is not at his best, right? I mean, normally you see the pawn on d3, you take it. This is it. I mean, it's just, you know, it's about to promote.
Yeah. Okay, he took the pawn on c6, and we're waiting for Ding to play knight e5.
Yep.
Because he doesn't want to go into this line and be down a pawn. So.
But Jan actually likes to, like, kind of play those, like, a little bit playable endings, like something like rook b6 here, let's say. Like, imagine if you take with a knight on c4, I take on b4, I go rook c1. It has to be a draw, but I'm a bit better. I got the file and also.
And also, this king doesn't have like a square yet to go to. That could be. Relevant.
Yeah, so I guess normally rook b6, rook takes c4 would be the move. Okay, but then maybe some knight c3 where no, he goes rook c7.
Okay, he went rook c7.
So what's the point of rook c7? Knight takes c4. Is it knight c5? Yeah, probably.
Probably the points, but then the pawns are just getting traded, right?
Yeah, but then he will double on 7th rank. Okay, he will pretend. So let me show you like a funny line. So let's say knight c5. Knight takes b2. Rook takes a5. Knight c4. Rook a7. Let's say you go g6. That actually runs into knight e6.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, or let's say h6 also runs into knight e6. Yeah.
Very cool line. And you know, it's so funny because you literally are like showing us this theme again of the double rook checkmate that we talked about so much yesterday.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so he might be hoping for something like that. Okay, we got knight c5 on the board.
Yeah, black has to be a little bit precise. I guess after knight takes b2, if he wants to play rook a5 indeed, then I guess rook c4. Okay, rook c4 actually allows rook b7. It's not. It's like a draw anyhow, but you want it.
Basically, this is your idea. It's this. So I just need to kind of be careful about that.
Yeah.
But how am I going to do that, given that like most of my pieces can't move like this rook?
Yeah, but it's not about the idea. It's basically like the idea will never work when you get your pieces back. It's just about like bringing the pieces back normally. Okay, Jan play
knight d7.
Okay.
Okay.
Also kind of, you know, reasonable.
So what kind of tricks is he playing for now? He just wants to go there and attack that pawn?
Well, I think first he will take on a5 to make sure he's not risking
so
much.
I think rook e8 looks pretty normal.
It does, yeah. Well, rook d8 looks normal.
Looks like normal. Let's say I just want to stop knight e5 completely. Or I guess you can still do it if you want.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah. Okay, where did he move his rook to E8?
yeah, E8 is a bit more natural.
Okay, so now, I guess rook A5, yeah.
Okay, so how do we make our easy draw after rook takes A5? This actually reminds me
You
of
mean
this
knight
game
D3?
where they had the 3 against 2 in the end.
Okay.
Some rook G5, you know, it's not like, I mean, you gotta be careful. And they're playing rapid, like the game is not over at all. And also I think in rapid those are the most unpleasant situations in some way. When, well, you know it's a draw, you understand it is annoying. Okay, Ding is about to play some move, which I kind of don't like.
Yeah, knight back to D3, that was kind of like my instinct.
Okay, what about rook G5?
Okay. So is that like a serious threat?
Oh, knight f6 check is serious.
No, I know that, but can't I get out of this somehow?
No, I mean it's very likely that you can.
Should I just go king h8?
Yeah, but then it becomes somewhat, I don't know, rook f5?
Still trying to figure out what you want.
Well, now I want to take on f7, I'll tell you.
No, I get that, but you want like what? Like you want to? There's some ideas of going after that pawn. Probably not.
Yeah, it's actually kind of sad that after f6, well,
Yeah.
rook takes f6 is almost there.
Okay, almost. Hold on. Let me figure out why it's not actually there. Okay, cool. Because this checkmate is actually pretty hard to stop if it wasn't for this move, right? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
It also blunders the rook, so how am I supposed to guard this?
Well,
Get check first, right?
Yeah, I guess, and rook h4.
And then rook h4.
And this, I think, works. Yeah.
Yeah. So white has some interesting ideas still, despite the fact that it's very, I mean, okay, 3-on-3 should be a draw, but still white's got some tricks that Ding has to be careful about.
Yeah, rook g5.
There we go. He loves those rook lifts, doesn't he?
Well, everybody does, huh?
I mean, but I feel like Nepo especially, like I just mean he's been employing them a lot in the match.
Yeah, for me, this is very, very much Levon's trademark, first of all. Yeah, but Jan is very much into it too.
Yeah.
So now, if Black wants to be really cool, I guess this actually could be like my way of doing this, which is probably pathetic. But I would be kind of tempted by calculating this simply. So now rook h1 followed by knight e4 is a threat. So clearly it is knight f6.
King f
Clearly, it kind of makes sense for white to take the pawn. But here,
it should be a draw, right? Like
yeah, I'm inviting some rook h5s actually. No, maybe this is not. Actually, rook h5 is quite annoying.
Right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would be tempted, like I would realize what the problem is, sort of. Like I wouldn't think of it as a joke.
He went rook f4, which is kind of nice because he's also attacking that pawn.
Okay.
So is there going to be like an f3 or?
Yeah. Okay. After f3, we kind of
get rid of that rook.
Yeah.
Isn't this move like very good?
Yeah, I think it is actually. Great move.
Yes. He's showing us why this endgame is not worse for him.
Well, unless some rook g3, still a bit annoying. But rook g3, like at least we give up a pawn, right? So, like I thought some rook e3. Yeah, rook e3 we got.
That's tricky, but
yeah,
probably just move away somewhere.
Well, somewhere is like only a8 maybe, yeah. But yeah, a8 is probably.
Why is d8 bad?
Yeah, maybe it's not actually.
Okay, f3 played quickly by Jan as he comes back to the board. And we expect this second game of the tiebreaks to end in a draw pretty soon.
Yeah, well, it's not yet a draw. I mean, once again, Jan will try. So he'll now play rook d5. Rook knight b4, rook d6 maybe. No, Jan is actually very good at squeezing water
out of a stone.
Yeah, this way, exactly. And you know, say after rook d6 again, like no stress. But after rook d6, what do we play exactly? I mean, again, black pieces are a little misplaced, no?
Yeah, probably rook f5.
Yeah, probably. That's what I thought too. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
you went for this.
Yeah.
Okay. So white doesn't really have any threats for the moment, and I guess we just need to make that rook better.
Yeah,
It's
also
a little stuck there.
yeah, also actually black is like literally in Zugzwang almost. The knight basically cannot go, the rook on f4 can only go to f5, sort of. Well, h4 is insane. The rook on a8, I mean, it feels like you need it there for some reason. So yeah, rook f5, rook d5 maybe. Okay, rook f5 played, good. But Jan is actually doing, I think, a very, very smart thing. So being, I think in general, being much better player with seconds left, and being just a better blitz player, frankly, it kind of like makes sense to play this kind of games till the very end. And then who knows, maybe being down to like 30 seconds, Ding will panic even in some like really drawish position.
Yeah, although, you know, right now Jan is actually a little bit lower on the clock, and it's very hard to make something out of this particular position. So I doubt that they're going to get to 30 seconds in this game.
Yeah, probably not.
You know?
No, but even the way he played, I mean, okay, there was some problems. This rook f4 was good, rook f5, I mean, you know.
Yeah, he made Ding come up with some moves. I completely agree.
Yeah, it's like you don't give up only because it's 3 against 3, right? You just, you know, you keep playing it.
All right, what's he going to do now? Rook b7. Okay.
Okay. So
Can we go just rook d5?
Yeah, but this is typical Jan. So rook d5 actually allows knight f6 check. I don't think he knows himself if he's going to play it or not.
Oh,
but,
wow.
But you know...
You mean you want to do this?
Yeah. Normally, I mean, it shouldn't be a problem.
Right. Probably is not a big deal.
Yeah, like knight d3, rook f7, rook g5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook d5 looks pretty solid. I mean, in general, I guess black just wants to get a pair of rooks off the board to make it quite obvious.
Or a pair of knights.
So he goes rook d5.
Yeah. Rook b6.
Yes, Jan says.
So actually didn't he just blunder? So rook b6 followed by rook b8? Okay. Yeah, maybe he is like extremely lucky and nothing happens there.
Hold on. I see what you're saying.
Okay, he plays rook d8.
Nice.
Rook d8 is a good move.
Okay, you were saying that like basically if this knight moved, there was like already starting to be tricks on the back rank.
Yeah, I mean I don't see the like the decisive trick there. Yeah, but rook d8 is good. And he is actually he's actually forcing the knights off. Then knight f6 takes. This one you don't need to play actually.
Yeah.
I mean after rook d4 it will be just one pair of rooks and 3 against 3. Okay.
Yeah, very nice, accurate move by Ding.
Yep.
All right, so far it looks pretty balanced in this match. What do you think? I mean, we haven't had anything too dramatic where like one side was just like clearly winning and then there was like a big turn in the game.
Well, I mean, it really depends on what's clearly winning. Like in this game, White was probably objectively winning.
Yeah, but I wouldn't really call it that. I mean, it wasn't like White really made it crystal clear like that they had something, that they fixed their advantage. Like sure, like they were kind of better for a few moves, but like, you know, Ding was not like suffering in a bad position for like a number of moves in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, I see your point. Like, if we're talking, let's say, like, I don't know, blunders, or anything like that, yeah, I mean, it's not that White was, like, winning in one move, like, he basically had to play one move, and then it is, like, resigns immediately. I agree. But, yeah, I mean...
Well, I mean, okay, we've been seeing each side have some sort of advantages in these games, but nothing, like, not making anything too dramatic out of them.
Yeah. No, but then again, what's dramatic, basically? So
well, dramatic is like, I don't know, it's like that game 8 where Ding had like truly winning position a couple of times, or like Jan having that like -4 advantage in game, what was it, like 12 or something.
Jan actually wants to play this position. Okay. I know, they're just repeating, yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna have 2 more games, guys.
For sure now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should we do a little recap of this game before we go on our break?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why don't you just show that key moments kind of like in the middle game, right? Where we felt that Jan had a nice advantage.
Yeah. Well, basically, long story short is that White got a very good position in the Spanish again. He was playing pretty well. Look. Yeah, so he was playing pretty well, and well, the position after e5, knight d5 actually looks very, very good for white, and after something like bishop g3, it seems to be the case that black is kind of paralyzed, and white was like more or less winning. Although maybe it's not completely clear, but objectively it was the case. Jan took on d6 instead, and yeah, started trading the pieces. After which I think Ding defended very well, and they got this ending where Jan has this little pressure for the rest of the game, but yeah, it was not supposed to be enough, and yeah, it wasn't. Jan tried actually to create some problems with two rooks and knight in a symmetrical position with 3 against 3. Yeah, but this rook f4 followed by rook f5 here, and rook d5 followed by rook d8 were actually very good defensive resources by Ding. So yeah, this is why the game finished in a draw, and we go for our break.
And we're going to see you guys in a few minutes for game number 3.
Yep.
You know, like in this Kung Fu Panda cartoon, yeah, like there is no secret ingredient in my soup, yeah, so I tried like, yeah, not to put in any secret ingredients. So that's probably the only trick. When I was a small kid, I think I was studying Kalechin's games, first of all, the first ever Russian world champion. Okay, I haven't played for half a year, and yeah, I think just not playing too much, yeah, is a good way to get hungry. I think previously, when computers were not so strong, yeah, it was really important, like you have like so many guys who can work simultaneously. But now I think if you have more or less nice engine, you get the result, like you hit the space bar and you get the result. Like the amount of work one player can do is tremendously bigger than before. And yeah, okay, I have my own experience, quite a bitter one, but yeah, it's still an experience, so maybe that's a little bit like something which probably favors me. I can only praise him, like, yeah, he's very, he's very consistent, yeah, he's capable of like playing almost as good as an engine, yeah, and I think pretty much as well as Magnus, he doesn't have like obvious like weak points in his play. He's absolutely brilliant chess player. So it goes just without saying, and yeah, I'll probably if I'll be lucky to find some weaker spots in in his armor, then would be fine. If not, then okay, I'll fight as it is.
Hey guys, and we're back for tiebreak game number 3. So far, nobody has been able to break through. Both players have held some kind of advantages, but it hasn't really gone too much over like a one pawn or so advantage, and the other side has been able to defend.
Yeah. Well, I think Jan had very good chances in the second game. Like, objectively, I think it was just lost for black, frankly. But yeah, indeed, for the rapid game, it's not obvious. It's not that you're like rook up and you like only need to convert. So, yeah. Once again, I think the trend sort of continues and remains to be the same. That, well, Jan has more reasons to be disappointed. Like, with these two games, if we count them together, well, I mean, Ding was like quite a lot better as white, but not as much as Jan was in his game as white. And then Jan actually managed to, you know, to get the initiative as black at some point. And once again, it looked shaky for white. Ding clearly blundered this a takes b6 thing.
Yeah, I think the first game definitely had a kind of a spectacular position on the board, where Jan at least got to play a queen sacrifice with like a really beautiful tactic. So that was quite special.
Yeah.
And it was quite lucky for Ding that despite missing that, he still found a way out.
Yeah. Well, Ding keeps fighting. Once again, I mean, as I said, he kind of adjusted to playing, not even to playing badly, but he kind of realized that he seems to be like missing things from time to time. And it doesn't seem to like shock him that much anymore. He kind of adjusted and he is like, all right, I blundered again, but look, it's not yet that bad, so let's just continue the game. It is actually a very good quality that he kind of mastered, I think, in this match. To say Magnus is very good at it too. To actually continue the game like nothing happened when you like blunder or you go through some other kind of dramatic events. And yeah, speaking of his emotions, I think he kind of managed to keep them under control. At least after the very beginning of the match, when he was like worried, like always sitting in the restroom and traveling from one hotel to another and all that stuff.
Yeah, we have to, that feels like so long ago, but it's true that at the very beginning of this match in Astana, I mean, all the focus was on Ding's, I would say, like psychological instability that he was showing, right? Like we were definitely discussing things that were not typical for a world championship match, like a player changing hotels several times, like he moved into the main hotel, moved out of it, moved back into it, you know, kind of talking about being depressed. But that was a long time ago, and since then, you know, he's definitely settled in here. We see him, you know, living in the main hotel and having breakfast here all the time. And obviously, psychologically, he looks a lot sturdier.
Yeah. Well, in general, they went through a lot in this match, right? I mean, it was like difficult to commentate on this match. We can only like imagine how difficult it is to actually play this match.
Yeah, and that's maybe your perspective, Daniil. Like I found it very easy to commentate on this match.
No, I mean, I find it joyful. I'm just saying that, well, sometimes the nerves are such that it's just, you know, a little painful to be watching. I mean, you're worried about the people. You sometimes want to call the doctor, you know, you're like, are they actually okay?
Right,
like,
that's true.
Do we really need this like champion to be defined? Maybe we'll just, you know, make sure they're okay.
Right.
This kind of thing.
Okay, well, they've settled in for game number 3, and actually, shaking hands, Ding has played knight f3. Wow, it's the first time in the match, Daniil. I've been predicting this move, you know, for a while. I was like, when is Ding finally going to go for the ready? And here it is. Yes, it's an opening that we saw him showing some interest in those Lee chess files. Are we going to have a King's Indian attack for the first time in this match? No, he's going to go for the c4 and like b3 system, I think.
Maybe d4 actually. No, b3. Okay.
Yeah, so this b3 system was given a little bit of attention in those training games in the Lee chess files.
Okay.
So not a total shock.
Yeah.
But also, I think not a total shock for Nepo. So he goes for the most principled move, c5.
Right. C takes d5.
And is White going to go d4 here and try to get into these like Krush? Like knight d5.
Knight takes d5. Okay.
Is that's the main move? It's like e takes is not considered as good.
Well, I think they're both kind of main moves actually, yeah, I think they will keep following the theory for quite some time. Yeah, this is all I think okay. there is some line where I guess they take, yeah, exactly, knight takes d4, and then bishop d7, and I guess white is supposed to play some strange move, knight h3 at some point. Here exactly though, I don't know.
Queen d4, there's bishop f6, right? So, and they've been playing really quickly. Nepo again. I mean, he's got more than 26 minutes.
Yeah, I think I saw some game like this, and I guess someone, like there was some strange blunder. I guess someone went knight f4 here, which probably works, by the way. How about that?
Why, you feel like that move works?
Or maybe someone was supposed to go knight f4 but didn't, like one of the two.
I would say that's a really cool move.
Yeah, so the point is that basically after queen takes f4 there is bishop takes b2. After g takes f4 there is queen takes d2 followed by bishop takes b2. Which is, by the way, not the end of the world after rook b1. Maybe it's even white who is a bit better. Yeah, and after queen takes d8 first there is knight takes e2 check intermediate, and then black is in time to collect everything. Queen takes d4 played actually, so this position could... so we're actually getting there, right?
Yeah, by the way, so the one game in the Lee chess files that went to this position and went with the move, it's like after knight takes d4, bishop d7. And what do we have? Like, so that's, we already passed that point, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but bishop d7 was, I think, considered to be the main move, and then knight a3 was the key line.
Exactly,
I guess,
knight
here.
a3 and bishop f6.
Yeah.
That's how that game continued, yeah.
Yeah, but yes, this would not be new. The position after knight a3. Yeah, I mean, I guess many people played it. Naka played it as white, I'm pretty sure.
So we're talking about this move here.
Yeah. But actually, what they got in the game were actually, well, we might see this knight f4, right? After queen takes d4, well, bishop f6, queen d2 is forced.
Right. So wait, are you saying, like, how is this supposed to be good for white, good for black?
Well, I'm saying knight f4, I think g takes f4 is a, well, not exactly a must, but like the only reasonable move. And yeah, and then they'll play this position, rook b1 or rook d1, followed by knight c4. I mean, I don't think white has much, frankly.
So this would be a game Kramnik Mamedyarov from the Grand Chess Tour Paris Rapid Tournament in 2018. It actually went down this road. So okay, this actually all been seen before. And yes, bishop f6 played by Jan as he returned to the board. And knight f4 is definitely an attractive move, but not like a new move or a winning tactic or anything.
Yeah, and this is his prep, so clearly, I mean, he just makes sure this is the right position, but yeah, he plays knight f4 pretty confidently.
Well, surely Ding must be aware of this, right?
Okay, given his reaction.
I mean, that he seems like completely unready to make a move.
Yeah, he's like, what? I don't even get the point. I mean, the knight is attacked 2 times, right? I mean, what's up?
Do you really think like he might not know this position?
I think he might.
That really, he might not know it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to believe anything, but I don't think it really matters. I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't take a good player too long to actually figure out that you go g takes f4 and you play this ending, right?
Yeah, it would just be kind of surprising if he would kind of fall into it. Like, I don't know, is that really the intention to get into this endgame so early with like black having the bishop pair? I mean, I guess you have a little bit of pressure here, but most likely black should be able to neutralize that. Let's take a look at how things will develop a little bit further down. So, rook d8. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to go knight e4, knight c4, rook d1. What does white do here?
Something like that, yes.
Like this?
No, I think it's basically very much about black developing his pieces or not.
Right, developing these two guys.
Yeah, and I guess, let's say if we are not in love with let's say if we are not in love with rook d8, I guess even bishop d7. I think in general with the 2 bishops you're not supposed to lose this. Some rook, I don't know, d8 for instance, or b8, I don't know. Then you go bishop b5.
No, Ding really seems surprised by this move.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I keep wondering about the prep, and you know, it's kind of funny that these are probably 2 last games of the tournament, and I'm still wondering, you know, I'm not sure.
I mean, like, how well known is this of a position?
Well,
I mean, this is, so you kind of know about this position, right?
yeah.
Is it like you consider this like just generally like everyone should know this if they're playing these lines, or? Let's actually look it up and see.
Well, it really depends on the way you see things, sort of.
Yeah.
It's also mysterious to me. Listen, it's not even about that you kind of need to know it if you play it.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, like, this is not my pet opening. I mean,
Right.
this is not a part of my repertoire either. It's just that I thought those games are kind of hard to miss. I mean, basically, if you're like following chess, you have the, you know, the database, the internet, and you're a professional chess player who normally follows the games.
So this position after knight f4 was actually first reached in 1981
Okay.
by not very famous players. Then it was reached again in, you know, a few more games. Let's see, in terms of stronger players, yeah, it was Kramnik Mamedyarov from 2018, but
Okay.
Artemiev Duda as well from 2020.
Okay.
So yeah, it's definitely been seen in the games of top players.
Yeah. Yeah, but the problem is that once again, this is Artemiev Duda.
Yeah.
I mean, we just saw it, right? It was some random blitz at yeah, chess 24 blitz or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Ding
Kramsky-
actually opted for the same options that Vladislav did, by the way.
Okay, so okay, he went rook a d1, yeah. Ah, okay, yes, that's also what Artemiev went for, rook a d1. And Duda in that blitz game played rook b8, knight c4, bishop f6, knight e5, rook d8, and then he kind of neutralized things from there.
Okay.
I mean, what do you think? Rook b8 is a very sensible move for this kind of position, isn't it? You protect the pawn, you get bishop d7 ready, or maybe b6 ready.
Yeah. Well,
Jan
Jan
played
goes.
bishop f6.
Yeah, which is completely reasonable. Knight c4 was coming anyway, so he yeah, he kind of starts with his mass
Yeah,
moves.
and this is never really a problem because you can always move the bishop back.
Yeah. It's probably a decent move though, and I don't know, followed by rook c1, but yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of wondering. I was like, should you maybe first wait to see where this knight should go before you make a decision? You know, because bishop f6 does commit the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, at least I would say after rook a to b1, we wanted bishop f6 is black too.
Yeah.
So if after rook a to d1, bishop f6 is the best move, then
Then then rook
Yeah.
a b1 just would have been dumb.
yeah, exactly.
Right. So yeah, this is a little bit surprising that he didn't try, you know, some other move here like rook b8. But okay, here we go.
No, my point is that it's probably not surprising after rook b8, knight c4, bishop f6, you're supposed to reach the same position.
Right.
No, I think just
But you're giving white some extra options, right?
maybe. No, I think it's just that rook a d1 is a good subtle move.
Ah, it's better than rook a b1.
Yeah, not playing rook a b1 automatically, but actually investing some time. Okay.
Okay. So
Knight
where's Ding taking the
c4,
knight? Knight
yeah.
c4. Okay, so it can still be like the same thing if
Yeah.
black decides to go rook b8, which
Yeah.
I think looks very normal.
Yeah.
I mean, right? I mean, it's hard to find a move that is like more appropriate than this one. You're basically getting ready. I mean, like, then if they ever come in with their knight, you can just go b6, right?
Yeah.
And you don't need to worry about that trade, and you don't have a rook sitting here anymore.
Yeah, the question is though, what is your next move? So let's say I don't know.
b6?
Yeah, like exactly b6, right? b5 allows knight a5 or knight e5 too, yeah. Maybe it is b6.
Well, there's also this rook d8 idea, and then kind of like coming in with the king.
Yeah.
So like, let's say you make a random move, which would be what for white?
Well, exactly.
Okay, well, I'll tell you a not random move, which is knight e5 was played in this particular position by Artemiev, and then rook d8 happened.
It's kind of reasonable. So knight e5 was actually supposed to stop b7, b6. Kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, it doesn't look like Ding is getting anywhere, to be honest. Okay, rook b8 played.
Yep. And very quickly goes to e5. Okay.
Okay.
So they're following this game, Artemiev Duda.
Okay.
And now if Jan plays rook d8, he will just keep staying on that track, which I think he'll do because it's just not a very difficult move, right?
I don't think he will actually.
Really? What? Okay, hold on. Let me try to figure out what other plan you have here. I mean, the only other thing, yeah, I mean, what other plan do you have? I mean, you can't move the bishop, the pawn, or the rook. Moving this bishop, trying to go to f6.
No,
You know, you're kind of walking into maybe knight d7 or something, bishop e7.
Yeah.
So what? You don't think he's going to do that move? Why?
No, I just think it's not that natural, and I'm not sure it's like the only good move. Well, a5 is probably okay. No, but first of all, I don't quite get what's like exactly wrong with b6, to be honest.
Well, it's scary though. It's scary to like let the knight in here.
Okay, but you bring
What do you mean?
the rook to c7, you know.
You're saying
Like
it's not a big deal.
This is one thing. I mean, it could be some e4 followed by e5, I don't know. But it's not obvious at all. And yeah, secondly, how about I just take on e5?
Oh no, I don't want to give up that bishop, but okay.
Okay.
Then you're going to go b6, yeah? Or what?
Yeah. I even thought about b5 followed by b4, but maybe b6, yeah.
Okay, hold on, so...
But here I kind of understand, well, you wait for bishop b7, you go rook d7. I mean, again, I'm not supposed to lose this, not even close, but yeah.
Well, I'm willing to bet a good amount of money that he's not going to take that knight.
Okay, you can have rook d8 against all the rest.
I think we've tried that before, but I don't know. To me, this move, like, it makes sense because, first of all, if you get that rook trade, you start having f6 ideas. I mean, I'm willing to take that. Okay.
Okay, sure.
That's fine.
Okay. No, here I think you're doing well.
Yeah.
Rook d8 is quite likely.
I mean, rook d8, and I also like the way that it allows like the king to come in. And I mean, given that he almost can't move any of his pieces, and I don't like giving up the bishop.
Yeah.
I feel like he can definitely play that. I mean, unless there doesn't seem to be any tactical problem. Like, let's say you take, I put the rook here. I can go.
Let me put it on c1.
C1.
I got one trick.
Oh, a trick.
Yes.
Hold on.
But you will have to help me.
I have to go king f8.
Yes.
Okay. I will help you. Here we go.
Then I take on b7.
Yes. And then I just walked into your knight fork. How nice of me.
Yeah. It's kind of nice to have friends, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then if you take with the rook, I win here. So
yeah.
We did walk into that trick. Now, but if we're not as cooperative, there we go.
Yeah,
yay,
you got
yay.
it. Yeah, okay, you got it.
It's always a great moment when I win our bets.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
It's always a horrible moment when I win our bets, right?
No, it's really not that bad either.
Okay.
It's just fun to play. All right.
Okay.
So we got rook d8 on the board.
So is there some sort of an idea for white?
For white?
Well, first of all, actually, it could be the case that there are some subtle moves here, like, I don't know, bishop e4 or something. So basically, like, I don't need to force f7, f6 myself as white, right?
Right.
Maybe this is your plan, so let's say maybe, I don't know, bishop e4.
Right. It's just pawn moves like that could be useful.
Yeah, e3 maybe, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not sure what
do I want, right?
What both of them are doing exactly, yeah, but...
Yeah, well, I guess, like, moving out the king, maybe that's my idea, like, move the king all the way.
And then?
Then I'll think about it.
Okay.
All right.
Very, very
yeah, I was talking.
advanced thinking.
Yeah, no, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday. He was like, I think, just a couple of moves ahead, just a couple. So that seems like it's enough.
Okay. So, okay, let's say you get what you want. Let's say I go king g2.
Okay.
I just feel like at some point you'll just take on e5 and play bishop d7 maybe.
Yeah,
Or
that can
you,
happen.
or you get your bishop d7 like this. Here though, I thought you were a bit too far away. Yeah, exactly. Rook takes d8 first maybe, and then bishop takes h7.
All right, do you want me to like throw an h6?
I don't know.
Let's do it.
But then f6
I know.
will allow knight g6, right? Yeah.
But okay, but it's fine.
Okay.
I'm just curious how white can really make progress here, which is very hard for me to
Okay, I guess I
figure out.
take. Yeah, he takes.
Okay, he took
d8.
right away.
Yeah, okay.
So he took. So he's kind of helping clear out that f pawn for possible ideas.
Okay.
And now perhaps we'll see rook c1.
Or d1, who knows? Actually, most of the moves are. But what about rook d1, by the way? What do you play?
Yeah, so I was wondering, should I go to c7 or I'm just going to go to e7.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
you
what I
might
said
go-
too. And then, yeah, he goes to d1. Okay, I'll keep doing this for as long as I want. There is actually knight d7 too.
Yeah, because that might kind of make me have to give up a pawn at some point.
Yeah. But let's say I go e3.
Right.
But basically f6 is the idea, but it kind of weakens the pawn on e6.
What happens on knight d7?
I mean, I guess you walk away and, you know, you bring the king
Wow.
there. But yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying.
It looks awkward for black, but actually it does seem to work, right? Because it's like white's not really easily able to improve this position, and actually black has a plan. Once I start pushing your pieces back, then my position can get normal.
Yeah. No, it probably is normal. It's just, you know, as black you're a little worried, no? I mean, being like boxed in the corner.
Yeah.
With those pieces you're like, okay, if I blunder something, actually this will not look cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think, fortunately, white just doesn't have a way to make progress.
Yeah, not too many pieces.
Yep.
So that's true.
And he did go to e7.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I think that's just an important point, that when the knight gets here, like it seems like that's the idea.
Okay.
Which is maybe not like the most intuitive thing in the world, putting the rook back in the corner.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Okay, so we started with your tricks.
Yes.
There we go. That's quite an interesting move.
But it makes exactly zero sense,
Because
unfortunately.
it
Yeah,
doesn't
I
really
mean,
make any threats.
well, I kind of thought my positional idea could be to play bishop d7,
Uh-huh.
and then I kind of trade and I get rook d7, and here I go knight d7. And then I thought maybe I reshuffle to c4. Maybe I go bishop b5, bishop c4. But I was just
Yeah.
so desperate trying to like,
Create an idea.
yeah, like make it a reasonable move, sort of. you
Yeah.
know.
It's kind of interesting, yeah, king f7, bishop c4, because at least I can't go king e8.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's actually
And
not.
actually, I mean, there is a
Yeah.
threat on the board.
Like it's not that stupid, no.
Hold on, hold on. This bishop c6 move is.
Yeah, crushing probably.
let's deal with it a little bit better.
Okay.
So basically, on f6 there was knight d7.
Yeah.
So how should I understand like what your main threat is? Is it just so that I know what to stop?
I guess if you pass exactly, I probably go bishop d7.
Okay, let's say here.
Yeah, maybe I still go bishop d7.
Then there's f6.
Yeah, but then I would say take on c8.
He went
He played knight d7.
knight d7.
Okay.
All right. So now we're expecting rook a by Jan.
Yeah, most probably.
Someone is saying there's a line like this here, and then a checkmate on the back rank. That's our YouTube chat, actually.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, guys, that's a really cool line. But unfortunately, there's that block.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't go for that back rank trick.
Okay. Tell it to Ding someone. He could be, you know,
Yeah.
heading for it. Yeah.
That was our viewer Ngin giving us this line. Okay, so
Still impressive how often they actually leave the board.
yeah, in a rapid game, right? I mean,
Yeah.
they're basically definitely still in this mode of walking around. But okay, it's like a long game, 25 minutes, you know?
Yeah, but it's still cool that Nepo came back and he's now the only one there. Which means there was no one. Like you're better at maths, but this is my
Yeah.
maths. So basically, if Nepo came back and we only have one guy over the board, then it means we probably had one less, which makes it 0. Yeah.
All right, so Nepo, here's the point, guys. Like, if you take this knight, then you let the rook in, then you got this double attack problem, so you don't really need that. You'd lose a pawn, which is why.
Yeah, exactly. Not need, right? It's not that you're lost necessarily,
Yeah.
but just why.
Yeah, why give up that pawn on b7? So he's going to play rook a8, and then he's going to find a way to kind of get his king into the game and push the knight out of d7.
Yeah. Let's actually have a look at this bishop c6. Oh,
Maybe we can read Vishy's tweets.
bishop c6 was actually a decent move. Oh, rook a8 is actually bad, by the way, after a4.
Wow, a4?
Ah, yeah, makes sense. We want a5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so he takes.
Ah, he took.
Yeah, this was my feeling somehow that, you know, I mean, taking has to be pretty safe, right?
Okay, yeah, because of king f8, and then
Yeah.
are you getting a rook trade by force? I guess you are, because otherwise your rook is activating.
No, but even if I do, let's say, if I go like bishop c5 and then I get g6 and a5.
Oh yeah, and Vishy says, and now the opposite colored bishops matter much more than a pawn. Yeah, Vishy's actually tweeting.
Okay. Makes sense.
So he played king f8.
Yeah, king f8 is even better. So now bishop takes b7.
Rook d8.
Rook d8 and
rook c7.
Yeah. Can we? Okay, no stress, right?
Yeah.
So a5. Yeah, but then it's then again it's like a bit of a game.
Yeah, I agree.
Like we can do this. We can bring the bishop to d3. We will never have an idea really, but you know.
So can you show that position again from just like since this endgame, okay, we're going to be looking at it for a while, but the idea was we were thinking that rook a8 was good, but it was actually bad because of this. And so basically the idea is like the pawn was going to walk up there, and you can't really stop it because then you'd be weakening that square. So this is actually a pretty cool, resource that White has, adding the pawn in to the game.
Yeah, but it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't go really into details, but in general, being boxed like this, I mean, both we have the feeling that this could be wrong for some reason.
Yeah, Black just has no time. I mean, I guess for this plan of like bringing the king here.
Yeah, I actually checked bishop c6 briefly.
Yeah.
It was a very decent move. Yeah.
Oh wow, it was not just tricks.
Well, it was tricks, but
yeah, that's okay. Well, we can maybe talk about that more in our overview of the game later. Right now, let's get to the current position.
Right.
So we got this on the board, and the players are in this opposite colored bishop endgame where Ding is up a pawn, but it doesn't seem like this is like a serious problem for Black. At some point, Black is going to put this pawn here, control any sort of breakthroughs, not let this bishop get too powerful, and I suppose at that point he'll want to put a rook on the second.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard for White to win this.
Yeah, given the pawn structure, I think that it's quite likely to be a draw, even if Black is rather passive. Like even without rook d2 at all, I just go g6, and then I start, I don't know, like bishop
b4, yeah.
Yeah, bring the rook to b6 maybe, and then I just wait. Okay, I mean.
Yeah, and Jan has plenty of time. He's got 15 minutes. Actually, a little bit less than Ding.
Yeah.
So it's funny how in these rapid games, we're actually seeing a lot more end games than we saw in the actual match.
Yeah, but it kind of makes sense. This is why, in general, I think it makes more sense to play rapid, as the line is closer. And in rapid, people actually believe that you could, win such a position or lose such a position.
Right.
And we could see that, some things were happening. In the endings. But in a classical game where you can basically, like all of a sudden you can just tank for 30 minutes, I mean, clearly, you just calculate it and stuff. So in rapid, I can see someone playing rook 8 instead of taking on d7. In the classical game, of course, I mean, you just think for like 15 minutes, your OS a4 is just crushing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there is no way. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think in the classical portion, their middle games have been very exciting. And like in these games, it feels like, okay, the middle game part is for some reason, I mean, I guess it's because it's a fast game, right? But the middle game seems like it's over fast, and then we're winding up in these end games.
Yeah. Well, although the end game we had in game 1 was basically, yeah, because of the queen sacrifice in the middle game, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's not the worst way to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that bad.
Jan is looking at Ding. He's feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah. But what you're saying is correct in general. I think it's much harder to play sharp lines in rapid. So rapid is like way more about the
instinct,
the technique actually.
Yeah. Ah, okay.
And the things you're actually capable of doing without spending too much time. Where let's say, I mean, if you go play some rook a2, let's say Ninso, in rapid, which Ding played in game like 8, then like even if you are prepared well, I mean, it's basically a roulette to some extent. I mean, okay, some move will be, you know, will be missed, then someone else will.
Do you think we're going to go to blitz today? I think we might.
We might. I personally wouldn't want that, probably. I think, well, deciding it in the rapid is at least, well, it's kind of understandable.
Yeah.
The blitz is, I mean, it's quite an extreme limit. And, yeah, don't know. But also, given the way Ding plays as black, I suspect strongly that, well,
Jan will get some chances in game 4.
To say the least.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
his Rai Lopez has been so shaky.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And also, Vishy tweeted about it. Some other people keep saying the same. Yeah, I don't know. Like, listen, if Ding will win the match, we'll just say he's great and all that stuff. But if he loses, like, I'll give you a reason. You know?
I see.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, Vishy was tweeting here that maybe bishop c7 would have been an option instead of bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop c7 I thought is a bit more natural, yeah. I kind of agree. But at the end of the day, we'll probably get the
How does it work? Oh, I get it. The point of putting the bishop there is that you're attacking that pawn, so at least for now, this wouldn't have been an issue because we can take an f4.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the little difference between where you put your bishop.
Yeah, but let's say white can play e3 instead.
Yes, you can play e3.
And then you go knight d7 next, you'll have the same position actually.
Like, so if I go like king f8, you're going to go knight d7, and it's going to be very similar, where like we get something like that.
Yeah, and rook d8, and you know.
Oh, but after rook d8, I force the trade. That's an immediate draw.
Yeah, but you allowed f5 instead of bishop takes b7, where you have to play rook d8 too, I suspect. Well, have to is a bit too strong, but you can. Yeah, but then let's say if I trade everything.
Yeah, the point of f5, just so people understand, is that we're trying to get the bishop here. And then white actually does have some reasonable pressure.
Yeah.
Or at least something, right? So that's why black is like not taking the pawn. And rook d8, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but here, even if I take on a6, let's say, or let's say I take on d8, doesn't matter. I mean, it actually does, yeah.
Okay, then we just get into this.
No, this one, this one is a draw. No, I was about to say that, let's say if I take on d8 instead, and I go f takes e6, then, well, b6 is a dead draw, but this one is actually, I mean, it could be a little bit unpleasant because of the structure. Zenshin will always say it's a draw, but actually, I mean, it could be quite a study-like draw. Vishy knows what he's talking, right? I mean, he lost this opposite coward bishop ending against Topalov. Like, I'm not worried about bringing bringing up some painful memories as he won the match at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I don't think it hurts him.
So
too
bishop
much.
d8, bishop c7 was a possibility, but okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if Vishy's got any other interesting tweets. He said, well, Ding goes for one knight f3, which could lead to stuff we haven't seen so far here. Yeah, well, it definitely led to something we haven't seen so far.
Yeah.
Kind of new opening, but still quite placid on the board. So let's see our current position.
Yeah, rook c4, bishop b4 is our current position.
Yeah. So basically, black, after pushing the pawn, Ding was thinking for a really long time. He moved his rook back to c4, and Jan played bishop b4, which looks very reasonable.
Yeah. Ding is not that like tricky that Jan is, I must say. And I have a feeling this one will finish pretty soon. Okay, he'll think for like 3 more minutes. Okay, rook c8, whatever. It did
so
not quite
we're
work.
basically already threatening rook d2.
Yeah. No, but also like it's not even about threatening, but let's say I'm threatening g6
Yeah.
followed by king g7.
Yeah.
Like how are you supposed to win this is why it is a question. Like what they are trying to get, you can get e3, king e2. First of all, it will be inviting rook d2 check. But even if not, let's say my rook is still on the d file, you don't get to bring the king to b2. And there is no way for white to get the queen side pawns going.
You know, we have a lot of spectators at the playing venue here in Astana today, guys. It's definitely like a full house. Lots of excitement. You know, people have come out to see who's going to become the world champion.
So who do you think?
Who I think is going to become world champion.
Exactly.
I really can't tell yet based on how this match is going.
Okay.
You know, we have our discussions off the air. You know, we'll see.
Yeah.
But I mean, in terms of what we're seeing here, it seems very balanced. I just don't really see either of the players showing any big dominance. Yes, I mean Jan.
Really? Yeah, I think Jan is completely dominating.
He's dominating, but the thing is, like, it's kind of going like their games. Like Ding is somehow, like Ding is able to defend. I don't know. He defended the game 14 yesterday. There was that game where he was losing and he won. I mean, but it feels like it's the same scenario as the match, right? And the match was balanced in score, and it's like, yes, Jan has the initiative. He had the initiative in the match too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right?
I mean, if I had to come up with a comparison, to me it feels like, let's say like, Jan and Ding. So basically, like I'm Jan, and Ding is some like Magnus 15. And I'm basically playing this as Jan. I'm playing this like Magnus 15 on my phone. And Magnus 15 is like outplayed in every single game. And then basically, whenever he is close to the line, he starts to like play like, well, some engine, not the strongest one, but well, it's an engine. So he wouldn't blunder like in the very end and stuff. And well, that's how it feels, I think, for Jan. And I know this feeling. It's actually quite an annoying feeling, to always feel like it's like almost there, and also
keep being frustrated.
Yeah.
He just played rook c2. Is he like inviting rook d2 and like the end of the game? I think that's kind of what it feels like to me.
Yeah, even this is strange, right? I mean, if you want to trade, you can play rook c8. I mean, I honestly, I don't get this man's, logic.
Wait, can you tell us like the funny joke about, like, in case of a tie, that one? Tell us that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, there was actually a good joke made by one of my friends that it's time for FIDE to actually like imply the rule that, like, in case of a tie, the world champion remains the world champion.
Yeah, do you guys get it?
I think
we need to explain that.
Magnus would be pretty happy, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is that there used to be these long matches, guys, and in case of a tie, there would be no playoffs, and the world champion would just keep his title. In this case, so if we applied this here and we just kind of ended the match at 7-7, the world champion would retain the title, which would be Magnus, would be quite hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, imagine this too, yeah? I mean, you spend this like 3 worst weeks of your life.
Yeah, and then someone else is the world champion, and he comes to the, closing ceremony.
Yeah, thank you very much. Where is my medal? Yeah, okay, I'm, like heading to Astana.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Okay, well, guys, yeah, this is going to be a draw. It's true. Our chat is, I think they also get the picture on how this game is going and why we're making a lot of jokes. And I think, you know, we're gonna need to get ready for game 4. So, yeah, bishops of opposite color. End games are not the most exciting in chess. I mean, even though white has an extra pawn, they really have tough time doing anything with it because of this concept of blockade.
Yeah, they're actually repeating. Yeah, they agree to draw.
Okay. All right, guys. This was not the most exciting of their playoff games so far.
That's also by far the best one
in
terms of quality.
And Nepo was able to get an easy draw with black. It was a fast game, too. The players still had plenty of time remaining. So we're going to take a break for a few minutes, guys, and see you for game number 4 and possibly a blitz tiebreak as well.
Hello everyone, welcome in Astana at the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. I'm Katy Tazalashvili, and in this video I'm going to show you the trophy of the champion. The trophy is 4.5 kilos, silver with beautiful blue stones. It has a unique design inspired by Baitarek Tower, which was built in 1997 when Astana became a capital city of Kazakhstan. The tower is 105 meters tall and resembles the shape of the chess queen, which is a suitable symbol for the trophy of the FIDE World Chess Championship. Besides this beautiful trophy, there is a stake of 2 million euros for the players, from which the winner will get 60% out of it, and the runner-up will get 40%.
As the world holds its breath, 2 unstoppable minds prepare for immortality. One from the land of the dragon, the other from the land of the bear. Together, they will write history. The patient and precise Ding, carefully calculating every move to gain a strategic advantage, facing the aggressive Nepomniachtchi, who is always looking to take risks and never afraid to make bold moves to pressure his opponents. Their eyes might be fixed on the board, but their minds will be focused on victory. These 2 titans of the chessboard have fought their way through the ranks, demonstrating skill, strategy, and a fierce competitive spirit. Now they will go head-to-head and fight for the ultimate title, the FIDE World Championship crown. Where champions come and go, chess endures.
Hey guys, we're back. Well, let's not pretend the third game was too exciting. It ended in a pretty stale draw. And the match is still tied at 1.5, 1.5. And this final game 4 in the Rapid could determine the world champion for the 2023.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Could
So-
even be for more years.
2024, yeah.
Who knows? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
the
we don't know
yeah.
when the next match is going to be.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, I mean, everything coming down to this one game. Is Jan going to be able to do it finally? Defeat Ding's shaky Rai Lopez that he keeps coming back to.
Yeah, it's also nice that like whatever happens, it's going to be the last Rapid game, right?
Yeah, and then they actually go down to like 5-minute chess, which
Yeah,
is
well.
going to be a lot faster paced.
Yeah, it's a bit too early to speculate, but yeah, there is such a chance. I don't know. I have a feeling 1e4, 1e5. White is better after the opening. White wins.
You think that Jan can finally break down Black's defenses there?
Yeah, I think Ding could just blunder badly, but you know, I can feel it coming. For some reason, I can't fight the feelings that it's coming.
I don't know. I feel like Blitz is coming. You want to make a bet on that? Because I seem to be doing pretty well today.
I think I want to actually. Then it's good for me either way. Like it's either I win a bet or we have the blitz.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
Okay, cool.
Okay, great.
Okay, cool.
So
we bet exactly nothing as usual. Yeah. Okay.
Right. And by the way, if this game is drawn, guys, the next one is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increments, and they will be starting 2 game matches of that.
Right.
And if that's tied, they play another set of 2 game matches of 5 plus 3. So it's not like the 3 plus 2 standard blitz control. 5 plus 3 is a bit longer, but still it's still quite fast paced.
Oh yeah, compared to the,
Yeah.
classical games that can last for 7 hours. I bet it is.
We got a comment here.
Okay.
Dubov's hairstylist is the real winner today.
Okay. But I got the, learned something from you maybe, yeah? You kind of adjusted. Yeah. If your hair is a mess, then I'll do it too. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
That one was funny, guys.
Yeah.
All right, Ding's at the board. And Jan is coming too.
Yeah.
So the game should start in just a minute.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm expecting to see the same thing that we've been seeing. I really don't see Jan going away from 1e4.
Probably not, yeah.
Yeah. We're getting more great comments about your hair, Daniil.
Okay.
I'm glad to switch the topic to your hair instead of my hair. That,
Okay, but your hair is doing well. Why would you?
Yeah. No, I'm
just take all the compliments. Why would
right.
you?
No, but I just mean like usually there's lots of comments about my hair, but today it's more about yours.
Okay.
So I'm just enjoying that.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you guys, by the way, in our YouTube chat, for all your nice comments that we've been reading throughout these weeks. It's definitely nice that you're enjoying our commentary and giving us this encouragement. So we got the moves on the board. It's e4, e5.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, exactly. It's a bit too early to say goodbye, maybe.
Oh, we're not. I'm just,
Yeah.
but I'm making sure, that I start thanking our viewers early. Yeah. Castles, knight
Okay.
f6, okay. Is he going to go for d3 or rook e1? d3 as before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well. Okay. Bishop d7 again.
Mm-hmm.
What else is there?
Is he going to go for a4 like before? I mean, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
No, he goes for h3, so he's switching it up a little bit.
Yeah, it just feels like they're kind of running out of ideas as white, Team Nepo, but at the same time he is doing so well in this opening in general that it keeps being so tempting.
Wow.
Playing it for no reason.
And look how similar this looks to their other game. I mean, it's different, but similar.
No, it's exactly the same.
Is it?
Yes, it's exactly the same in case of bishop d2.
Uh-huh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, see how, I felt the similarity. Okay, but because I know what it is. Oh, no, it is the same, right, okay.
Yeah,
no, he did play a4.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that at least you realize these two positions have something in common, right? I mean, yeah, it's,
Yes.
Yes.
I'm having a good day, Daniil, what can I say?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Very impressive. Yeah, so knight c3 this time. So Ding is again someone who checked this for him.
Okay, someone checked it and he goes for He doesn't go for knight c6. Didn't he go for knight c6 in the other one?
Well, the other one was bishop d2 instead of knight c3.
Ah, that's why.
So I guess my guess would be that he played knight c6 because his knight was attacked. You know.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is why he decided not to play rook b8, as then white can capture the knight actually.
Yeah, that's a really deep explanation there.
Yes, exactly. So this time white played knight c3, so the knight is not attacked. So he can actually play, you know, rook b8 without protecting the knight.
Yeah.
Yes, after rook
I don't know
b8
how you're able to say all of this with a straight face, Daniil.
Yes,
but you're doing a good job.
Yes, after rook b8, there is no way for white to take this knight, you know?
Yeah.
So this is why.
I get it now.
Yes. So after rook b8, Jan played bishop b1. Yeah, this is exactly what I was what I was talking about during the break, by the way. That there is like this position. Now you can go c5 or something, and then after knight takes a4, well, this position kind of exists. I think there was a way to force b3 somehow. I'm not sure how exactly, to be honest. But my point is that basically, I mean, there were positions like this one, where it's kind of clear that black has like much better version compared to the previous game, and still white had quite some ideas.
I mean, I guess you could go like c3, bishop c2 here, knight b2, knight c4, or something like that?
Yeah, something like that, yeah, sort of. Yeah, exactly. Okay, bishop b1.
Okay, so let's sum it up. I mean, basically the first person to deviate from their other game was Nepo when he played this move knight c3 here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ding played rook b8, so he's attacking the pawn, and Nepo played bishop b1. Now, I mean, we got to say, first of all, can we just explain to the viewers something about this move? Because it looks so strange, right? This is not the kind of thing you see every day, like a bishop going to the back rank, like staring into a pawn. I mean, I suppose you're opening up the rook so you can take on a4. That must be the main idea.
Yeah, exactly. There is basically no other way for white to attack the pawn on a4.
But why don't you explain to us what's going to happen if, for example, black makes really obvious capture, rook takes b2? Like, why is that bad?
Well, honestly, because I don't know. But I suspect strongly that it's knight takes a4.
Sure.
And then it could even be knight c5, not knight c3.
Okay, so you're doing a discovery. And basically, you just kind of want to take my bishop and then the pawn back. And I don't even know if you're better there, but I guess you're going to tell me you are.
Okay, no comments.
Right.
Yeah. No, it doesn't look lost exactly. I guess you take on c5, rook takes a5. I don't know, maybe you go c4 even. Like the bishop on b1 is not exactly the bishop on c4, right?
But it can get back there pretty quickly.
Yes.
And I mean, these pawns are kind of a mess.
Yeah, but let's say you go c4. I mean, you'll trade some of them.
Really? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel like this could get really bad for black.
I think it's kind of, I mean...
Come on, I got a center pawn here. How is this not?
Oh, you got a center pawn.
Yes.
Okay, then
Then you give up.
Yeah, I guess there is
okay.
then, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. So let's see. But I guess I was saying that after knight c5, like, if I go, yeah, I mean, I can see that you have some advantage here, right? Like if I go knight c6, you take, I take, and I guess you go there. I mean, you have your bishop that you need to get back into a normal position. The whole queen side's been traded. That's what I was talking about. Like how bad is this? Like is it so clear that with like no queen side at all, like white's better because of the bishop pair?
Yeah, I think these positions are like, moreover, they are actually, well, it's quite often the case that they are worse than you expect them to be. Something like takes c3.
Yeah.
It looks very slow.
Yes.
But in fact, it's very, very unpleasant. Like with this.
Okay, so he played queen e8.
Okay.
All right, let's actually just see what did our engine want to do in this position for black.
Okay.
So some moves that like never come to your mind, like king h8 is being suggested, maybe c5, okay. And queen e8 is actually one of those moves. So yeah, like rook takes b2 was possible, but yeah, it was basically that line that we were going over where white is, you know, somewhat better after knight c6.
Yeah.
And and
This is
c3.
Yeah, exactly. It is a very semantic idea, by the way, not to take on e6.
Not even to take the pawn.
Yeah. As in general, after a5, bishop c2. Well, if black really wants to keep this pawn, then he'll basically have to bring everybody to the
I have to
side.
say, like, that none of that is that obvious, right? Like, I mean, like, the fact that the computer thinks that white is better in a position like this, even though white's down a pawn and black's not getting attacked, it's like, you have to kind of analyze these types of positions to get that.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's one of the positions that, well, the best engines kind of overruled, sort of. Like, it used to be considered that people would normally think that, I mean, okay, white has compensation, sure, you can play bishop a4, you take on c6, you get a5 back.
Yeah.
But the idea of white being actually quite a lot better somehow didn't cross people's minds. And then these engines came and they basically said, you know what, it's like 0-6.
I know, right? Because I mean, if you took away the engine, I mean, it would not be like very obvious at all that white is actually better and not just having compensation.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I would be happy as white. Normally, I would think, all right, I'm certainly not worse, and it's kind of easy to play. But yeah, the whole idea of being like objectively
better,
quite a lot better. Yeah, I mean, it was not yet there.
Okay, so let's take a look at the last couple of moves. So after queen e8, played by Ding. So he was basically just protecting that pawn.
Yeah.
White played b3. Okay, cool. He wants to just play knight takes a4 next and get the pawn back with like a better pawn structure, but a really subpar bishop that he's going to need to improve.
Okay, so there we go.
Okay, knight takes a4. Knight c6, and should I just go, c3?
Yeah, it's kind of funny that our engine went crazy.
It was just crazy, right?
But the thing is that here, well, the point of king h8 is actually to go g5, or rook j8 followed by g5. And then white has to take, which opens the g file, and well, I mean, at least what black is doing makes a lot of sense. Like, all the pieces are a bit too far from the king side.
Wait, you're showing us a really crazy cool line. Hold on, let's just take a look at that again. You're basically saying after c3, g5. Well, that is crazy. That looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, but it will not happen.
I understand Ding is not going to play like that, but I mean, that is just an amazing line.
Ding goes c5.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, like, just, you know, putting the king here first, preparing that aggressive idea, and kind of using the fact that these pieces are on the other side of the board is really, really cool.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah.
So, I mean, in case they'll play blitz, maybe someone has to go there and actually tell Ding, you know, like, next time you face it, just go king h8, go g5, and, you know, I mean, at least you'll get to play two aggressive moves in a row, and then who knows.
Okay. So instead of playing king h8,
he played c5.
Yes, he plays c5, which is all right.
Yeah, c5 is standard. So basically, after knight takes a4, knight c6, we kind of have like
similar position.
Yeah. So the difference is that basically white bishop is on like b1, not c4.
Right.
And black has not yet lost his a pawn, but the rest is pretty similar.
You mean to their second game today?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
so black, okay. I mean, he's managing to at least play way better than he did the other game, Ding.
Yeah, exactly. Still, these positions are tricky.
We got some games, by the way. This is not like a new position.
Yeah.
13 c5, like all of this has been played in games of some strong players. For example, we have Safarli Tomaszewski from 2016, Huseynov Matlikov, your friend, 2015, and our FIDE director, Emil Sutovsky, against Dennis Wagner from 2013.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is all standard. This whole structure is kind of tricky. So what white is normally doing is so queen e8 is a new move, actually. We are being told. Okay.
With c5 before, okay.
Yeah. So knight takes a4, and yeah, knight c6. Yeah, this position is kind of tricky. White normally says, look, I can bring the knight to c4, and then it will be very problematic for black to actually get d5. Jan actually goes knight c3, not knight b2. After knight b2, I guess d5 would be the issue. So he plays knight c3. Okay.
So, you know, I have to say, I'm not really that impressed with this bishop right here. And about, I mean, it's not that many openings that you're ever going to get a bishop like that on b1. This must be like the only one, right? Like a bishop staring into the c2 pawn. Can you think of anything else?
Well, hardly.
Yeah.
I must say.
People are saying they're waiting for Armageddon. Guys, I got to tell you, there is not going to be any Armageddon today. That is not the format of this World Championship tiebreaks. They just keep playing. You know, they're going to go down to blitz, and if that keeps being tied, eventually it's going to be like whoever is the one who wins the first game. But it's not going to go down to an Armageddon game.
No. And a5 was played. Okay. I must say, this is the best position Ding had in this like Spanish.
Yes.
Not that he is like better or anything, but it's at least, you know, comfortable. Yeah, 92 played by Jan, which is a normal regroupment. So white normally tries to play like knight c4, and then he wants to play f4 in some of the lines.
I know what we can do to improve this position, Daniil.
As white or as black?
As white.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to put this bishop on c4.
Okay, by hand, right?
You just drop it there.
Ah, yeah, okay.
And then your position becomes a lot more attractive.
Yeah, but then black could put your queen off the board or something, you know? I mean, if we play this kind of a game, then, you know, like it's not about... Like, if you're actually allowed to play the illegal move, I would not recommend to spend it on bishop b1 to c4. I mean, play bishop b1 takes c8 or something, right? I mean,
okay.
No,
I'm just trying to point out to you guys that this bishop, that's going to be a big issue in this game, and you know that's going to be the question, is like how Jan is going to make that piece better.
Yeah, so bishop e6 played. Very reasonable, actually. Black kind of makes sure he has the control over the d5 square.
Yeah, it's really funny because I see like the computer showing all these plans which are very normal looking. Like all of that would be just great, you know. But again, there's like this missing element.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, white will probably, if given time, he will play knight e2 followed by c3. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, how big of a problem is this pawn? Like, do we want to go and take it? I mean, we still can't really take it, right?
Yeah. Also, compared to the previous game, like we were basically giving it up for nothing with the bishop on c4, right? Well, here exactly, yeah. I mean, like, look, let's say knight c4. Just given what we've seen, I suspect strongly that even here you can go king h8, and I don't think this is a problem. Well, okay, like rook a8 is a...
You want to try g5.
Is a tactical point, but let's say, yeah, here takes g5.
g5, yeah.
Just in terms of logic, it has to be...
I love that idea. I really hope we can see something like that in this game, although I know the chances of this are small.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ding goes d5.
Yeah, d5 lets us know that, of course, there's not going to be some g5 in the position, because now the center is too open for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. When they trade, doesn't that actually make it, doesn't that make it easier, Daniil? Like I was going to say, like after the trade, doesn't that make it easier to finally improve our bishop on b1, like this guy? And that's kind of why I wasn't.
Well, I kind of see the reason.
He wants to go
f5.
f5.
I mean, I get it completely. I mean, I see what you're talking about, and I see like this weak engine being a little bit unhappy with Ding's decision, but this I can get like easily. Your bishop on d5 is brilliant, and whenever you lose the a5 pawn, I mean, you'll go queen g6, you'll have some attack. Rook f6, rook g6 is coming. This is very understandable to me. Jan playing bishop d2 instantly?
Less understandable, right?
Yeah,
I mean, because he's actually not doing anything for that. But I guess he was afraid of this plan, right? He's trying to get the bishop out of the way.
Yeah. Well, we can still play f5. So it's a f5. He's kind of planning rook e1. It's kind of funny that normally, like the whole thing with f5, normally runs into something like rook e1. Then, say black will protect the pawn somehow. I don't know, like bishop f6. Let's just imagine we are not blundering here as black. I mean, I don't know if we are. So normally the problem is like taking on d5, followed by bishop c3.
Yes.
And like you are saying, all right, white is going to like attack e5 in so many ways. But the problem is, I mean, it is true, but well, it's not meant to be with the bishop on b1.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for pointing that one out. I mean, yeah, I'm getting a little concerned for, you know, the way this game is going for Jan somehow.
No, don't be.
Don't be, because anything can still happen, right? No.
He did what? He took on c3 and took on c4?
c4. Whoa.
Okay, I mean,
Okay, don't try to tone down your surprise, Daniil.
Yes, I'm very surprised, and I'm going to keep silence for like a minute straight, maybe.
Let me try to explain this move. So wait, let's just see what happened. He made a trade of knights, and then he's taking this knight, which admittedly looks like, I mean, it's not a bad knight. It's obviously a nice looking piece. But giving up your bishop for it when you're going to have this guy left and a bunch of pawns and dark squares certainly looks a bit unusual. On the other hand, this bishop is still pretty terrible. I mean, I don't really think that black can be worse here unless white like manages by miracle to like get his bishop to some way better square. And what did Ding do? Okay, he's still thinking. I think your minute of silence has passed and you've gotten a chance to get over your shock.
Yeah.
Do you want to say something now?
No, your explanation is probably okay, and maybe black is indeed doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, well, if we go back to the position where he took on c3.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I mean, he's taking some of the dynamism out of the position, I guess, with these piece trades, right? I mean,
but you're doing very well. I mean, there is this bishop on b1. What dynamism are you like worried about?
Right.
Well, here I kind of get what he's doing. So he played bishop d8 now.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is that basically the only way to like activate these bishops, well, I mean there are two, but bishop a2 followed by bishop b3 will normally run into a4, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So the normal way would be to play bishop d2, which Jan just played, followed by c3, followed by bishop c2.
Yeah.
And he is planning something like bishop c7, followed by e4 and queen e5 in some of the lines maybe. But
which doesn't work, right?
I mean, probably not. I don't know.
It doesn't work because we're going to have f4 there.
Yeah.
So, okay, I mean, I like bishop d2 by Jan. I mean, I like the fact that finally this horrible bishop is going to get a chance to live a better life.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, this can backfire for black. You just give white a couple of moves, yeah.
Oh, really? You think, I mean, giving up the brilliant bishop could actually backfire? Oh, yeah.
It can backfire. I see it now, guys. As soon as this bishop gets better, black is going to have a worse position, I think. So that he has to kind of act quickly. And this idea of bishop c7, the problem is, there's really no time for this kind of stuff, right? Because it's like by the time you do your threat, and you just block everything off, and this bishop is doing his job.
Yeah, well, you don't need to do it like immediately. You can play, let's say, c3, c3, rook d8, I guess.
Jan played c3 instantly.
I mean, you can even. It's not bad for black necessarily, right? You can just play like rook d8 followed by f5.
Yeah, but I can tell you. Look, I got a feeling about those bishops.
Oh, really?
I think he's gonna. Yeah, I think he's going to be putting pressure on black quite soon.
Yeah.
You know, because the light squares are too weak in black's position. Like these pawns are fixed. This bishop's not great. The knight can't go anywhere. This pawn is amazing.
Okay, so let's have a look. Let's say I go rook d8 here.
Yeah. All right. So, I bet you're preparing a trick for me.
No. So
you totally are like doing something like this, aren't you? This is
well,
your
actually,
idea.
no. It could be interesting. Yeah, it could be interesting. By the way, you probably sacrifice a queen there.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if white is like even on a better side.
Okay, Ding is going f5. Of course, he needs to do something.
Yeah, this was my point of rook d8 actually. I wanted to play f5 the very next move.
Yeah.
But an interesting positional idea could be that at some point black could, consider, let's say here we go e4, d takes f4, f4. And then you want to play f3. And if white will play f3 himself, then you kind of bring the knight to e5, and you say, I have some kind of domination as this bishop is not doing much.
Yeah.
And it's not even clear where it belongs exactly. Like f2 maybe, but then we'll just protect c5 and we'll play. So the idea certainly exists, kind of. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. You're talking about a pawn sacrifice, like after bishop c2.
Yeah, it's very unnecessary.
Yes.
I'm just thinking at some point it could happen.
It's actually pretty cool. It's a very famous kind of idea. I always loved these pawn sack ideas with the idea of the blockade of the extra pawn and just opening up squares and diagonals for your pieces. It's quite cool. All right.
Yeah, but I must warn you, I mean, as someone who tried it many times,
Yeah.
I must warn you, like, it only works very well against bad players, honestly. I mean, the rest can just, take this pawn and,
Yeah.
No, but after f5, bishop c2, like, clearly we don't have a single reason, or let's say after rook d8, bishop c2 here,
Oh,
we
wow.
don't have a single reason to do it.
You know what's
here.
really funny?
What's really
One of
funny?
our moderators in the chat
Okay.
pointed out that I did a video on my YouTube channel about this exact pawn sack idea, and she's actually right. I think it's a she.
Okay. Are you, like, aware of it at least?
No, I knew I did a video on this pawn sack idea because there was even a Naka Carlsen game pretty recently where Naka could have done it and he didn't, and I was like very surprised.
Okay.
And then I kind of made the link between the famous game in the King's Indian.
Okay. Yeah. I see. Yeah, in King's Indian, the theme is quite often like e4, f takes e4, f4, yeah, some same-ish. Yeah, exactly. Well, the good news for Ding though is that basically, well, like, how should I say it in a polite way? Like most of the things he could have done wrong,
he already did.
Yeah. And then, well, like playing rook d8 followed by something like queen g6 and some attack at the king side is something very natural. And well, even given some talent, I guess it's kind of hard for black to come up with a different plan, which is actually lucky for him. So yeah, the position is, well, the engine says it's like about equal, right? Okay. I guess.
This is kind of cool because at least we're going to get like a sharp fight in this stage, right? It's quite clear they can't bail out of a sharp fight at this point.
Yeah, but also, I mean, the engine, can think whatever it wants. But of course, in a practical game, you take black here.
You take black?
Certain. No, I mean, you go rook d8. I mean, your moves are easy.
Okay.
You go rook d8. I mean, you get your e4 at some point, and then I think if white is precise enough, then.
So basically, in a practical game, you are going for that pawn sack.
Well, at some point, like not necessarily the very next move. I can start with playing rook d8. I can include queen e6 or queen g6. I don't know. I can probably play rook f6 at some point.
All right. Well, I mean, let's just play the obvious move, bishop c2. Let's see how this is going to go.
Okay, so let's say I go rook d8.
Yeah.
I don't see rook d8.
I mean, okay. I feel like queen e2 is really like normal looking to me.
Okay. Probably is. Jan plays rook e1 instead.
Played rook e1.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
Rook d8 is really asking for itself, I must say. What else is there? Well, queen g6.
I mean, this move is, I don't know, what is it? I guess it stops I don't even know what it does exactly. How should we understand that?
Well, it's a useful move here. I mean, it's a useful move, clearly. Like, to understand it, basically what you're asking is why rook e1, not bishop c2, right? You're not asking why rook e1.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he probably didn't like something.
But also, I kind of feel like in those lines where there was a pawn sack, right? I mean, it's not like, I don't know, the rook here, I guess it could be only useful if you plan to push the e-pawn.
Yeah, exactly. This could be one of the points. Let's say e4 takes f4, and maybe e5 is his idea. Then it all makes sense. Like if white captures, the rook is on e1, and the bishop will actually go to e4 in one go. Like you don't need the bishop on c2. Yeah, rook d8 was played quickly, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Okay, it's this position.
So Ding answered pretty quickly with rook d8. So
yeah.
All right. I mean, I gotta say, like something like these moves, they still feel like they should be played.
Yeah, but then we will have to start calculating at some point. Let's say bishop c2. Well, the attack has to be there at some point, right? So
Can you go e4?
So where is it? Yeah, why I'm not getting anywhere with this e4? It's kind of strange. So e4.
Should I go for the queen sacrifice? I actually kind of feel like let's look at it.
Yeah, but I'm not, like, my intention would not be to play bishop f4 normally. I mean, bishop f4, I kind of find it sad to play. maybe I have to, but that's at least
You
not
find
what
it
I
sad to play because you're expecting me to sacrifice my queen, is that it? Or not?
Yeah. Well, you probably had like something else. But even this, I kind of, maybe I'm okay as black, but it's certainly less fun. And it's much easier to play for white.
So what are you trying to do here? Play f4 or? You kind of have to close things up, right? Before I get a chance to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could, try to be like creative with, let's say, queen g6.
Pawn
E
f5.
takes queen d6. But then actually it makes me think that I should have started with queen g6, right? So
Yeah, queen
let me play it
g6,
here.
yeah. It's kind of a normal move, get the queen off the e file.
Yeah, and also now I'm kind of threatening
Yes,
e4
yes.
takes queen d6, so,
Yes.
so it now exists.
That's very sneaky.
This actually becomes kind of uncomfortable.
Wow, what an idea.
Yeah,
Rook
played
a2.
rook
You know,
A2.
this was one of the moves I think our engine was suggesting.
Okay.
It's funny, so I guess he's just trying to overprotect this bishop.
No, I think what he's trying to do is actually to play something like bishop c1. Like as an idea, I kind of like trying to, let's say, never ever take on e4. Like as white, I would be like, I don't know, rook a2, e2. Yeah, we're not like rook d2, maybe something like that. But it runs into knight e5 maybe.
And knight.
I mean, as white, you don't need to take this pawn on e4. You actually want to have this tension.
Yeah.
Like whenever black plays e4, well, knight e5 is a tactical threat. But in terms of ideas, e takes d3 is not a problem. It actually opens your bishop very well. So it's just that you need to like prevent some queen d6 and knight e5 nonsenses that are probably impossible to prevent, I must say. Okay, queen g6 played quickly. Okay. We are yet to find out. One more question. So let's say you play some move here that you want to play. Just name it. I'm not going to kind of hurt you.
I don't know, queen e2.
Okay,
queen e2.
All right. So what about just playing queen d6 with quite a simple idea of queen e2 played, by the way. So what about just queen d6? Sort of followed by e4 no matter what.
Yeah. I see your point. I see how this is working out kind of dangerously for white.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Jan is playing well. Like objectively, it seems he is okay. It's just that we find black's ideas a little more obvious.
Easier. Well, okay. Well, why can't we just go g3?
Well, we can, but then in all the lines, just in terms of ideas, in all the lines with e4, so let's say, I mean, I remove my queen, I go, I don't know, somewhere.
Back to g6?
Maybe, I don't know, g6, f6. Yeah. And then whenever allowed to play e4, d takes f4, I get a much better version, as the pawn on g3 is kind of weak. And then you don't want to, say you go king h1, exactly, I don't know, e4, takes f4. I mean, you can go e5 here. This is why I thought maybe g6 is not the best square. But even here, let's say queen e6. It's not that, obvious. Also, queen g6 was like probably.
Yeah. Well, what's obvious is that this position is going to be a real complicated mess, right? It's like going to be very sharp in the next few moves. And he actually did play queen d6. So we're going to see how Jan plans to defend against this e4 idea. Is there anything else that we're missing? Is there some sort of, for example, I know it looks really weird and probably terrible, I mean, I was just like thinking, like, can we do something like that and you know, try to get a queen trade or something, or but I don't think this, unfortunately, after knight e5 or something like that, I somehow doubt that this.
Oh, there's bishop takes f4.
Yeah, but.
No, I think you have a very good instinct here. Like in general, I think f4 is a healthy thing. The problem though is that, let's say, after f4, there is also something like.
He went for g3.
Yeah, something like rook f to e8. You're never actually going to take. So g3, g3 is a good move. Okay.
He goes for g3.
Okay.
Blocking the diagonal.
So now white does not really have a like threat, right?
So this queen will move because it's no longer that great here, right? And it's kind of getting in the way.
Well, on the other hand, let's say after bishop c2, e4, in some of the lines d2 will be hanging again.
Ah, yeah.
So it could be that it kind of makes sense to keep the queen there. Yeah, it's a strange position, I don't know. I mean, it feels like playing some random useful move quickly should not be a mistake.
Well, random quick move would be like something like king h8.
Yeah.
But
maybe.
if he wants to find something more concrete, I suppose, yeah, I mean, like, we didn't really go deep into this move at all.
Yeah.
Can he do that?
Yeah.
With this idea of f4? I mean, let's just try to make a few moves. Okay, he went rook a8, rook d8.
Okay.
So he takes kind of the pressure off the d file.
Yeah, but he's basically saying, okay, I'm planning e4. And then, given the fact that you played rook a2 to have d takes e4, I don't need the rook there anymore. It looks a bit artificial to me, but it does make sense. This is like certainly not the move that we can criticize easily.
I mean, the thing is, black's position, it does look more harmonious than white's at the moment. I mean, everything is like, you know, normal things like rooks connected, pieces in the center. For white, they've got this weird bishop on b1, like the rooks are disconnected. I mean, even if the computer says it's equal, like, I mean, it just feels a lot easier to handle as black.
Yeah. I think there was this like old rule by Stanis, actually like one of his main rules, where he was saying that basically when you kind of get to improve your position to the maximum,
then the tactics work for you, or
sort of, yeah. I mean, once you like place all your pieces as good squares, things will work.
Do you think that at this point, like if I go bishop, okay, he goes queen f3, yes, because I was
this makes sense. So queen d5 check is now a threat.
Oh, that's good.
But after, let's say, it's also very double-edged, as after, let's say, king h8, queen d5, queen g6. I mean, unless it works, white made a very big mistake. And I basically go e4 next as black. He played e4. Okay. Why is he so, you know, fast?
Well, they're playing a rapid game, and I guess they don't want to get too low on time. So he went for e4. Yeah, what is the idea? The idea is that he's going to get this discovery on the queen.
Yeah,
he's
but
stopping queen d5, so pawn takes.
Yeah, pawn takes, so what?
And where do you want to go? Queen g4 or?
What's the point even? He probably wants knight e5. But it looks so strange, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I honestly... My guess would be that, yeah, king h8, queen d5, queen g6 looks kind of interesting for black, and I think it was. Yeah, something like e4 here, who knows. Okay, so he played e4, d takes e4 played. Okay, this has to be quite a relief for Jan, I guess.
Because it's like what you said, is that like once the black plays that move and you know, the bishops open up, right? If black can't really close them down, then it favors white.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it only makes sense if you're in time with playing f4, which is not the case here. Also, how do you play e4 and start thinking after d takes e4? Did he just blunder that I don't know. Really strange to me. Okay, so knight e5 looks reasonable. Where do we go? Like normally d1, I would guess.
Why would queen e2 look bad?
I don't know. Some e-file?
E-file stuff, yeah, show that.
Yeah. Like knight f3 check. Even that is probably not too bad, actually. Like queen takes, bishop d5. But then again, yeah, I mean, it's clear that that is black who's trying at least. Yeah. So queen d1. And what are we supposed to do here? Like we kind of want to play f4, and after bishop takes f4, we want to
make the sack work.
Yeah, but the problem is that the queens are traded sort of. Yeah, so the engine wants knight d3 here, but knight d3 is a very sad, thing to do, clearly.
So let's keep looking at that line, because after bishop d3 it doesn't look that bad for black, right?
Well, rook e3, I don't see him playing, because it allows something like knight takes f2.
Yes, that looks very tricky.
It does look scary. I mean, the engine likes white here at first, but
Yeah.
like in a rapid game, I guess you take instantly.
You take, and then what? Like where is?
Like bishop e3 or something. Yeah, like this. And you're actually quite happy. Like fe4, like takes, rook d1, rook e4, but then we'll play forever. Some 3 against 2 is quite likely, I guess. Okay.
Oh, so Ding, okay, he went knight e5. He realized that he needed to do that.
Yeah.
I think Jan agrees with that move.
Yep. Okay. Let's have a look. What else is there? Well, I don't see him playing...
Queen g2, I don't see it. Yeah.
No?
No. I don't know. It looks weird, but I guess you're like keeping your eye on f3 and e4.
Yeah.
It's just such a strange looking move.
Yeah.
Like knight d3.
I think you're normally happy to play like any move that does not allow f4.
Wow, he went for it.
He went for it. Okay.
Yeah, the queen is kind of safe there.
Yeah.
And I guess he wants to take on f5 and then open up the diagonal for the queen again.
Yeah, so the obvious line here would be to go knight d3.
Yeah. And let's say
then
we take. Take again.
Yeah, and then we take on e1.
Then we get like a queen trade on d5, right?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So rook d2. But from far away, I would expect this to be, like honestly, I would expect this to be like more or less okay for black. Some, I don't know.
We can't take an f5 here, it's just too dangerous, right? Is there?
Yeah, but in general, it's not that clear what we're too worried about.
Is it queen c6, or like what happens after rook f5? I just want to see why that's like such a blunder.
It's queen c6.
Queen c6, yeah.
And it keeps going. I mean, bishop takes g3 is like not losing after rook d8, king f7, for instance.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy line.
Yeah. No, I mean, this line is kind of absurd. But also, like, in terms of human expectations, I would say you kind of expect this to be okay as black. And it probably is, frankly.
Yeah. So Ding basically needs to find knight d3 here, right? That's what we're thinking is the best move?
Well, the engine thinks king h8 is the best move.
Oh, really?
Which I personally prefer to kind of ignore, as this engine is weak. And it actually allows f4 followed by e5. Which, I mean, again, like in a practical game, you don't want to allow. I mean, I kind of get it. It wants quick.
You have
queen
a nice
b6.
knight on c4, yeah.
Yeah, you have like a pawn. You do things.
It's kind of hard for Ding here, yeah. He's again getting down on time.
Yeah.
The game is still super sharp, and now he's kind of like, it's the kind of thing where Jan has the worst behind him, right?
Yeah, I guess. No, I mean it's. I mean, I don't see Jan losing this unless he blunders big. But speaking of Ding, yeah, I think it kind of makes sense to calculate here a little. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, you just go knight to d3.
Yeah. I mean, at least you're activating your queen there. It's going to be like in the middle of the board. You get rid of one of the white bishops.
Okay. So what about knight d3, rook e3? It's actually funny, like how bad this bishop was, and now how desperately black wants to
get rid of him.
Yeah, to trade it. Yeah. So after rook e3, we're supposed to take. Rook takes e4, and rook b8. Okay, this could be what he kind of doesn't see. Also, knight d3 is so natural that you want to play it.
I think you got to play it and maybe make Nepo spend some time on a decision also, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you don't play it if you don't see move after rook e3, right? I mean, you after rook e3, basically.
You take.
Yeah.
And so if you didn't have rook b, you're trying to say that like if you don't have rook b8 here, black is in trouble. Well, he did.
Yeah.
Okay. It's good that he did it before he let himself run even lower on the clock.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I have to say that when I'm like white here. I mean, I feel like, you know, I have to calculate a lot of things. Like there's a hanging pawn.
Yeah, but
right?
rook takes c8
rook
is
c8
also
and then,
there.
yeah.
No, I mean, I agree. It kind of looks scary. Say after rook takes c4, queen takes c4, rook takes f2. White is probably lucky to have queen takes d3, but
yeah, you can like still guard this pawn.
Yeah. Well, bishop f4 is also good, the
Yeah.
engine says, but yeah, queen takes d3 wins. Okay, I mean.
Well, at least he played it,
Yeah.
which is good. Now it's going to put Jan to thinking for a little bit.
Yeah. I must say this how much looks like a little like one game 6 in the Carlsen against Nepo, where well Magnus basically took Jan to the last minutes, going through like all the time controls. He finally managed to like make him play with like 2 minutes left, and this is where it worked. Same with this match, right? I mean, Jan is like clearly a faster player. I mean, like in general, he thinks faster, he makes decisions faster, both good ones and bad ones.
Okay,
so
there you go. He took the knight.
Yeah, so finally, yeah, and Ding is always trying to calculate everything and be sure. And then this match goes, and Jan, at the end of the day, gets to force Ding into some troubles, time troubles. Okay, queen takes c4 played.
Okay, so we're getting to a little bit more of a simplified position.
Yeah.
Well, let's try to evaluate this. Let's see what we got here. So obviously white has this 2-pawn advantage on the king side that they would like to keep. Yeah, we were looking at rook d2 here because this rook is hanging. And it actually makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, you like leave this a-pawn marching. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you went rook a1.
Yeah, exactly. You leave this a-pawn marching there with like no guard, sort of.
So now can we finally take an f5?
Maybe, but then he kind of wants queen c6. I kind of get his point. Like it's not given at all that white is better. I mean, this rook d2 thing was based on like a very...
rook d2, at least the rook was more active. Like here, I don't know, I feel like if I can get away with this move, well,
yeah,
we gotta do it. And I mean, who knows, maybe black will have some kind of outside pawn.
No, here I just think it's more or less equal, actually.
Well, this queen is powerful. Like this rook is powerful. Like I still have a pretty passive bishop, so...
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Well, e4 is not yet a threat, I guess. Let's say I go bishop d2 simply. Well, I got to activate. I'm following the Stein's rule, right? I mean, I have this bad bishop. I'll activate it first. Yeah,
okay, he took the pawn.
Yeah.
All right. So has twice less time than Nepo.
Yeah.
Seems like a comfortable position. So basically, you've kind of like, you're no longer very interested in this idea, is it?
I think first of all, here exactly, it probably runs into bishop takes g3.
Yeah.
Secondly, let's say even queen f7, I kind of don't quite get where this is going.
Yeah, well, let's show people this one because basically every single check that you make to be on the back rank, I block with my rook.
But actually, f takes is probably winning, no?
Really? Ah, you think there's no...
No, I'm not sure.
You're hiding.
Well, we have rook f1, followed by queen e2, followed by rook takes e1. So it's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, it is actually okay.
Yeah, black is going to be okay. But but okay, yeah, no, queen c6 is not going to happen, basically. But yeah, your idea of improving this bishop, this might very well happen.
Yeah. But then there is, let's say, queen d5 or something. Queen d5, though, is probably what white is like trying to get. So queen d5, we'll say bishop e3. We trade queens. This kind of an ending, I think, is better for white, clearly. The a-pawn is not going anywhere. I'll start bringing the king closer to c4. I mean, again, it's not that you need to lose it as black, but you probably play it for a draw, kind of. You go rook d5, rook d3, you like try to trade.
Interesting.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. At first I was thinking this could be nice for black, having this outside pawn, but I kind of get it that it's hard for black to play there because of rook a4.
Yeah.
And white also might play c4 themselves at some point. And then, yeah, if this pawn never really moves with the rooks on the board, I can see how it's not, you know, so awesome for black.
Yeah.
Let's see the position on the board. So he did play bishop d2.
And h6.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ding answered with h6. So he's just trying to secure his king.
Yeah, very reasonable too. Like h6 is the first move that comes to mind, unless he blundered some queen a8, queen c8, but maybe he didn't. There is queen f7 or rook f7.
Rook f7, yeah.
Yeah, so queen c6.
Okay.
Okay. Still looks unpleasant. A little bit, maybe.
I mean, I guess it's a big question, right? Whether you trade the queens. In general, this queen is quite good. You'd like to leave her on the board.
Yeah, but then, like, at least we give up a pawn, right? It's still a draw, but after queen d5...
Do we, 1 second, so if we go bishop d5, what do you do? Do I want to take here?
I don't think so, there's some queen e6.
Ah, queen e6.
Well, it's not winning rook, but it's kind of scary. Let's say after rook takes a5, I don't see you taking on c3. Maybe on g3, actually.
Yes, maybe here.
Yeah, okay, this I'm not allowing is right, I guess, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I have to say, I hope the queens stay on the board. I think it's just a little bit more exciting this way. There are always these tactics, as you've noticed.
Yeah.
The bishop sacrifice and that square being vulnerable for white. So
yeah,
I would say that queen d5 would be like a little bit of a disappointing move if black did that.
Yeah, but let's say bishop e5 is based on pretty insane stuff. Like let's say after queen a8 check, king e8, not a8, maybe
Which
e8.
one?
E8, yeah, king h7, g4. I guess like the reason you survive and you probably win actually.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can figure this one out.
Okay, now that I think of it, there are actually many reasons.
Okay. Ding is under 4 minutes. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a really tense, like 15 minutes of chess coming up right now.
Oh, probably less, no? He could just blunder.
How about queen e2, Daniil?
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah, exactly. And then after bishop e3, you actually have rook takes f2, maybe.
Yeah, just the little trick is that I'm threatening this, and when you take my rook, I like win your queen. And he went rook f7. Okay,
Yeah.
so we were thinking bishop e5 or queen d5, but this also protects the bishop. Okay, I mean, I would say that looks quite reasonable, no?
Well, it's a bit passive, right? But yeah, sure. But in general, it's very hard to be in this kind of a spot against Jan where you're like a little worse, and yeah, he's pressing you on the clock. As I said before, I think he's very good at like creating some like small chances in dry positions where he's like a little bit better.
Do you think that white just needs to, at some point, like if possible, get that king here? Like it would be a nice square to get the king to, or not?
I mean, given the choice, it's probably a normal square. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll also play. We'll go king h7. I don't know. We have rook f6 maybe. Queen takes c7. Queen d5 check. It's not yet too bad. It's just that, like, as black, you really don't want to sort of allow bishop e3 without capturing something.
Capturing on g3. That's
Or
why I'm
c3,
saying, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I'm saying like queen e2 would be a nice move for black to get to play at some point. And by the way, that's why maybe white played rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1 is the most natural move, of course.
Okay, so hold on. And is there a big tactical threat? Because I'm wondering why he can't start pushing this pawn at some point. But I guess there's maybe.
Well, there were some checks for sure. King h7 kind of makes sense. But now, like, white is coming somewhat, no? Like, I don't know, rook e6 runs into bishop takes g3 always, which is lucky.
Rook e6, where you're like maybe looking at some sacrifices, but the problem is, this sacrifice works.
Yeah.
First, yes. Okay, so basically, you got to keep an eye on these two squares, guys. That's like the key for white tactically.
Yeah, maybe rook e4 followed by bishop e3, for instance.
Rook e4, yeah?
Yeah, so queen d3, I guess. Like the main asset black actually has in this position is his queen on c4.
Yep.
It's like brilliantly placed. It helps creating the ideas with bishop takes g3. It attacks c3, it protects the rook. So here, I mean, once again, maybe we have bishop takes g3.
Again, walking into this. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen d1, yeah?
Or maybe rook f1 followed by queen e2. I mean, also looks good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, you know, we had a line where like there was a queen g2 defense. Now the rook is in the way, so
Yeah.
that doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah, but now that he played king h7, basically white has this option of trading queens. More or less
Yes.
any moment, like you can play maybe, I don't know, king g2 first, wait for some move, and then you go queen e4. Also on h7, black king is actually further from the action sort of than it was on g8. Yeah. I guess at some point Jan will just play queen e4 check. And it could be the case that white will have some pressure there. Okay. The tension is growing. Ding at 3:45. Like at the same point, this increment of 10 seconds is actually quite a massive thing when you have to play an ending. I mean, especially some technical one. So basically, let's say if you liquidate into some 2 against 3 as black, well, 10 seconds is basically more or less enough to, you know, make sure you're not like doing something really stupid. Yeah.
So kind of a big moment for white. Like trading the queens would massively change the game. And or he can stay in the middle game here. So what kind of options does he have for staying in the middle game? How about that king g2 move was kind of interesting. Okay, he went bishop e3. So he's closing up his rook. On the other hand, his rook stays defending that square, and he's also like attacking that. And there must be some trick here, yeah?
Well, he's giving up c3 first of all.
Right, he's giving up this pawn, but I guess he's counting on. What is he counting on? Is he going to just take this pawn, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, at very least something like rook c1 followed by rook takes c5.
Yeah.
Like instinctively, I somehow like bishop e3, bishop e5.
For black, bishop e5.
Kind of more. Bishop e5 is a, yeah, exactly. He plays it. I don't know if it's good or not. But it's like a tough move. You're basically fighting for every inch. You don't want your like bishop to be passive there. And you're saying, no, I'm actually playing bishop takes c3. And then my a pawn is real strength. So now it is you, buddy, who has to sort of... Like, it's a draw, but it's like, if white now goes queen takes c5, it's clearly a very comfortable draw for black.
For black.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a problem at all. I'm not saying he's better even, but it's just, okay, this one you're not supposed to lose.
Yeah.
Like, ever.
Is he going to take that? Pawn on c5? No, he does something else. Queen e8.
Okay.
All right, so the middle game is continuing.
Yeah. Well, he is doing quite a smart thing, though.
He's
ahead on the clock. He's basically coming up with some
tricky ideas.
Yeah, some traps. Now bishop takes c5 is the point. And let's say after bishop takes c3, white has rook c1. And again, as black, I mean, how do you know? I mean, it's scary.
You're in a pin, and plus they're threatening rook c3.
Yeah.
Winning a piece.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that you're okay after some move like many moves actually could work maybe, but yeah, it could be that it's just bad too.
Right, it's pretty hard. It would be very hard to go for this position as Ding, like just taking that pawn.
Yeah.
On c3, is there some safer way for him to play? His bishop's under attack now.
Well, like bishop f6, right? Bishop f6.
He actually took the pawn. Wow, okay.
Okay.
Rook c1, and
so
what does he have?
Yeah, I think this is, you can actually check. Wow.
Rook f6, only move, and he found it.
Okay.
Okay, so Ding finds this brilliant defensive resource, moving his rook out of attack. Now why? I mean, it's nice that the rook is protected.
Yeah, but his main point is that actually he wants to play queen e2. So basically after some random moves there is queen e2 and rook takes c3 is not a problem because of queen e1 check. Well, this I must think was like one of the moments of brilliance from Ding.
Right, yeah, I agree. This is like a not an obvious decision at all.
Like playing bishop takes c3 quickly followed by playing the only move rook f6.
Yes, very cool.
I mean, I will not be surprised if he'll like blunder the very next move or something, but at least, yeah.
Okay, so Nepo just played queen e2.
Queen d7.
Sorry, queen d7, and yeah.
And now we can play queen e2.
Queen e2.
It's funny that it's actually exactly the same square, right? It's like full symmetry.
Yeah, Ding is going to want to get out of that pin, and he finds it. Very nice.
Okay.
And you know, right now, Ding is up a pawn, but I guess we don't really count this, yeah? I mean, if we want to, we can.
Yeah, and then
take it.
and then there's actually bishop e1. You better watch out.
Oh wow, you're coming for this pawn.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, actually, yes is an understatement.
Like, okay, you're really.
Yes, I'm coming very much. I mean, for this
Yeah.
pawn, yeah, okay. This is probably just bad. Queen a7, maybe, yeah, in terms of geometry.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that defense from far away.
But then still you're.
Defensive battery.
Yeah, but then still it doesn't look like what you're looking for is white exactly. I mean, some rook c6,
Yeah.
black is clearly better, maybe winning, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so right now it looks like with a couple of really brilliant moves, Ding is like taking over at least some sort of playing initiative, we can say,
No,
right?
taking over is a bit too strong. I think you go, I mean, queen d5. I don't think you're going to be like really worse as white in this whole kind of situation. I mean, unless you blunder big, as we said before, right?
Yeah, so I guess now on bishop e1, like there's always just queen c5.
Yeah, but
And
there is
everything holds
also
together.
some queen e4 check, maybe followed by something like rook, I don't know, rook c3. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's not there, actually. Yeah, I don't know.
There he goes.
Yeah.
Queen d5, very nice. Centralization. Good move.
Okay.
All right, anything interesting that we can find here for black? Okay, there doesn't seem to be any knockout blow. I mean, this would be like the simple move that would get us to the blitz tie breaks, right?
Well, not, I mean, again, when you are there and then you're playing Jan, this is very tough scenario. So let's say bishop d4, queen e4 check. When you know the guy, how tricky he is, okay, what do you play?
Well, okay, let's say I just play king h8.
Yeah, rook b1.
Right. Now you want to mate on the back rank.
Yes.
So that makes me kind of go, hold on. I can actually, okay, I can get my draw without too many problems here. Can't I?
No, I mean, okay, you can just play rook
rook
f8.
f8,
I'm not
maybe.
saying you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And then queen e7, you just go rook g8, like at very least, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Ding is still thinking.
90 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I start to have this really bad feeling. Bishop b4, he's playing for a win. No, this is not how you're supposed to handle this, I think.
Okay, but hold on. I mean, he's got the pawns. Why do you think he's playing for a win? Like, what makes you think that this is not just like playing for a draw after bishop c5 by Jan?
Well, your bishop like goes far away from your king.
Yeah.
Some queen e4 check. I mean, again, he thinks different way. I would be like worried in general. Like, I wouldn't think taking on c5 is a problem. I would think, okay, queen e4 check, or maybe rook d1 first, but let's say queen e4 check.
But here's the thing, though. This rook cannot really enter, doesn't have any open files to enter on, right?
Yeah, but if it will enter, you will basically resign.
Sure.
So that's why I'm worried.
Everything is closed for now, and you also are pinned here.
Yeah, you are.
So it's like very hard for white to win this without using their rook.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I kind of feel like, okay, well, he actually went for the check. It's like you can read his mind or something.
Well, at least he can play queen d5, right? I don't see like Ding playing rook f7 or something for win.
Right.
As bishop takes c5, it's still there, like at very least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. It still seems like a draw is very likely. Here we go. I think they're going to repeat moves.
Yeah.
Do you think that's where we're headed, or you think Jan is going to like continue on?
No, I think, yeah, I don't know. It really depends. But I think he will probably repeat.
Yeah.
But I must say, this was a
very exciting game.
Yeah, I mean, despite some mistakes, this was actually a very, very interesting game with some like moments of brilliance from both.
Yeah,
which we've been missing actually for quite some time. So yeah.
Well, it's kind of nice to see that their game's actually getting better, right? Their fourth game is probably the best one that they've played. Would you say that out of these 4 tiebreak games?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
well,
I agree. This one has been really fun to watch.
Well, the Neo-Catalan was kind of okay too, but it was a bit too boring to be counted, right?
Yeah, nothing happened there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant game. I mean, that's why maybe, right? But yeah.
Right.
But
no, yeah. I like brilliance when something happens.
Yeah. I mean, I could not agree more.
All right, I think they're going for that repetition, guys. Well, wait, something really good is going to happen in a couple of moves.
I mean, okay, you're not going to play rook g6 here, right?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I'm talking to Ding, sort of.
Oh, okay.
I must say it's a bit annoying that I don't see why exactly not rook g6. Like, basically because it's insane.
Okay, we got the check on the board. How many times have they had this position? I don't know.
What?
I don't think he's going to gamble.
Oh, come on.
Oh, wow. Wow, okay.
Okay, but now queen f5, no?
Oh, actually, Ding is going for the win.
But how can you win? I mean, okay,
He's putting his rook in a pin to avoid that perpetual.
like, how on earth can white be worse here? I don't, yeah, okay.
I mean, I guess in h4, like maybe he'll play.
Queen g4 he kind of wants, but queen f5, yeah, queen f5 is a good move by Jan.
Okay.
Which I also thought is the move. Yeah, I must say if Ding
That was weird.
Yeah. Okay, now it's probably time to run back. Like queen a6 and, you know. He
Okay,
goes
he'll go
c4.
C4,
Ah,
okay.
and he wants queen d3. Oh. Well, once again, I must say, I don't like this as a concept. But I must admit, well, sometimes it becomes so obvious to me that this man is brilliant. I mean, sometimes he plays badly. But to have like both the guts and the chess talent to actually try rook g6 followed by, you know, c4 and queen d3.
yeah.
And Nepo is now under 2 minutes too.
Wow.
Yeah, I must say queen d3 is basically very good news for black, as then the rook will be like unpinned.
Yeah, he's going to be unpinned, and you know,
Yeah.
white still has not gotten the pawn back. I mean,
Yeah.
this pawn can be extremely powerful
Yeah.
in the next couple of moves, and what can white do here? It's actually not obvious, right? This rook is sort of getting dominated still.
Yeah.
What can we come up with here?
I mean, also for Jan, it's clearly like it's a dramatic change of the events.
Oh yeah, it's
Like,
dramatic, and
it's-
his
it's-
clock is running down.
It's very annoying, like you've been free rolling kind of, with like more time and equal position. Now after c4, it's not anymore clear that you're not risking, to say the least.
All right,
He
h4,
plays
yeah,
h4.
queen d3, sure.
Okay.
There's no way, I mean, he can't really trade the queens, right?
Yeah. Probably not.
Wow. So this-
Well, the engine is saying it's like -4,
yeah.
which does not mean much. I mean, given the fact that it's rapid, but it's like certainly Ding's best chance in this whole, you know, match, I guess. Queen f3. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this would be absolutely crazy if the move rook g6 won him
But
the
it's
title.
not. But it's not yet over. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Okay, white will have some checks.
Okay.
So what should we play now? Some c3. C3 is kind of.
He's trying to
safe.
like activate this rook, right? That's the idea. Like activate the rook, maybe get it to, I don't know, d7.
Yeah, he goes c3. Okay, rook d1. Okay, now I guess we just go back somehow. Like
Yeah.
queen
We can
g6.
even offer.
Yeah, but
offer
let's
up
go
some
to
trades.
let's go to g6.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he does. So he wants to have rook c6 too. Well,
Wow.
I must say, yeah.
This is just so crazy.
Yeah. It's like either beautiful or absurd. I'm not sure. Like a bit of both. Nepo is under 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, he's
Let's
under a
just-
minute, down a
let's-
pawn. Okay.
Let's just watch this. I have a feeling things might happen still. Like just given the way the match was going, things might happen.
Okay. So under 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Queen trade is not going to make him happy here, so he has to go like queen e2 or something.
Yeah.
Okay, he went queen c8.
Okay. Planning some rook d8, rook c6 instantly, and queen a8.
Okay.
So c2, he wants to play rook d8, right?
Okay, and then black and queen with a check, and then he has to evaluate that position.
Yeah,
right?
black probably has to go queen c6 in the very end.
Can we maybe just
This
look
is
at that
actually
line?
pretty clean. So rook d8, c1, takes.
Takes, and king h2,
Okay, he plays rook d6.
and queen c6, and he would win.
Yeah.
Okay, but he played rook d6 instead of c2.
Okay, now we take, now we take, we're kind of back to some extent.
Okay, taking though is not an easy decision for white either. He might just not have a choice, right? He might
Yeah,
just
I mean,
not have
exactly.
a choice.
What else can you do?
Yes. Yes,
takes.
he took.
Queen takes.
Okay, queen
Okay.
e4.
Queen g6.
Queen g6. The problem is, okay, it's like now white's tricks are sort of running out and it's still very unpleasant to play.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's not easy for black to make progress.
Because even if he pushes this pawn, he doesn't really have a rook that can like now support it going to c1.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're back to a draw being the most likely
Wow,
outcome.
that would be still insane even if that happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Queen b1 check.
Definitely the most exciting minutes of this match taking place right now.
Well, for now, but
For now, up to this point.
More to come, I suspect.
So you think that despite the engine bar, white still got some practical drawing chances here?
Yeah. Okay, so he went a4. So now bishop d4 seems to be saving white. He also
Because you're basically going to get that pawn or something, and threatening stuff
but
on g7.
but he will play it. He doesn't.
He will
have
play it because he doesn't have anything else.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the moment you can see you can get some attack on g7 and you're not losing, yeah, you're going to do that move. I agree. And I mean, on c2, there's like queen d3, so he did it.
Okay, bishop d4 played.
Okay. Wow. All right, a3. Oh, is this the only way to play? I mean, isn't there anything else?
Yeah, but then it's very hard to believe bishop takes g7.
Is a draw, right? It's like you have to calculate. He doesn't
but
have a lot of time.
You probably go.
He played queen c7. Wasn't much time.
So now queen g6.
Oh, is he losing that endgame after queen g6? Like you can't take on c3. Is there a2 or something?
Well, let's have a look. Bishop takes c3.
Okay.
It has to be just takes and a2.
And a2 and the pawn.
And then we kind of lose it, slowly. Queen b1 and.
Wow.
Okay, queen c4, good move.
Okay, queen c4.
Yeah, you got a fight. c2, also good move. Bishop e3. Okay, they're playing well.
Well, black's pawns are getting further advanced, so this is looking very scary, but okay, for now,
Bishop d6.
you're kind of holding it.
Bishop d6, king g2. Okay, I guess now he can actually play a2 and then queen e4. Ah, no, he cannot, okay. It's not yet simple, actually. It's not simple at all. You got to play something quiet. The good news for Ding is that white cannot really attack anything, sort of. So he can basically gain some time.
Yeah.
And then figure it out. But
yeah, white's got to stay with these pieces here, right? That's basically their best positions. Like you're holding that A pawn, you're holding the C pawn.
Yeah.
But
what about A2? So let's say we go A2.
Queen takes. And
yeah,
what do you want?
queen e4 check.
Yeah.
Ah, it is H5. Okay. Okay.
H5 right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
H5 played by Ding. I think this was the best move.
Yes.
And king f1, bishop e5, okay. So he wants to do it in a primitive way. So he wants to play bishop b2, then he wants to play c1.
Bishop takes and queen b1?
Yeah, like then you get a2, queen b1 kind of thing. Probably.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense, yeah? Bring the bishop here. I mean...
Jan goes g4.
Wow.
Well, I mean, g4 is a very bad sign. g4 is basically quite pathetic. And now you lose like most of the endings. Yeah, h5, queen f5. Okay.
Yes, I think,
I
think we're not going to be going to blitz tiebreaks, yeah.
But it's not over until it's actually over, remember?
Okay.
Okay, now g3 looks good. I don't see what could be wrong with g3.
g3.
G3, f4 is his last trick, all right.
And even that, yeah, I don't even know if that's like a trick, but yeah.
Yeah, now something like a2 looks very good.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah, I must say now. Yeah, I must say now. I was saying this like all match long, but now I'll say it. I think this is the end. And he played a2.
Wow, and those pawns are promoting.
I think it is over.
Yeah, yeah.
We are about to
see something very historic, and also and also certainly very sad for one of the players.
Yeah, I mean, given Jan's reaction, you can get it.
Yeah, he knows it's over.
Yes.
And now what do we do? Just play bishop takes f4 and the whole position is collapsing.
Yeah, now Ding Liren is the new world champion. Wow.
Wow, that was an extremely emotional day.
And also look at his reaction, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Well, got a clap, right?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, but listen, given Ding's state, I am not sure we'll not have another world champion next 10 minutes, no?
Yeah.
No, but he's literally...
Yeah. No, the players, I think, are just heroes, you know?
Yeah.
For kind of going through this for the last 3 weeks. I mean, you can see how much it has taken out of them.
Yeah. No, this was just unbelievable, I must say. Like, this whole match, I was
But
like...
I mean, you know what? I kind of feel like that a person who plays rook g6, he did do something to get that win. That was special.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. This game exactly was this, like, good old thing that we remembered. Like, playing rook g6, being, like, under 2 minutes, playing for a win no matter what, it was a very, very impressive
Let's just
game.
take a look at that decision again.
But no one cares about it anymore,
Right.
you know. We have the new world champion. I mean, no one is interested in this game anymore.
Wow.
He's also the first Chinese world champion.
Yeah.
Like man world champion in history. Very, I mean.
No, I mean, and his journey to this world championship title has been kind of, you know, we talked about in the beginning how many things kind of broke his way for him to even get to be here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it wasn't like the fact that he barely made it into the candidates and then emerged as barely emerged as a second place finisher, and that turned out to be enough to get him this match.
Right.
The fact that he was always trailing behind Jan in this match, like
Right.
the whole match, it was never like he was never leading, it was always coming from behind.
Yeah, this is basically the first time he's leading the match. It's quite unlucky for Jan. It's actually not too fair that they stopped the match right after Ding was like...
For the first time that he gets a +1 and that was it.
Yeah, and then they say, okay, now we stop it. Yeah, it's not quite fair.
Well, Dylan Meyer says he wants to see the rook g6 idea. I don't know. I mean, we can just show it because I feel like this is the moment that made him the champion. How don't we just show that one moment?
Go ahead. I'll just keep.
Yeah, let me see.
Like I was preserving energy, but now I'll say, you know, yeah, this is. I mean, like I just thought if I'll like share my excitement from the very beginning, I will not make it to this game, you know, and this is the end of the match in general. Like I would go to hospital. By move 10 of the classical part, but yeah.
So, okay, basically, Jan started giving him some checks, and he had a lot more time than Ding, and it felt like, yeah, and you know what's funny is that I don't really understand, like, was it not possible to take this pawn at all? Was that so bad?
Well, we had this bishop e1,
yeah,
right?
bishop e1 that he would still have to deal with. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so he was giving these checks.
Also, I'm pretty sure he didn't think, he was actually right, he didn't think his worse as white.
Yeah. And then Ding just decided, like, no, I don't want the repetition. And here, then yeah, queen f5 turned out to be kind of a poor move that allowed black this c4 and then queen d3. And I think that was just the game-changing moment. Like after that, it became certainly very hard for Jan to play.
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, I think how it goes is that fighting spirit does get rewarded in chess. I think that's the story that we can tell.
Yeah. Well, having said that, I mean, let's give credit to Jan, right? I mean, it's not that he was lacking fighting spirit.
No, he wasn't lacking, but I'm saying that
yeah.
Ding did a little bit,
Yeah.
like, he did just something, you know, he did the maximum that he could have in this game,
Yeah.
in terms of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was put in that position and he did it.
No, I mean, I must say, I mean, we saw things, but this, like, rook g6 playing in this situation was like one of the most impressive moves I've seen in my life.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's like the decision that makes you the world champion. It's not like, it's not that, you know, somehow Jan didn't try, you know, in these games. He obviously did, but it's just like at this particular moment, black was the one who was presented with his choice, right?
Yeah, but also it's not that it's even good. That's what makes it so cool. Like black is not better after rook g6. It's not that it's a good move.
But he continued the game.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
exactly.
Good from that point of view.
I mean, exactly. I mean, he was trailing a minute. Easier to play for white. He like preferred to play.
Yes.
I must
and
say,
that is a champion's move.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's wise, but it's like certainly unbelievably brave.
It is very brave.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's funny because at the end of the 14th game, I think it was the 14th, or was the 13th or something, when we were talking, should he play King E6 or not? And, you know, and that would have been, I think, also like kind of like, you know, he could have tried it. It was not a bad idea.
Yeah.
And he didn't. You know, he just didn't have that, you know, ability to push himself at that moment, even though again that was also not a winning move, but it was a try. But here he did something that he wasn't able to do at that game.
Yeah, I think it's also champion's mentality actually, that well, his game was not quite there throughout the match, right? I mean, both they like in terms of quality, I think both they clearly underperformed. Like the fighting spirit was very much there, but they're both capable of playing better chess, as we know. But it's kind of cool that he played his like best game when he needed it most.
Fourth game,
Yeah, like even today, it's not that he was like having a great day.
Right.
He started poorly. Like it's not that he like finally got to this mode in the morning and
he wasn't getting anything with the white pieces
at
all.
I mean, it's not that things were going his way. Not at all.
He basically won this world championship with this one game, this one moment. Yeah, he brought the best when it was needed.
Yeah, and it's also unbelievable that, I mean, again, I don't know if it's right, but he's been sticking to this like stupid Rui Lopez for almost long.
Yeah.
And there is like some I don't know, justice maybe.
Yeah.
In the fact that he actually won this golden game, exactly.
In the Rui Lopez.
Exactly.
Finally, and this opening worked out better for him than pretty much at any other point, right, in the match.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Yeah.
He basically equalized for the first time. He was probably
well, first of all, I mean, I guess we should congratulate the winner, Ding Liren. I mean, you know, I feel kind of shocked actually. That's how I'm feeling, like sitting here, just seeing what we just saw. That, you know, the World Championship just kind of ends in this way in a couple of minutes of this, you know, fast-paced game at the end, this end game.
Yeah.
But, you know, and obviously, you know, you also feel quite a lot of sympathy for Jan, who
he tried his best, right? I mean, okay, like both they tried, and well, sometimes they could play well, sometimes they would fail to, but yeah.
I mean, I can only imagine that Jan probably also feels just quite shocked, you know, how everything just finished in these last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
It's hard, you know. It's hard also, guys, because the tiebreak was tied. It was always just like draw, draw, draw. No one feels like they're trailing. It's not that dramatic. It's not too difficult. And then suddenly you play one game, you happen to lose in a couple of minutes, and then it's over, and that's it. The match is over, and there's no more coming back from that. So it's just a very, I'm sure it's going to be like a little, you know, hard for him to get past that.
Yeah. No, I must say this is very, like, this has been my concern all the way too. Like, imagine, like, even if you're like good enough, which is not given, but imagine like spending like few years basically preparing for this, winning the candidates, like going there, like following the routine, sleeping well, eating well, drinking less, I mean, all that stuff, you know. And then at the end of the day, I mean, you like bring it all to the table, and then you actually lose. I mean, it's kind of okay to lose when someone is clearly better, then you're just not good enough. But then at the end of the day, like you work for a few years, and then it, like this all brings you to this game where like something happens when you are like down to the last seconds. Like it's not the classical part. It's not, like it's basically you work like for 3 years straight, actually more. You work hard to basically gamble some roulette or something. I must say
I think that's why I'm not jumping out of my chair, you know, because it's the balance. It's someone's happiness versus someone's tragedy, you know.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You got a feel for I mean, I actually feel for him. Like I'll not pretend we're like best friends or anything, but honestly, I mean, he gave it all. He played well. I mean, also people were talking about him like lacking the fighting spirit. And
he showed a lot of spirit in this match.
And people were talking about him like underperforming after losses. And actually, well, like Ding was striking back as Jan was leading, but actually, like every single time, more or less, when Ding would strike back, I mean, Jan would win the very next game, and he would be ahead again.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I don't know if it's like if justice exists.
Yeah.
But like if it does exist, it certainly has nothing to do with Jan's life, to be honest. Like in Ding's case, probably there is some justice that he won. I don't know, or maybe not. But Jan has not deserved this at all. Is my impression.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to wait. I don't know, the press conference. I don't even know what exactly we're waiting for. You know, like.
Yeah, let's actually come up with all the thank yous. I mean, first of all, thank you, Irina. This was like a very tough match to commentate on. It will be much harder. Yeah, please clap, people. I mean, we have people in the room. Everybody left to congratulate Ding. So we're left with like 7 people who don't know what happened. And they're clapping Irina, which we're grateful for. No, honestly, this was like a best team. One of the best like broadcasts I was involved at. Thanks the producer, the whole team. It was actually cool. Yeah, I mean
keep going.
Yeah, I'm losing it. I'm a bit too.
All right, so I will start with my thank yous in that. Then, first of all, I wanted to thank the World Chess Federation FIDE for inviting me here. You know, it's been a long time since I've done in-person commentary, like years and years, and I was certainly very excited by this opportunity just to be a part of this historic match. And I'm so glad that I came here to Astana, so thank you to FIDE for giving us a chance to be first-hand witnesses of you know, one of the most exciting events. I think this will be a match that people will certainly remember. And the other thing is I want to thank the players, you know, because their efforts, you know, these guys are putting everything, you know, into the game for these weeks. I mean, we see, you know, ourselves what toll it takes on them. You know, we were talking about, you know, how many years of their life, you know, they may lose from this. And
yeah,
exactly. It's hard to estimate. Like, we truly don't know, guys. So what we're seeing is not, you know, is not just 2 guys like showing up and like putting some pieces on the board. This is like, you know, I mean, you know, their heart and soul going into this for weeks. And I mean, they showed themselves to be incredible fighters. They gave the chess world, you know, a great present. Yeah, I'm sorry, I get even emotional like, thinking about what I saw.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, it's tough. I mean, I get it. No, it takes a lot of like bravery to actually, like, basically for them, it's like their lives at stake in these rapid games, and they're like both under 1 minute, and this is where it decides. You know, I mean, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, and okay, I keep going. There's more. I wanted to also thank, you know, the wonderful people that I worked with who made this so much fun for me. Vishy, you know, we worked for the first 4 games together, and then you stayed with us in spirit with your tweets. You kind of gave us clues about what, you know, your thoughts on the position, your insights, and thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to work with you. And, you know,
yeah, let me interrupt for a second. Yeah,
go ahead.
For me as well, Vishy is the absolute Twitter World Chess Champion. So yeah, kudos to him. He was actually absolutely brilliant. I was following you guys first 4 games.
Daniil, can I just say, okay, my final 2 seconds. Yes, I wanted to say I'm so glad that you got this chance, you know, again, to kind of, we got to showcase kind of your talent and your chess skills and your personality to the English-speaking audience. It was so much fun to work with you, and I hope you guys appreciated this brilliant person who was sitting next to me over the last few weeks.
Yeah, thank you. I had like, honestly, I had great 3 weeks. Like, some of the time it was painful, but also, you know, this is where
Were my jokes not good enough, Daniil?
No, your jokes were okay. No, I mean, watching these guys fighting like that was sometimes painful, but also, I mean, you don't get to like experience really strong emotions without it. And yeah, we'll have to announce the press conference at some point. Actually, guys, we'll I mean, maybe we'll stop shortly. I mean, sorry if we'll just, you know, break it like this without saying how.
Finally, guys, we wanted to thank you, the viewers, who stayed with us for the whole month of April, who were tuning into our broadcasts and, you know, giving us your support and your positive comments, your encouragement, you know, your questions, all your comments on our hair. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. It was really a privilege to be here for this match.
Yeah, it certainly was. But we cannot live like that. Still, we're waiting for Jan. And I think actually, yeah, he's probably like a little late, if you can call it late for the press conference, which is completely understandable.
Here we go. Yeah. We got to answer this question. When are you going to qualify for the World Championship, Daniil? I like this question, you know, because I think, guys, it would be very nice to commentate on your games, Daniil. And I think just hopefully we're going to be, you know, following you in the top tournaments a lot more in the future.
Yeah, thank you. But I must say, this match was not exactly inspiring. I would say for like most of the people who even dare thinking about it, you know, it's kind of.
You know, we also want to thank Ketty.
Yeah, we want to thank Ketty.
We want to thank Ketty, who she's been hosting these press conferences the whole month. You know, it's not an easy job to deal with the emotions of the players, you know, after their games, and I think she's handled that so well.
Yeah, also Katie was quite often the one to take the bullet, the one who had to ask the most stupid question.
Mm-hmm.
And well, it's not because like she likes it, it's that yeah, there was no choice. So people, don't be harsh on her. She's actually right there, you can see her. But yeah, I mean, given the match, you basically, we saw it all at Ding's face right after winning, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he basically stayed there.
He was just motionless. He just couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So much relief. It's finally over.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, it is certainly historic, guys. For the first time, oh, there's Richie reports.
Yeah, let me
Ding. Yeah,
let me congratulate my buddy Richie too. Actually, Richie is a very cool guy. I'm happy for him. Actually, now I can share it. I think I had well, quite good friends or buddies in both teams, and I would be happy either way. But yeah, Ding's team, yeah, it was Richie. Very happy for him, actually.
Yeah, here he is with his wife, Giovanna, and other members of the Chinese team. We know that Si Jun, the first women's world champion from China, she is here. She came down here in the last couple of days. And I mean, yeah, it is a historic moment for China to get their first world champion
in history.
Right?
Yeah. No, I must say it's probably fair. I mean, China won everything, right? They won the Olympiad twice. They had the world champions in the women's section many times. So yeah, it was clearly a matter of time.
And the other thing, you know, I'm really happy about here. Okay, Jan is here, guys. Let's listen to the press conference. We will see you soon.
Welcome everyone to our final press conference. We do have 17th world champion. This is Ding Liren. Congratulations to Ding. It has been a terrific match with so many decisive results and amazing chess games. What are your thoughts right now as you are the world champion?
Well, quite relieved. The moment Jan resigned the game, it was a very emotional moment. I cannot control my moods, my feelings, and yes, I know myself. I will cry. I will burst into tears. Yes, and it's quite a tough tournament for me. Yeah, I would like to thanks to my friends. You ask my feeling?
How do you feel right now?
My feel. No, I'm quite relieved. Yeah.
It must be very difficult from both players to talk right now. I appreciate, and all of us are appreciating that you are both here. Thank you very much, Jan, for coming up here. It must be very difficult for you right now to be here, and it has been really close match. Please share with us your thoughts about the match in general.
Well, I guess I had every chance. I mean, I had so many promising positions, and probably should have tried to finish everything in the classical portion, because once again it was, I guess, a matter of 1 or 2 precise moves, both in round 12 and round 14 as well. But yeah, once it was a tiebreak. Of course, it's you know, it's always some sort of a lottery, especially after 14 games match, and yeah. So probably my opponent made the penultimate mistake, so that's it.
All right, thank you. I would like to give the floor right away to press. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to players. I just don't see all of you, so let's go from this side.
Hello, question to Ding Liren. How do you feel about staying in Astana, and especially the weather conditions was quite tough in the beginning? What can you say about this? Did you have your walking in the beginning when it was cold, or no? How was it for you in Astana?
Yeah, I enjoy my stay here. Actually, because I like to walk. Also, there's a river near the hotel. Also, there's a park, so I spend some time. I spend many rest days just to sit down on the ground of the park, and sometimes I bring just to spend some time here. And so one day it was a heavy snow, and the snow is quite big, and it's quite. So I take a lot of photos here. I really enjoy my stay here.
Thank you. Next question. Yes, please.
Вопрос Яну Непомнящему. Ян, понятно, что сейчас, наверное, сложно это все описывать, рассказывать, но в целом, если говорить именно о сегодняшнем дне, именно о тайбрейке, что стало переломным, решающим моментом для вас сегодня?
The question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. I understand it is very difficult to describe everything, to explain, but talking about today's game, talking about tiebreak, what was the decisive, the key moment in the game?
Странный довольно. Во-первых, надо было во второй партии распоряжаться преимуществом чуть более аккуратно. Была отличная позиция. А в четвертой партии она была очень сложная. Я думаю, что у черных была инициатива, но, конечно, в конце, до того, как я зевнул ход c4, понятно, что белые ни в один момент не рисковали, но так бывает. Времени уже было мало у обоих игроков, и после c4 как-то тяжело оказалось перестроиться, но, может быть, позиция объективно не очень хорошая. Мне в какой-то момент казалось, что на связке довольно близки белые были к победе, но, может быть, действительно ход в ход все держится. Но, конечно, да, представить, что эту позицию можно проиграть, я не мог, но, как оказалось, можно.
Well, actually, the key moment, I think, in the second game, I had more chance to win, but I didn't realize it. But then in the fourth game, the blacks, they had I had to play more accurately, but after the move for c4, then the situation changed, and the time was very little, and it was very difficult to change myself, to change the game. And I made a pin, and white were close to win, and it was hard to imagine that I could lose, but things happen, and it happened how it happened.
Thank you. Next question. Space India, please.
First of all, congratulations to both of you for reaching here. Question to Ding. Ding, in the fourth game, in the rapid, you went for the win when Nepo was holding the position. How did you get the strength to play Rook G6 and go for the win and make this game the last game of a very long tournament?
Well, it's one of the two ways to play for a win. The other one was to play Rook F7 after King D5, but I guess obviously Rook is better. The King is more safe on H7, so I decided to play for a win. It was because when I played Bishop B4, I realized that I could play for a win because if we take on c5, I can play bishop e1 and did not exchange the bishop. If you got the chance, I think you need to save it.
Absolutely. We saw you going and being with your team, hugging them. Could you please tell us that who are you going to dedicate this win to?
Dedicate?
Dedicate, yes.
Well, I have said before, and many, my friends, my mother, and also my grandfather.
Thank you. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
У меня вопрос к Диню и Жене. Перед тайбрейком эксперты, букмекеры ставили на Яна Непомнящего, якобы, что Ян Непомнящий имеет больше опыта в быстрых шахматах и, скорее всего, он выиграет. Сам Дин Лижень как считал?
My question is to Ding Liren. Actually, before the tiebreak, bookmakers they were making a stake for Jan Nepomniachtchi more because he has more experience in fast chess. And what about you, Ding? How did you think before tiebreak yourself?
Well, we both have many experience. We are established grandmasters. We have played a lot of tie breaks in recent years. So it doesn't mean anything. Also, as I said, having a white pieces is not always an advantage. Yes, at some point you will be too optimistic about your chances, and sometimes will backward.
Ну, на самом деле, мы оба, я и Ян, мы оба гроссмейстеры, и у нас очень большой опыт у обоих, и мы много играли в разных соревнованиях, в том числе и быстрые шахматы. И вы знаете, мне без разницы, что думали букмекеры, но на самом деле я считаю, что шансы были и у меня. И знаете, что я играл первую партию белыми, и играть белыми это может быть и преимущество, и недостаток. И можно посчитать, что свои шансы слишком оптимистичные, так как я играл белыми, но это не всегда так, потому что всегда у обоих сторон есть шанс.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Вопрос Яну Непомнящему. Ян, можете ли вы сейчас назвать людей, которые вам помогали при подготовке к матчу и непосредственно здесь?
The question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, could you please tell the names of the people who helped you in your preparation, maybe here also in Astana?
У меня довольно большая команда была, в целом, по шахматной части здесь со мной был Никита Витюгов, также Ильдар Хайруллин и Максим Матлаков входили в бригаду, и я консультировался, тоже занимался, готовился с Владимиром Борисовичем Крамником.
Well, I have a big team who helped me in my preparation, and among them there is Nikita, and there is Ildar, Maxim, and I also make consultation with Vladimir Kramnik. So these are some of the people in my team.
Thank you. Next question, Maria.
Maria, chess.com. Congratulations to both players, and thank you for this wonderful month of tremendous chess. Congratulations to the new world champion, Ding. I have a question for you. In a recent interview with Sina Sports in China News, I hope the translation is accurate. You said the meaning of life should be in those special, those sparkling moments, not in the daily life, those ordinary days, but in living for those unique moments. I hope it's accurate, and can you say if this moment is unique and special moment?
Yeah, it was an interview. I guess I remember it was take place in 2019. Yeah. because I started to learn chess from 4 years old, and I spent 26 years playing, analyzing, so try to improve my chess ability with many different ways, with different tuning methods, with I think many new ways to tuning. Maybe it's not so well known among the elite players, so I think I did nearly everything. Yes, sometimes I thought I would education to chess, because sometimes time without the tournaments, I'm not so happy. Sometimes I struggle to find another hobbies to make me happy. So also I was inspired by many sayings to achieve, to like climb the mountains, or to strive to the best, or to learn from the best, to I think this was the match. It reflects the deepest of my soul.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the answer. Do we have more questions? Yes, please.
У меня вопрос к двум игрокам. В целом про игровые, организационные условия, бытовые, как в целом организация матча.
My question is to both players. So in general, how do you assess the game situation, organizational and domestic situation? How is organized everything? How can you assess it?
This is the question to both players. I think we will go first with you.
I'm sorry.
How's the organizing things here for you? How do you feel?
Oh, it's quite good. Yes, I follow the same routines every day, so I feel very comfortable here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ну, Дин говорит, что на самом деле мне нравится организация на хорошем уровне, и я каждый день следую одной и той же рутине, то есть у меня определенный график, и я доволен этим.
Thank you. Yeah.
Нормально.
It's normal.
Next question, Leoncho.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. First of all, thanks a lot, Jan, for being here now and answering our questions so well. My question today is for Liren. Why are you now the world champion? I mean, what are the key points, the key reasons for you to explain why you are the champion right now?
Well, if I try to find the reason inside of chess, I think it might be some tuning with maybe that's what makes me play a little bit different than other grandmasters.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, I guess.
Thank you.
Next question, please.
Just from Brisbane Times, congratulations to both players. I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone when I say that was an absolute spectacle, and you should both be absolutely wrapped. This is a question to Ding. Given that you've been through such adversity to get here, the games you played in China to qualify for the candidates, coming second to the candidates and getting the call up, now that I wouldn't say the dust has necessarily settled, but the fact that you're now the chess world champion, something you've worked so hard for, like you just said, for the past 26 years, what's something special that you're looking forward to doing with your boy Richard Report, who was clearly in your corner from day one.
I think you need to repeat this specific question.
What are you looking forward to doing now that you're world champion, given that you and Richard have been in the trenches for the past month?
Doing now?
I think we need second time. A bit slow, please. I don't really catch it.
What are you looking forward to doing now that you've won?
What are you looking forward to do now as world champion?
No, I'm answering the question. Yeah. I'm filming. What am I planning to do later?
Exactly. Yes. With Richard, with the family.
Just in general, not only chess.
Well, as I said yesterday, I may go to travel if I have some spare time.
Awesome.
Thank you. I wanted to ask this question, as you mentioned earlier, about winning the prize. You said that you want to travel. What is your ideal holidays where you want to travel?
Well, I have a list. I want to go to Turin to see a game of Juventus. Yeah, my favorite club. Also, maybe to just travel. I don't have.
Okay. I think you need a little bit more time to play. All right, next question, please.
Добрый вечер. Вопрос Яну. Во-первых, спасибо за турнир. Лионель Месси проиграл в финале чемпионата мира, но нашел в себе силы вернуться потом. И вот можем ли мы верить, надеяться, надеетесь ли вы, что сумеете также повторить эту историю?
My question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. First of all, thank you for the tournament, thank you for your game. And if we make the analogy, Lionel Messi, he lost his World Cup, and then he found the strength to come back and made another World Cup. So, can you do something like this in future?
Ну, как сказать сейчас, довольно все-таки этим матчем завершился довольно большой отрезок работы, подготовки, жизни, да, так что сейчас, наверное, сложно прогнозировать, но, по крайней мере, наверное, еще в шахматы немножко поиграю, так что попробую.
Well, actually, by this tournament, a huge piece of my live preparation work has finished, but I will play chess more, I think, and we will see in the future.
All right, thank you. Next question, please.
Здравствуйте, поздравляю с окончанием чемпионата и поздравляю Дина с победой. Вопрос Дину, чем запомнилась Астана и будете ли вы чаще сюда приезжать?
First of all, congratulations to both players and congratulations to Dean with being a champion. And the question is to Ding Liren. So, what was Astana? How Astana got into your memory, and will you come back to Astana in future? What do you think?
Yeah, it's my second time here. Yeah, there are many good memories, I think. I'd like to get back here if there is a tournament there.
Да, мне нравится в Астане, я уже второй раз здесь, и у меня только хорошие впечатления от города, и я надеюсь вернуться сюда вновь, если будет какое-то соревнование, поэтому с удовольствием бы вернулся.
И второй вопрос Дину. В каком возрасте вы мечтали стать чемпионом мира?
And the second question again to Ding Liren. In what age did you dream to become a champion?
No, actually, I haven't dreamed of becoming the world champion. I just want to, at one point, I just want to become the player plays best, and not to become the world. It's not so important to become world champion.
На самом деле я не мечтал стать чемпионом. Я просто старался лучше всех играть, и для меня не так было важно стать именно чемпионом.
All right. Just a second. I wanted to ask Ding, as you are the first ever Chinese chess player who won the title. I asked this question earlier in the first day, and now everything is more clear. So, how does it feel?
The first Chinese world champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel good. I think it will inspire a lot of Chinese young players to play chess, because the tournament, I guess, was followed by many spectators around China. So I hope it will influence a lot of people.
Right. And right now, I'll ask right away, who are the first people that you want to thank for this victory of yours? Family, your coaches, your team, your fans, maybe yourself?
Yeah. I forgot to thank myself. Yeah.
All right. Next question. Yeah.
Вопрос Яну. Чувствовали ли давление, то, что многие эксперты давали вам больше предпочтения в этом чемпионате мира? И это оказало ли это влияние какое-то?
The question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, did you feel the pressure because many experts they gave preference to you, and did it influence you somehow?
Мнение экспертов вряд ли на что-то влияли, да, то есть понятно, что сколько людей, столько и мнений, но все же, мне кажется, сопернику было чуть проще играть, поскольку он, в известной степени играл фри-ролл. Вот, так получилось. Но думаю, что давление было примерно сопоставимо на участников.
Well, the opinion of experts maybe didn't influence too much, but I think to my opponent it was a little bit easier to play because he played kind of feral, like without less risk. But anyway, the pressure to both players was more or less measurable.
Thank you. Do we have more questions in press? If there is anyone who wants to ask the question, now it's time to come forward and ask the question, please.
Вопрос Яну Непомнящему. Примерно год назад вы подписали антивоенное письмо, где сказали, что дорожите отношениями с коллегами из Украины. Как спустя год сейчас складываются эти отношения, и не было ли давления со стороны, условно говоря, российских властей или еще кого-то по поводу этой позиции?
The question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. About a year ago, you signed the anti-war letter about the war in Ukraine. And what is the situation now after a year? Is there any pressure from your Russian colleagues or authorities?
Я бы не сказал, что какое-то есть давление. Вот. А касательно общения с украинскими шахматистами, ну, мне кажется, с теми, с кем общался раньше, я продолжил общаться, да, с теми, с кем не общался и до этого, ну, соответственно, не общаюсь.
I don't think there's much pressure, but about the communication with the Ukrainian colleagues, I still communicate with those who I had communicated before, and I don't communicate with those who I hadn't communicated before. So it's like before situation, more or less.
All right, thank you. Do we have more questions from press? I suppose no. So now I'll give some time to Twitter segment. Jesse?
Hi, Jessie February here. It was a huge pleasure and honor to watch you play in this championship, and a big congratulations to Ding. I only have one question, and that's to both of you. Looking back on the match, including your preparation, what would you have done differently? Do you have any regrets?
We will go first with Jan, with you.
Win more games and lose less.
Thank you. Ding?
Well, since the results is excellent, I don't have any regrets looking back.
Right, thanks.
Thank you. Well, there are no more questions. I think it's time to conclude the press conference. Thank you so much to both of the players for the great joy that they give to chess fans for this 1 month. And yeah, thank you to Jan and thank you to Ding as well.
Hello everyone, welcome in Astana at the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. I'm Katy Tazalashvili, and in this video I'm going to show you the trophy of the champion. The trophy is 4.5 kilos, silver with beautiful blue stones. It has a unique design inspired by FIDE Tower, which was built in 1997 when Astana became a capital city of Kazakhstan. The tower is 105 meters tall and resembles the shape of the chess queen, which is a suitable symbol for the trophy of the FIDE World Chess Championship. Besides this beautiful trophy, there is a stake of 2 million euros for the players, from which the winner will get 60% out of it, and the runner-up will get 40%.
At that point, was some mixed feelings because it's a big challenge for me. But now I can see I'm ready for this challenge. I'm confident about my preparation. Also, I think I grew up a little bit. I'm more mature, so I can handle the pressure. I didn't feel any nervous right now. As I remember, it was Topalov Anand match, which I was in my teenagers. Topalov's attacking play inspired me a lot. Because he had higher ratings, also my recent play in Waikanze was a disaster, so maybe that's why he's a favorite to this match. But I think we have equal chance. It's not a friend, but a good and friendly chess player. Well, he can play very fast and very strong if he's in very good shape. Also, he has the experience of the World Championship. But as I said, maybe he's a little bit emotional. Sometimes he played too fast, he forgot his preparation. Or yeah, if he made mistakes, I will try to explore it.